Making Luck, a true story about quitting school and getting a life, by Yvonne and read by the author. Copyright 2026. All rights reserved. Introduction. When I got to my room at Manier's camp, I sunk to the floor and cried. Things just couldn't be any worse. I couldn't get a bank loan and get out from under my family's thumb. I couldn't stand up for myself and win out over people who just haven't got a clue. I couldn't even find the time and energy to call Gavin Cleary back and have the smallest nugget of hope in my life. To be back in my room at camp broke my heart. I had tried my best and failed. Again. That was an excerpt from my book, The Reluctant Archaeologist. Fiction, but not really. It was 2008, and I'd been a senior consultant archaeologist for 2.5 years. I was already exhausted. To be back in that room in the oil sands camp meant I hadn't escaped. Not really. I'd gone from my hometown, from my family, into another life that was equally constrictive, prescriptive, and unfulfilling. I'd gone from one hell to another. During the fieldwork season, I was working 80 to 100 hours per week. I had no social life. I graduated with my master's 4 years previously, but I was still in debt. Massively so. I was a slave to my job. I had become my job because there was nothing outside my job. I hated it all. I found myself sobbing on the floor of an oil sands camp west of Fort McMurray because I'd tried to regain some sense of agency over my life and failed. I'd been sent to my room, treated like a child, punished for attempting to stand up for myself, to change my situation, for attempting to have some agency in my own life. It was at that point I realized I had no hope because I had no autonomy. This wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't who I was or who I wanted to be. I found myself once again in a situation where I was disempowered. To what extent I was to blame was as yet undetermined and unexamined. This wasn't the first time this had happened, merely the latest. How did I get here? There were many times I'd wondered, what if I'd taken another path? What if I'm not meant to be here and that's why it's so hard? The recipe for success was to go to school, get a job, get married, have kids, and preferably in that order. At step 2, I couldn't see how I'd be able to complete the recipe, especially since I was also incredibly unhappy. I'd done my damnedest to follow the recipe and it'd blown up in my face. 3 degrees, no professorship. Got a job, got no social life. Got security, but not happiness. Where the fuck did I go wrong? Maybe it was choosing engineering, a degree with high job prospects, over something more fun, like criminology or theater studies. Maybe it was earlier, in childhood, when I learned that being invisible meant I could duck the criticism, negativity, and punishment. Life was much better when no one knew I was around and I did my own thing, quietly. Being sent back to my oil sands room reinforced the notion that being seen wasn't all it was cracked up to be. But there was no way I could have agency in my own life without being seen. I was at an impasse and I didn't know what to do. I'd used everything I had, my degrees, my grit, my ability to adapt, and still failed. It was more than feeling like a failure. I hated my life because it wasn't mine. I'd followed the damn recipe and it got me nothing but debt, depression, and disconnection. I went to school, got the degrees, got the job, and now I was heading for a hospital bed because of depression and exhaustion. Would the bank forgive my debts because I would be hospitalized? Buggered if I knew. Every single job felt like a cage. I would push and shove my way into the job saying, "Yes, sir, I can do that." And within 6 months, I'd be bored or having anxiety attacks because I felt I was suffocating. What was wrong with me? Was this a symptom of being in school for so long? Was I used to an academic setting of class after class and degree after degree? Was I not cut out for the real world? I didn't know what was wrong, where I went wrong, or what was right. All I knew was I needed to change. Chapter 1. Flight Path. My original plan was to be a fighter pilot. Star Wars had convinced me that leaving a small place for the stars was not only possible, but heroic. My love of flying sprang from air cadets. My dad was an air cadet and earned his pilot's license as a cadet. I grew up on his stories of being an air cadet, of flying, and of eventually traveling to Australia and working in the outback. Flying low over a friend's house and then landing in a neighbor's field. Picking apples and bunking with strangers who had become lifelong friends. I heard the longing and wanderlust in my dad's voice every time he told those stories. There was freedom, adventure, and a whole world to explore. I aimed to follow suit. The Royal Canadian Armed Forces at that time offered training to cadets, Air, Army, and Navy, as an incentive to later join the forces. It was a great way to get free education that was unique and not easily received elsewhere. Through Air Cadets, I learned wilderness and survival skills, canoeing and kayaking, cross-country skiing, marksmanship, and leadership skills. I also learned meteorology and received some introductory ground school flying. Journal entry, Monday, September 28th, 1987. I had to get up at 5:30 to go gliding in the Mayo. I thought Sundays you were supposed to sleep in. Oh well, the gliding was great, even though I'm really too tired to remember. It was so excellent just being up there. It was so quiet. All you could hear was the wind going past you. He, Robert, my pilot, let me fly a bit. And it was so much easier than you think. Since I was a first-time glider, he didn't do any flips or stalls or anything. Afterwards, he said I should go for a flying scholarship. And I am. ROTP. I even saw 101 Voodoo. In 1989, I attended Air Force Base's Penhold to do a 3-week junior leadership course. It was the first time I'd been away from home for any length of time. It allowed me to see what the world was like outside my small town. We all wore our dark green uniforms, pressed to perfection. We traded tips and got our boots to shine like mirrors. In our off time, we went to the canteen to dance, eat sweets, and people watch. This is where I saw real-life pilots for the first time. They wore beige flight suits, pockets down their legs, and had crisp white t-shirts wink out from behind a zippered front. Each wore an Air Force wedge cap. Someone would wear a bomber-style jacket over the flight suit. Each and every one of them had scuffed boots, and each seemed to strut or swagger, even the women. Was it the flight suit? Was it that they knew how to pilot a plane? There was an air of them having a secret knowledge. They were in a special elite group, a group that didn't conform to the regular military rules. They were rebels. They knew their shit, and they knew exactly who they were. I wanted to be part of that group. Getting a scholarship for gliding school wasn't easy. There was an entrance exam, an interview, and a physical exam. During the interview, I was asked by one of the officers on the interview panel, "Why does a glider fly? It doesn't have an engine, so how does it stay aloft?" I'd studied for a year during my spare time in high school. My copy of From the Ground Up was yellow with highlighter, tattered, and filled with loose-leaf notes. I could quote definitions in my sleep. It would be an understatement to say I was intimidated by those 3 officers in full uniform sitting there, staring at me. All 3 displayed wings on their uniform above the left chest pocket. How does a glider fly? This was a trick question, surely. An image of an airfoil popped into my mind, of the way the air flows over the top, creating an area that is lower pressure than underneath, and of how that low pressure area on top quite literally sucks the airfoil up. Air, I said. The one officer who'd asked the question shook his head with a small, sly smile. Air creates lift, yes, but gravity allows the aircraft to fly. Instinctively, I started to shake my head. No, I began, but trailed off as my brain engaged. I mulled this over as he patiently waited a few moments, then offered, "Gravity holds the air to the earth." Then I saw it. There would be no lift if there wasn't weight. Weight, Newton's laws of motion, and the laws of fluid dynamics all acted upon an aircraft via air and gravity. Gravity was a necessary component for it all to work. To think that gravity allows an aircraft to fly was counterintuitive. However, this insight showed me that pilots don't begrudge gravity. In fact, they need it. They leverage gravity to attain a sense of freedom and escape from the world below. Flight wasn't in spite of gravity. It was because of gravity. The answer clicked into place. Gravity, I said, and I smiled at the officer. I see it. The first time I put on a flight suit in Penhold in July 1990 was like stepping into my future. Everything I dreamed about and worked toward over the past year was finally coming true. I was now part of a lineage that would take me to Top Gun heights. Our class would swagger around in our flight suits, giving each other high fives. I feel the need for speed. Flying a glider was magic. I was hooked. Instantly. 4 days before my 17th birthday, I flew my first solo flight. When I graduated, my flight instructor gave me a set of photocopied pages from A Gift of Wings by Richard Bach, because the store had sold out of books, and wrote on a note, "You've been bitten by the bug once, and it will always be in your blood." I knew it was true. Richard Bach became my hero, and I read every book I could get my hands on. I listened to Pink Floyd's Learning to Fly like it was a hymn in the Church of the Gods of Flight. A plan was formed. I would get my private pilot's license through Air Cadets, then join the Royal Canadian Air Force and become a fighter pilot, retire from the RCAF at 45, become an airline pilot, retire from commercial flying at 55, and be pulling 2 pensions. At grade 11, I drew up a timeline on a piece of loose-leaf paper outlining just how my life would go. Within a short time, however, this plan collapsed. I spent my spare block in school studying for my pilot's exam. I wrote the exam, but this time I didn't score high enough to get an interview. I wouldn't be getting my private pilot's license through Air Cadets. The first part of my plan was bust. There was still hope, though, that I could get into ROTP. My dad and I drove the hour and a half to Edmonton to start the process for enrolling in the regular officer training plan. Through ROTP, the Canadian Forces would pay university tuition, and in return, I'd give them 4 years of my life. It was a win-win, since I wanted both a university education and to be a fighter pilot. It was also something my dad had wanted to do, but hadn't had the chance to. I didn't get past the screening questions asked by the recruitment officer. She asked if I had 20/20 vision. Earlier that year, I'd started to have trouble seeing the blackboard from the back of the classroom. Even before I answered her question, I knew it was over. She was gentle with me. She must have broken this news to many young hopefuls, but the damage was done. I would never be a fighter pilot, and I was devastated. Journal entry excerpt, Friday, November 9th, 1990. Standing in the recruiting office, it was all I could do to keep from breaking down. I finally let a little bit out over lunch. Dad managed to make me feel better and put things in a different perspective. If I can get my PhD and get high enough in the aerospace engineering aspect, I have enough power to do almost anything, including fly, but not legally with military jet training. Flying as a career was now off the board. It was a fast shuffle to figure out another way to get out of my hometown because really, that's what all this was about. Chapter 2. Surface Conditions. Rural Alberta, circa mid-1980s. My hometown had an economy based on oil and gas. The nearest city, Edmonton, had an NHL team named the Oilers. We had a restaurant in town called the Black Gold. I changed out of my school clothes when I got home because I couldn't risk getting grass stains on them. I tried concoction after soap-based concoction on any grass stain I did get, but oil permeated the grass and it soaked into the fabric, leaving streaks of green that wouldn't come out. I wore where I was from. We were surrounded by forests and farmland. Pump jacks were as common as black bears and moose. For my 16th birthday, I got a .22 caliber rifle. Living in the country was very different from living in town, but living in the country in the 80s, as Anne with an E Shirley might say, gave great scope for the imagination. I felt safe without realizing I felt safe. For the most part, kids who were in my kindergarten class were also in my high school graduating class. It was common to recognize and acknowledge people I knew while walking around town. I knew my friends' parents and what vehicles they drove. I knew where most of my classmates lived. I knew my neighbors, even if the nearest one was a quarter-mile away, and I knew that if I was ever in trouble, I'd have some place, even multiple places, to go. I may not have known the last names or sometimes even the first names of some people in town, but we knew each other by sight and we knew we were a community. We had common bonds because we lived in the same place, had the same neighbors, and likely had the same issues and celebrated similar wins. My community was safe. It was known. It was a weight around me, and I needed to escape it. I had two goals growing up: to learn and to get a job with security. Learning made me feel alive. Living through the 1980-82 recession and my father's resulting bankruptcy showed me the value of security. Journal entry excerpt, Saturday, September 5th, 1987. I can't wait until I move out and on my own or with a friend. One thing's for sure, I'm going to get the best education I possibly can, never stop learning, get a good job, and be happy. I'm never going to end up like some people in town who don't have an education, smoke, and have kids on welfare, and get beat up by their husbands. My hometown wasn't offering any incentive to stay. It showed me a life I didn't want, becoming a waitress or a mother with no potential for personal or professional growth. Female role models in the 80s were few. Madonna and Cher were beautiful and still young enough to play to a patriarchal sense that women can only be young and beautiful. Female hockey wasn't officially recognized. Women tended to write romance and not crime or science fiction. Women were portrayed in media as secretaries, teachers, hairstylists, mothers, and prostitutes. Working Girl was one of my favorite movies because it flipped the bird to female professional stereotypes and showed that women could have more while still being women. Melanie Griffith's character got the promotion, seized professional opportunities, and took risks while falling in love, wearing a skirt and makeup. A woman is capable and worthy without giving up or burying her feminine identity. She is able to rescue herself and be a whole person without a man. For these same reasons, I also love Alien. There's nothing quite like a woman and a cat out surviving an alien on a spaceship. One of my most revered role models was Princess Leia. She was a princess. She talked back to men, including Darth Vader. She could fire a gun, and she was helping lead a rebel force against the Empire. She was smart, sassy, and didn't back down. She also had long hair. It really doesn't get much better than Leia. All of this showed me that what my hometown was offering me wasn't gonna cut it. There was more out there, much more, and I wanted to experience it. I stretched the boundaries of my hometown and my life every chance I got. I don't know if this was exacerbated by puberty. My dad would likely say I'd always been like this, questioning, pushing, seeking. On the surface, everything looked stable. Beneath it, pressure was already building. Joining Air Cadets wasn't the first or only way I'd found to explore, learn, and disrupt my small town existence. My mother loved books. My dad made her a bookshelf of glass doors and shelves inside an oak exterior. He'd outdone himself with this piece, with its curved doors and long curved legs. It was one of only a few items in our home that was stained dark instead of an orangey tint. Of the many pieces of furniture my dad made, including our kitchen, this was my mother's favorite. Inside were some of my mother's favorite books, from Agatha Christie mysteries to picture books on ancient Egypt. Whenever I got bored, I'd search those shelves for something different. One of those books was Richard Hillman's Yoga 28-Day Exercise Plan. The woman on the cover wore a leotard with tights and looked like she'd stepped out of a 1970s magazine. Long, straight hair, lithe body, and serene sense, she was everything I figured I wasn't. At 13, I was already trying to make myself into something I was seeing on TV, in magazines, and the older girls I saw at school. I was supposed to be like that, it all seemed to say. Who was I to question it? Besides, I was bored. I needed something new, something different. So at 13, I started doing yoga. In the 1980s, yoga was something exotic that only people in far-off places and other cultures did. I'd never seen yoga done. It was a completely foreign concept. There were no sticky mats, no bolsters or yoga blocks. I hadn't worn a leotard since gymnastics when I was 8, and I had firmly sworn off the uncomfortable things. Sweatpants were good enough. The book insisted that the exercise plan be completed in 28 consecutive days, with no more than 1 day lapse between any exercise day. It took me about 3 months to finally get through that book. The instructions were minimal, but the pictures were plentiful. I learned more by feel more than anything else. Imagine yourself as a ballet dancer, moving with grace through the poses, the book stated. In school, I always had to demonstrate that I was doing something. Teachers didn't like it if you sat quietly and thought or daydreamed. They wanted you to do something visible and interactive. Talk, share, show your work. Yoga gave me an excuse to disappear inside my body and mind. This was where I felt comfortable. I knew this terrain. I was safe here. This is where I could thrive. I started riding my bike along the highway into town every day soon after that. I was itching for my driver's license. My bicycle became my freedom. I'm sure my dad regretted spotting me half the money to buy my 12-speed. Despite his obvious concern, I rode helmetless along a busy highway, 14 kilometers every day, with school buses full of my classmates passing me. I arrived at school shaking and soaked with sweat. Even though I rode to lose weight, I was a teenage girl after all. That taste of freedom and independence kept me riding. Stories were my main source of escape. Books and movies were plentiful and provided a view to what was possible, while also providing a lens of what to expect once I'd achieved escape velocity. But these stories also tapped into a well of need that I hadn't yet put into words, a desire to be seen, heard, and belong. The public library was for me much like streaming entertainment is for people now, nearly on demand, always offering something to discover, and could cater to my craving for fantastical escape while satisfying my endless curiosity. The library was the internet of the 80s, but it was only a small town library. It had limits. If anything, it only whetted my appetite. It didn't sate my curiosity and wanderlust. It only showed me where the sidewalk ended, prompted me to ask more questions, and indicated there was so much more out there to explore. Theater and music were natural extensions of my interests in stories and escape. Thankfully, my hometown had a healthy community theater group. At age 12, I scored the role of the Artful Dodger in the musical Oliver. I'd never before been on stage or sang in public. It was a whole new experience that tapped into my need to be seen, heard, and belong. The smell of grease paint and a certain musky perfume still sends me right back to that production. I postponed joining Air Cadets so I could be in Oliver. My high school principal questioned my desire to drop a calculus class from my schedule so I could be in a senior theater class. I was always managing my band and stage rehearsal time with Air Cadets and physics and chemistry homework. Being a teenager with endless energy, it was easy to balance those two sides of this equation. And each side of this equation seemed to satisfy some need in me, and I learned different things from each. But as I grew older, I experienced tension from external sources, and I also experienced a tension with figuring out a label for myself. We really didn't have jocks or cheerleaders in my high school. We had smokers, popular kids, and smart kids. There was also the drama group, as our theater class was named Drama. There were also the ones that lived in town and the ones who lived in the country, and the rich kids and the not-so-rich kids. I was a smart kid who was in Air Cadets, a nerdy activity. I did well in sports, a jock, but was also in theater, drama, every spare moment. I was a country kid who recently moved into town and often made my own clothes and wore thrift shop buys just because I could. This often confused the usual tells that could slot someone into a socioeconomic spot. I could do everything and was interested in everything. From a report card perspective, this was a good thing. It meant I was an A-grade student. However, it didn't indicate any specific skill or interest that I might pursue after high school. Theater allowed me a place to express my true self in all my weird glory. In my senior year, I was voted most unusual, yet I was also unanimously voted class president. I could not be defined and lacked a label that so many others in high school seemed to acquire. I didn't know where I belonged. And because I didn't know where I belonged, I didn't have a foundation from which to base a future trajectory. My future was up for grabs. University promised the fulfillment of both my goals. I could learn in the halls of academia while training for a secure job. ROTP and the military may have been off the table, but being an aerospace engineer tempted me with its assurance of security and association with flying. It was a win-win. I would be flying adjacent. The number one thing I knew down to my bones is that I wanted out of my hometown. Going to university was my ticket out. Chapter 3. Erosion Lines. A deadbolt was the first boundary I ever tried to erect and hold. The earliest ones were invisible, and every time I tried to set one, someone crossed it like it wasn't there. I couldn't wait for grade 7. That was junior high school. I wouldn't be a kid anymore, and I'd be able to start Air Cadets. My anticipation was derailed by something unexpected. Auditions for Oliver. A new person in town was trying to revitalize the community theater group by putting on a massive musical. With dozens of kids, a live orchestra, and an actual gun being shot on stage, it was an ambitious undertaking. Something made me want to audition. Maybe curiosity, maybe the quiet rebellion of being seen. I'd never auditioned for anything ever. I didn't even sing in public. The year before, a very astute teacher selected a handful of students who needed a challenge. Mr. Vickers gave us a project, then let us loose. It was a get to X. This is what X should represent. Now go type of scenario. We found a video camera and made a newscast type of presentation. Mr. Vickers didn't make us stay in a classroom under teacher supervision. He rarely checked in. Did he know he wouldn't need to? We were self-motivated and found innovative ways to work together to get what we envisioned. Was it that experience that opened my eyes to the wonders of creativity outside the classroom? Regardless, I found myself in the summer before grade 7, standing in the band room of the high school, singing in front of people. I was later offered the part of the Artful Dodger. That was when I had to choose between air cadets and the theater, my dad's dream and the dream of flying or something else. Rehearsals started in late August with 3 nights a week, plus weekends. That slowly turned into every night and all weekend as opening night approached in November. It was grueling and left no room for anything else. My mother got involved as a makeup artist. Her involvement meant I didn't have to work miracles trying to find a ride to rehearsals. My life quickly became all theater, all the time. I practiced my lines, my dancing, and singing every chance I got, but always in private. We had someone in town who was an aspiring singer, and she gave lessons to those of us with solo singing roles. Getting over using my voice those first few times was an exercise in agony. In November, the show ran for 2 weekends, and I was standing on stage singing and dancing in front of more than 300 people each night. The show was a stunning success for a rural Alberta town of 5,500 people. I ran up to my dad the night he watched the show, eager to see his reaction. "I can't believe that was you," he said, completely gobsmacked. "All this time, and I had no idea." That was my first indication that I'd been acting for far longer than my role in Oliver. "Sweetheart, can you run to the store and get me some cigarettes?" My mother smiled, dressed in a ratty old housecoat, a cup of coffee on the table, and a full ashtray next to her. It was Saturday morning. I was already up, burning with energy, and eager to get out into the world. I hate being called sweetheart. No, wait. Hate is too soft a word. Loathe. I loathed being called sweetheart. Things I loathe is a carefully curated list of atrocities against my soul. Usually they are boundary violations. On that list is cigarette smoking. My parents have always been cigarette smokers. It was the fashion in my 1970s childhood, and by the time it fell out of fashion, they were addicted to nicotine and the social habit. Driving with my parents was especially difficult. Windows closed, the air would quickly grow thick and gray with cigarette smoke. My sister and I would sit in the back seat and cough, only half pretending, as we glanced conspiratorially at each other. "Open the window, Dad." Eventually he'd succumb, opening the window a sliver. We'd smile at each other, knowing we'd won a battle in an unwinnable war. I'd expected more from my mother when my sister and I had moved in with her after the divorce. She didn't smoke in the car. She seemed to see how my sister and I struggled to breathe in the smoke-filled air. With her, it wasn't the smoking I should have been worried about. I gave my mother a look that said, "Are you serious?" It wasn't one of the looks that teenagers are prone to, even if they had the teenage audacity. The look was more because I'd already made it very clear I didn't like her smoking in the house. I had also told her previously that she should fuel her own habit. She held out money. "You can keep the change." I was bursting with a need to get out of the house for the day. Explore, go to the library, ride my bike. I'd probably go to the store anyway. I also needed the money. I always needed the money. I didn't like turning down a night with friends because I didn't have money. Fine. I grabbed the cash from her hand and ran out of the house. With each step to the store, I fumed. I didn't want to go to the damn store and get her damn cigarettes. She could get them herself. I felt bent, taken advantage of, and all against my very clearly expressed wishes. "I don't want to buy your cigarettes," I'd said. Doesn't get much clearer than that. At the store, I grumbled the name of the cigarettes to the cashier. I was underage. He knew it. I knew it. We both knew I wasn't the smoker. This wasn't the first time I'd been to the store asking for cigarettes. Just the angriest. I did not want to do this, yet here I was doing it. Anger at my mother, anger at myself. I felt so helpless to change anything. I had no control over my life. I couldn't even stand up to my mother. By the time I got home, my mother was in the shower. I threw down the pack of cigarettes on the kitchen table and left again. I didn't want to hear her say, "Thank you, sweetheart." The thought made me cringe. The countdown to leaving my hometown and going to university had begun. It was grade 9 graduation. My dad was working and couldn't make it to the awards ceremony, but my mother showed up. Diplomas were handed out. My classmates cheered at each other. I'd found a home in community theater and drama class in grade 7. Being on the stage, improv classes, it had all given me a license to be loud, bold, express in a big way. It was everything I wasn't allowed to do at home. My mother insisted on quiet calmness. Things were best at home when everybody was in their own respective spaces, doing their own things quietly. If I wanted to be loud, I went outside or over to my dad's workshop. Loud, boisterous playing, running, and yelling was meant for outside. My friends and I were mingling, congratulating each other and dreaming of bigger and better things to come in a new grade and a new school. We'd be big kids now. Through the crowd, my mother made her way over and gave me an envelope. She wouldn't stay, but would see me later at home. With a kiss on the cheek, she was gone. I opened the envelope. Inside was a black velvet card, a sensuous and luxurious thing in a tiny oil and gas town full of rig pigs and trees. It was more my mother's taste than mine. If this card had a scent, it would have been dark, heavy, and musky. A statement inside, "I'm proud of you." I stared at that statement, and time stretched. People milled about me. Parents hugged their kids. Kids giggled and joked. Voices bounced off the gymnasium walls. Metal folding chairs scraped against the wooden floor. My mother was proud of me. My mother had never said she was proud of me. Never. If anything, I had always felt the opposite, that I could never do anything to please her, that I was a blight on her existence. I wasn't good enough, and nothing would ever change that. The velvet card trembled in my hand. I wanted desperately to believe that statement, that my mother was proud of me. If she was proud of me, why didn't she ever say it? She never said it before, so why now? Suspicion rose in me, and I became afraid of that statement. No, I thought, it didn't happen. I slid the card back inside the envelope and stuffed it into my back pants pocket. I asked my dad to install a deadbolt on my bedroom door because I was sick of my sister having free rein to enter and steal anything she pleased. The boundary between me and what my sister felt was hers had eroded a long time ago, and I wanted that line back. My parents had divorced the year before, and my sister and I had moved into a house my mother bought. It was an effort to get my mother to go out for groceries. I was adamant about having a decent lunch and breakfast for the week. Often I'd look in the fridge late in the week and see only a jar of pickles and some condiments. We'd return from the grocery store, I'd haul the bag for my lunch and breakfast into my bedroom, where I would be assured they wouldn't be eaten. However, it wasn't the food my sister was after when she entered my room. Usually it was music or clothes. I'd go looking for something and find it gone. With my room now locked, I finally felt secure in the precarious environment of my mother's house. But I needed to remain vigilant. My room needed to be locked at all times. I couldn't go to the bathroom or the kitchen without locking it. Stuff would go missing in an instant. By this time, too, I was hoarding money, trying to save for university. I was working at a local gas station. This was difficult because my mother insisted I pay rent, 25% of my income, as well as giving her half of the child support check my dad gave me. I didn't understand her rationale because she was usually in the Legion every weekend, drinking and smoking. She wasn't interested in buying food for my sister and me and generally taking care of us. The lock on my bedroom door was a boundary I desperately needed, but which required constant vigilance in what felt like an unending battleground. Weeks later, my sister and her friends punched a hole in the wall between our closets. Not a fist-sized hole, a body-sized breach. They walked through it like they had the right. The violation wasn't just physical, it was existential. I no longer had the right to my own space. My boundaries weren't just ignored, they were mocked. I wasn't a person in that house. I was a thing to be used, accessed, discarded. Suddenly, nowhere was safe. Nothing was mine. I no longer existed. If university had once been a dream, now it was an escape plan. That escape almost got derailed on Easter weekend. On an Easter long weekend, I'd arranged to borrow the car to drive up to Fort McMurray to visit an Air Cadet friend. On the way home, the car engine blew. There was a loud bang, the car died, and drifted to the shoulder. This was in the day before GPS in vehicles and cell phones. I walked to the nearest house, which wasn't far, and called my mom. She sounded disgusted with me, didn't respond when I asked if her boyfriend could help, and said to call my dad. My dad, on the other hand, only asked where I was and the telephone number. 20 minutes, he called back. A mechanic would be there shortly, and he'd be there in a couple of hours. And he was. Later, after we towed the car back home, my mother tore into me. She blamed me for the breakdown when both my dad and the mechanic assured me that the breakdown had been inevitable and was due entirely to metal fatigue in the engine. She wanted me to pay for half of the engine replacement. This would mean spending my tuition money. Now remember, I was already paying her half of my child support check and 25% of my earnings from my part-time job while I upgraded my high school marks. Remember, too, that I desperately wanted to escape my situation. By demanding I pay for the car engine, my mother was demanding I sacrifice my escape plan. I said no. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. But it was the first time I'd said it, and it was everything. I don't remember much after that. My mother screamed. She was livid. I sat, unresponsive. My dad said that I'd called him and asked him if I could move in with him. I don't remember calling him. He came with a truck, and we moved my stuff. Yep, shock. It seemed to be a constant state after that. My dad took me to see his therapist in the city. She was nice. I remember that, but not much else. I slept a lot that summer. I quit my job, hid from the world, and waited. It would take me years to realize that that moment, saying no, wasn't just a rejection of financial risk. It was the first time I chose myself over my mother's chaos. Erosion doesn't announce itself. It happens grain by grain. The deadbolt didn't work, but I was learning that some boundaries aren't built with hardware. They're built with the word no and the courage to walk away. I didn't know it then, but surviving my mother was only the first test. Chapter 4. Out of Context. I moved to Calgary during the summer of 1992. It was a time of firsts for me. First time living in a city, first time attending university, first boyfriend. I blew the majority of my savings before I even started school. There were stores everywhere, and they were open past 6 in the evening. I had unprecedented access to things I'd only dreamed of, and I tried hard to make those dreams reality. I exercised the luxury of being a consumer more than I should have. Clothing, cosmetics, household items, things I would never use, all piled up as I explored this new environment. I walked everywhere, mostly because I didn't have a vehicle. I'd long ago walked or biked to the ends of my hometown and beyond. Now I was in a place with no end. The city just went on and on. I could walk for hours and hours and discover new places every day. I was terrified of taking the C train. I'd grown up hearing horrible stories about assaults and murders on New York's or Toronto's subway. It took having my first boyfriend before I could summon up the courage to try the C train. My high school graduating class was about 100 people. I graduated with people with whom I attended kindergarten. The guys in my class were more like brothers than boyfriend material. Moving to Calgary meant I had fresh prospects. Not that I was looking. Growing up in a small town of less than 6,000 people meant I knew nearly everyone. I couldn't go anywhere in town without seeing or running into someone I knew. In Calgary, I was suddenly anonymous. But more than that, I didn't know anyone. I was completely out of context. That kind of isolating culture took years for me to overcome. I kept unconsciously scanning the sidewalk for familiar faces. I didn't realize how stressful this may have been until much later. Attending a big university was also a culture shock. An engineering class could be attended by more people enrolled in my entire high school. I was merely one of hundreds in what we'd later call weeder courses, junior courses that were required by all engineering students and which, we thought, were designed and taught to weed out those that weren't serious or cut out for a future in engineering. Journal entry excerpt, Thursday, September 3rd, 1992. I've never felt so misplaced in my sense of direction in life. I actually had a feeling that maybe I shouldn't be in engineering. If not that, then what? I asked myself. No reply. If not ROTP, then what? No reply. Much like I was seduced by easy access to retail goods, I did all the things a frosh was supposed to do. Get drunk every day during frosh week, stay up all night completing coursework, and participating in extracurricular activities. Work hard and play hard was a common phrase in engineering then. It was common for me to spend 12 to 14 hours at school. I was either socializing, participating in extracurricular activities like the first and second year engineering society, or studying. Going to the bar on Electric Ave on a weeknight to do my homework was a common occurrence. The bouncers knew me. I was following the pack. Being the first in my family to attend university, there was no one to guide me in the culture, to advise or caution me. Fleeing my hometown awarded me with a fresh start, but it ripped me away from the safety net of a community. The anchoring perspective of small town life and my friends was gone. Following the engineering pack was a knee-jerk reaction. If hundreds of people graduated the program every year, then who was I to find fault with the process? Get used to it, Yvonne, I'd say to myself. This is the way it is. This is what you wanted. I was normalizing to a new community and environment. Within this work hard, play hard environment, I struggled to preserve those things that I loved. I still did a regular yoga and exercise routine and looked for ways to be involved in the local theater scene. I was employing all the techniques and approaches I'd learned and perfected in high school. Despite all this effort and hard work, my grades were falling. Fast. The engineering ways that were working for everyone else weren't working for me. I'm not a stupid person. I pick up concepts very quickly. I can figure things out easily. But I couldn't make sense of the engineering course material. It was all so foreign, and I couldn't wrap my head around it. The more I pushed, the more the concepts slipped away. I was copying entire assignments off classmates just to get through classes. Yoga was no longer my refuge. Yoga had always been my escape from the outside world, how I coped with a world that wanted a different Yvonne, one that fit within my small hometown. When I sat down to do my practice, my head raced. Anxiety reared. Did I answer that question right? What did I say to Rachel for her to turn away from me like that? How was I going to do that exam and 2 lab assignments all in the same day? My internal world was unsafe. I had no place to go. So, I ran. Running wasn't a natural thing for my body to do. I was a sprinter, not a long-distance runner. But the requirement for ROTP had forced me to train myself to run. Up to this point, I'd been running for maybe 15 minutes. It was a feat that I was proud of because it took a lot of focus to feel when my knees would start to hurt, and I had to stop. No stopping would make my knees hurt so bad that it was difficult to walk for days afterwards. But now, I was running for up to an hour at a time. Running was the only thing I could do. Journal entry excerpt, Friday, October 23rd, 1992. For the first time in my life, I feel as though I'm standing still. I feel like I'm not going anywhere with my life. I know I'm still working towards a goal, but maybe because I've attained a goal I wanted for so long and so hard, it feels like I'm standing still. Maybe it'll just take time to feel the momentum again. It just doesn't seem like I'm going with the flow anymore. Something's bothering me and I'm just trying to figure out what. Maybe it's my life I'm trying to figure out, its purpose, its meaning, its past and its future. Before leaving my hometown, I'd camped out in my dad's basement, surrounded by all my worldly possessions. I was looking forward to moving to Calgary and only needed a place to bunk for a few months. Living with my mother was no longer an option. While my dad was at work, I'd walk through the farm fields that surrounded his little rental house. Often I'd catch a ride into town with him, sleeping in the car until the library opened. The library had always been a welcoming place, promising escape from home life. Now it was a second home. Eventually, my dad took me into Edmonton to see his therapist. To talk about the divorce, he said. We'd never really talked about how or if the divorce of my parents affected me. It just was. Suck it up and move on. Nobody I knew saw a therapist. Only people in movies, in big USA cities saw shrinks. Only crazy people. But my dad had a therapist. "She's helped me," he said. The therapist learned of how my mother had refused to help me after the car broke down several hundred kilometers from home, of how she tried to sabotage my dream to go to university by demanding I use my savings to pay for her car, of how alone I felt because I'd been so fundamentally betrayed by a person who was supposed to love me unconditionally. That first semester, it didn't take long for me to realize I was struggling, not just with my engineering coursework. I was struggling with life. I booked a therapy appointment. I told her of my struggles and my symptoms: dizziness, headaches, shakiness, stomach aches. My back was out of place and wouldn't stay in. Lack of energy, deteriorating vision, restlessness, to name but a few. My therapist leaned forward and looked me dead in the eye. "I'm very worried you have clinical depression. You need to visit a medical doctor as soon as possible." Journal entry excerpt, Saturday, November 14th, 1992. Well, I found out on Thursday what's wrong with me. I'm depressed. I guess that's the simplified term for burnout, nervous breakdown, and all those other things that are only supposed to happen after a lifetime of stress. I guess I beat the Christmas rush. I might have known something would snap sometime soon. After all I've been through, the move to Calgary was probably just that extra push I needed to get me unhinged. My family doctor wasn't available. I was aware of the urgency of the situation, so I saw another doctor in the clinic. The doctor prescribed the current trend: Prozac. Over the next month, I lost 15 pounds, which I couldn't afford to lose, and I slept all day and was awake all night. I had no energy. I also had to force myself to eat. It was a stark contrast to my childhood days of being a goat guts and eating everything in sight. I'd pull out a bagel and say to myself, "I'll eat half of that." In the end, I used my finger to push half of the half into my mouth and force it down. The struggle to function in normal life had shifted from moderate to severe. Journal entry excerpt, Thursday, November 19th, 1992. I had a bit of concentration today. I thought that since I was so tired at night, I should get an early start. So by 10, I was in the engineering library. But after an hour, I had a headache and I couldn't concentrate anymore. The studying I did was quality, so by that time I had class. Afterwards, I was tired again. Same thing happened. A good hour, then a headache. So I came home, decided to eat, and was so tired I couldn't bring myself to study. My appetite is half of what it used to be. I may be hungry, but I just don't feel like eating. Yesterday, I had every intention of working out. I even got as far as doing my yoga. As I was doing my yoga, I must have experienced some kind of relief because I started crying and I could feel the roller coaster of emotion inside me. I was so exhausted at the end. I daydreamed for 20 minutes, then nearly fell asleep. Needless to say, I didn't go work out. I returned to the doctor's clinic and saw my family doctor. I will never forget the look on the receptionist's face when she looked at me. The worry was pronounced. You know something's wrong when the receptionist is frightened by the way you look. My doctor changed my medication. Almost immediately, I started eating and sleeping normally. Within a couple of weeks, I started to regain weight. By Christmas, I was regaining a sense of normality. Consequently, I thought everything would go back to normal. I returned to school in January and immediately knew it wasn't going to work. I remember sitting in the classroom, looking around and feeling so out of place, alien. I recognized the smells, but they were different, heightened. The fluorescent lights glared. The orange, avocado green, and yellow chairs of the theater-style classroom seemed somehow obscene. The wood panel walls and dark orange carpeting muffled the sounds of chatter. The black, acid-resistant counter at the front of the classroom with the sink at the end felt larger than usual. I saw familiar faces in the sea of people in one of my weeder classes. Now, however, it felt like a glass wall had been erected between us. I wasn't one of them. I couldn't relate. I saw them, but wasn't of them. The distance between us stretched into a surreal, resonant moment that hit like a gut punch. I shouldn't be here, I thought. Something somewhere had ejected or rejected me from that place. I had been remade into a square peg and was trying to fit myself back into a round hole. The dissonance was nauseating. It was a deep gut sense of knowing. I needed to get out of there. Now. I took a term off from school. This meant that I had to pay back the student loan that I'd received in September. I had already used all my savings. I had no money and no way to live. I had to find work and fast, all while dealing with clinical depression. Unbeknownst to me at the time, I'd hit rock bottom. I was 20 years old, clinically depressed, broke, in debt, jobless, and without prospects. I'd moved hundreds of miles away from my community. I had one friend in Calgary, a friend from my small hometown who was also attending university. I will be forever grateful to her because she provided some unconditional support when I needed it the most. The company my mother worked for in my hometown had their head office in Calgary. They, like every oil and gas company, offered summer student jobs. These jobs paid well and offered much in the way of networking, educational opportunities, and the potential for future employment opportunities. These were the choice jobs for students, and there was competition, envy, and maybe even resentment during the times those jobs were open for grabs. Classmates in my hometown knew this, but it was taken for granted because oil and gas companies in my hometown were everywhere. In Calgary, however, things were different. Getting a summer placement with an oil and gas company wasn't just about getting a paycheck. It was about the connections for possible employment after graduation. Folks I went to school with in engineering spent the school year trying to position themselves with an oil and gas company for those coveted summer positions. Students with parents as employees were guaranteed placement in summer jobs if they applied. I'd received the placement form, filled it out, then it sat on my kitchen table for weeks. The form required my mother's signature as an employee of the company. I had run far and fast from my mother. Her vitriol still rang in my ears when I refused to give her money to fix her car. I wanted nothing more than expunge everything about her from my life. If I could have cut her DNA from my body, I would have. The betrayal I felt was bone deep and still cut whenever I thought about it. It took everything I had to ask my mother for her signature on that form. I was desperate. Either I starve and return home, or I ask her to sign the form. This was the ultimate failure, admitting I needed my mother's help. I sucked it up. There was no bargaining, no explanations. There were no amends made, no apologies given. The placement application returned from my hometown, signed by my mother. I submitted it, and I started work. I worked full-time for about 6 months, earning a living at a big oil and gas company. I learned new software and applied it to create presentations for the engineer I was working with. I saw an email for the first time. We crowded around a small monochrome monitor as words from Yemen appeared. Meanwhile, I took my medication, saw a therapist, and began my first intimate relationship. Then my grades from the year arrived by mail. I'd earned a 0.0 GPA. It was a good thing I was clinically depressed. I was numb most of the time, unable to register the deep emotional upheaval inside of me. Grades in high school were something I could change. They were the method by which I had determined my future. I had control over them, and therefore I could control my future. In engineering, I'd worked my ass off and received a 0.0. I had no idea what happened or how I did it. It was beyond my control, and this stunned me to my core. This also dealt a devastating blow to my self-esteem. I had gone from being a star student to flunking out, from having a tribe to being ejected. I thought I knew who I was, how I worked in the world, and how to interact with my environment. But everything I knew was wrong. Nothing fit. Nothing was working, and I didn't know how to fix it. But because of my mental state, this emotional blow didn't really register. However, I would later see that just because I didn't acknowledge it, didn't mean it didn't have an effect on me. Time became irrelevant. I measured my days by when I needed to take my next dose of antidepressant and when I was due for work. The drugs were likely the only reason I slept. Getting up to go catch the bus for work was increasingly difficult. I saw my existence as murky, walking through stiff and deep mud, every day an effort as I scanned the foggy horizon, desperate to lock onto a waypoint to mark my progress. But there were no waypoints, only thick grayness. At one point, I found myself on all fours, kneeling on the floor of my basement suite. Cracked yellow linoleum with its faded tile design held up my hands as my knuckles pressed white and hard into the floor. My breath was coming too fast. My pulse was a ragged panic. Anxiety shot through my body and froze me stiff. Everything was racing, waiting, raging, and I could do nothing about it. What's wrong with me? Disembodied thoughts floated down, dissecting and evaluating. This frightened me. Am I going crazy? Is this what craziness truly is? Why can't I calm down? Why can't I snap out of this? Then I was face down in the linoleum, trying with every ounce of willpower to slow my heart, my breath, my being. I called my hometown friend to come over. She crouched over my back and attempted to give me a massage. It's okay, she said, and I wanted to believe her. My mind and body were betraying me. I was no longer in control of myself. I was the last vestige of my own hope, and now it seemed even that was gone. I had become a disembodied thought bubble, capable only of commentary, as I watched my hands, my mind, my voice act of their own volition. I was no longer me. I had lost control, and I began to understand why ending your own life was a viable option. Chapter 5. Decisions. For the first time since I moved to Calgary, my dad visited me. He was worried. Hell, I was worried. But he also wanted to see about my future plans. He was helping me financially with what he could. We had never been a wealthy family. At best, we could have been described as lower middle class. I was the first in my family to attend university. I was on my own, both financially and in terms of experience. No one could give me any insider information on university life. Being given my dad's old computer was a luxury, and my gratitude ran very deep at this gift. I had to make some very difficult decisions: return to engineering or try to start something new. I was extremely reluctant to give up engineering and university, as it would be admitting failure, not just of engineering, but failure of my dream to go to university. The desire to learn ran deep. I wanted a chance I didn't feel I'd been given. I'd been handicapped from the start. I wanted another chance. The other option I considered was unusual. I had been in theater all throughout junior high and high school. I was a member of the local community theater, playing the part of the Artful Dodger in Oliver when I was 13. Theater had given me something I didn't fully realize until much later: confidence, acceptance, and recognition, and a creative outlet. When I wasn't in Air Cadets or the classroom, I was in the theater. As an alternative to returning to engineering, I considered applying to the theater program at the local college. My dad was very supportive and had begun to solidify his place in my life as my sounding board. It didn't matter what I chose, just as long as I was happy. I only ever saw two options: engineering or theater. No business or English or arts or physics, not even dropping out of school for a while to work. It was university or bust, and I needed to choose between engineering and theater. End of story. I would not be moving back home. That was failure on a whole other level, and a state worse than flunking out of engineering. And if I was going to stay in Calgary, which I was, then I was going to school. I had been tried and tested in small town theater. The stage was familiar, and I knew my way around. I chose to return to the university and the engineering program. I would work to get my marks up, then transfer out of engineering into general studies. What I would do after that, I wasn't sure, but I wanted the chance to find out. Chapter 6: New Coordinates. I returned to school and engineering in September 1993. However, after a few stops and starts, I enacted a new game plan. I took electives not just to bring up my marks and transfer out of engineering, but to also balance out all the math and science in my life. I also really needed to find friends outside of engineering, friends that didn't know me or my now ex-boyfriend. I needed new coordinates. The next 2 years were a time of discovery for me. I took a bunch of undergrad courses, everything from psychology and sociology to religious studies. If someone recommended a course, a topic, or an instructor, I was game. A friend was pursuing a psychology degree, so I took some psychology courses. It relit a fire inside of me. I was learning, and it was all new, marvelous stuff. The instructors loved the topics they were teaching. They encouraged us to think. For a while, I even considered going into medicine. I talked with an undergraduate in medicine, researched the entrance requirements, and what it was like in medicine. All this exploration gave me a breadth of courses and knowledge from chemistry to English to psychology. Those electives also showed me that I craved diversity and creative thought, and that, despite my continuing poor grades in engineering courses, I was, in fact, quite capable. Across different classes, different disciplines, I was back to getting high grades. I saw that my failure in engineering wasn't about me, it was about that discipline. Anthropology 201, Introduction to Human Evolution, was recommended to me because of the instructor. "She's really great," my hometown friend said, "and the content is really interesting." I had nothing to lose and was looking forward to explore as much as I could outside of engineering. Dr. Mary MacDonald Pavelka wrote with a water-soluble marker on a length of transparent plastic that ran from one scroll on one end of the horizontal projector to another scroll on the top end. As she spoke, She wrote on the transparency, then rolled the top scroll up, and the whole transparency moved up on the screen. I didn't know how she did it. For the entire lecture period, the projector light was shining in her face. By the end of every class, the heel of her hand was covered in ink from writing upon that transparency. You didn't talk in class. You weren't late. She'd call you out in either instance. On the flip side, she did expect you to think and to explain your reasoning when you provided an answer to her question. Okay, Jeff, why do you think the aquatic ape hypothesis fell out of favor in the scientific community? Apes can't swim? Humans can swim, and humans are apes. But humans are the only bipedal ape. Were humans the only ones with access to water? Jeff was silent. There were no wrong answers, only incorrect analyses. I took every single one of Mary's courses. She challenged me. She encouraged me to think. And the content was intriguing. I didn't know how starved I was for critical thought until I was immersed in it. Entry into engineering was checking your brain at the door when you picked up your textbooks and class schedule. I used to joke we were assigned 3 formula, and we were to use those same 3 formula in every class, but with modifications depending on the class. There was no thought. You followed the steps. You regurgitated the information, and there was certainly no instruction. Profs in engineering stood at the front of the class and recited their notes verbatim. I would watch the guy in front of me, drawing amazing comic book characters on his desk, and was envious of his talent. My days went from popping Jolly Rancher candy to stay awake for an 8 a.m. chemistry class to reading all my class material days in advance and arriving for Mary's course 15 minutes early. I couldn't shut up about everything I was learning. She was showing me a new set of coordinates I didn't know existed. This was what I dreamed of as a teenager, learning in the great halls of academia. I spent my days within the stacks at the library browsing journal articles. I was a sponge for information and never satiated. Connecting the dots between years of research and different disciplines sent shivers of thrill through my brain and body. Knowledge was not only helping me learn about the world, but showed me I needed to question every theory, every idea, every hypothesis proposed by everyone. Nothing was sacred. It was all up for debate. And it was all miraculously connected because we were human beings having a human experience on planet Earth with billions of other species. Mind blown. 3 years after flunking out of engineering, I was enrolled in 2 degrees and was on the dean's list with top of the class marks. Anthropology and archaeology didn't offer the path of a secure job at the end of my education like engineering had, but they offered happiness. I was in bliss, learning and understanding and questioning. Light bulbs were constantly lighting in my brain. Every day was a new realization and opening my eyes anew. Fuck thoughts about a job when I felt like this. School was where it was at. I wanted to stay in school forever. It took me 7 years to graduate from an undergrad program. My transcripts read like a sampling from the university calendar. I had taken courses from nearly every faculty and department on campus. I ended up with 2 degrees and a heap of academic knowledge. I was good at being a student, always had been. Once I finally figured out my interests at university, I applied my abilities as a good student and aced my courses. I knew to give the professors what they wanted. Easy peasy. I knew school. I knew being a student. That place and that role worked for me. I had it figured out and I knew the workings of each. This led me to the new idea that maybe, just maybe, I should follow this through. It wasn't long before the goal of getting a secure job morphed from being an engineer to being a tenured prof. I wanted to be one of those eccentric profs who wore a tweed jacket with elbow patches and rode a bike across campus. So, I applied to graduate school. Chapter 7: Making Luck, Part 1. My dad and I had a unique relationship. We were each other's sounding board. He heard a lot from me as I went through my transition to, through, and then from academia. I watched and he heard about as my peers got awards, scholarships, got into grad school, got great jobs and promotions. Meanwhile, I was drowning in student loans, invisibility, and PFO letters, which were polite rejections that might as well have said, "Please fuck off." "Why can't I just get a break?" I'd ask. I never considered myself a lucky person. I've never won anything substantial. I didn't end up with the job, the partner, or life I envisioned or wanted. If anything, I seemed to land on the opposite square of the board. I pushed, I applied, I tried, and either nothing happened or it backfired. I ended up burned or resentful that I'd bothered. Yet somehow, I always tried again. "Maybe," he mused, "you should make your own luck." I didn't know what he meant. Was it some philosophical way of looking at the world through rose-colored glasses? I was tired of being optimistic and hopeful. Nothing good ever happened to me. Hope felt like bait. I pushed and tried, and either nothing happened or it all backfired on me. I ended up burned and regretting I ever tried. Yet somehow I always got up and tried again and again. Yeah, I was a wee bit of an idiot. Even more idiotic was that I was so dumbfounded and caught up in my own pity party that I didn't ask my dad for an explanation. How does one make their own luck? Because I really hadn't a clue. My dad's life, however, suggested he wasn't speaking metaphorically. My dad did one term of college before dropping out and starting a round-the-world trip in Australia. He was destined to inherit his family farm, but he didn't want it. He just wasn't farmer's stock. Instead, he wanted to see the world and find his own way. Fast forward many years, my dad started building furniture in our garage and renovating kitchens. He eventually gave up his full-time oil and gas job to run his own woodworking business. He built 2 of our houses before the economic crash of the early 80s. After the economic crash, we had to build ourselves up again. It was tough, but he found a way. It was never smooth. It was never secure. But he kept repositioning himself. At the time, I saw grit, risk, maybe stubbornness. I didn't see mechanics. I didn't see pattern. I certainly didn't see physics. All I saw was that some people seemed to land on their feet, and I didn't. So when he said, "Make your own luck," it sounded like something people said when they didn't have a better answer. I didn't yet understand that he wasn't talking about winning. He was talking about movement. But at that point in my life, I was still waiting to be chosen, and waiting felt nothing like making luck. Chapter 8: Just Another Technician. By July 2001, I was accepted into the MA program in anthropology at the University of Alberta with no funding. I'd already racked up about $40,000 in student debt. Another loan was out of the question. Student loans had proven extremely difficult to deal with. They were a typical government agency with layers of bureaucracy and many caseworkers who weren't intimate with the files of each student. It was hell trying to deal with them, and I vowed never to get another student loan. I told my prospective supervisor I couldn't attend without support. We agreed to delay my start until January 2002, when he could offer funding. My graduate studies were the best time of my life. It allowed me to be aligned with my true self. For the first time, I wasn't just checking boxes to get a degree. I was exploring a deep part of myself, the creative, curious, analytical, and embodied self I'd never been fully able to express before. By discovering and pursuing anthropology and archaeology, I had only scratched the surface of recognizing who I was, the depth and breadth of personality, my interests, and my skills. I needed the arts and creativity in my life, but I also needed the logical, linear, and structured parts too. This recognition about myself was confirmed in grad school. I took courses and taught labs. I wrote a novel and played violin. I did yoga and learned to listen to myself. I took advantage of the self-driven nature of my program and found ways to continue to explore and express who I truly was. Grad school gave me room to become a whole person. That sense of self found direction in forensic anthropology. A friend told me about an investigation out west. The RCMP was calling for student recruits. I begged him to get me in. A few months later, I was driving west to join the largest forensic investigation in Canadian history, the Picton case. I moved to BC in August 2002 and worked on the Picton investigation as a civilian search technician. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't care. It was a forensic investigation in Canada. It was the chance of a lifetime. I could have been picking garbage, recruiting participants for surveys. I didn't care. This was big time. August in the BC Lower Mainland is gorgeous. Everything is lush and vibrant. Hydrangeas burst with color against a backdrop of rich green. It was hot and humid. Vehicles had 2 license plates, front and back, and you could drive straight through an intersection from the right-hand lane. It was a 14-hour drive from Calgary and a whole new world. I was 2 months behind the first and biggest intake of technicians. I signed a non-disclosure agreement threatening prison time if I spoke about the work. It didn't matter. I was finally doing the thing I was meant to do. Helmets with ear protection, steel-toed boots, safety glasses, Nomex overalls, and work gloves became my standard uniform. We rotated through positions, watching heaps of farm dirt pass under our fingers on conveyor belts. We searched for evidence buried in the refuse of a pig farm. It was hard, grimy, high-stakes work. I got motion sickness from the belts during the first week, but by week 2, I found my rhythm. It wasn't glamorous. It was necessary. The excavators would dump dirt into a large sorting machine and sort the dirt into big rocks and lumps, which would go onto the large belt, and the rest to the regular conveyor belt. At the end of the conveyor belt, the dirt was whisked up into another machine that dumped it into a fine pile of dirt. Technicians rotated through positions at the large belt, the regular belt, and fine pile, looking through whatever was spit out for potential forensic evidence. We were digging through the refuse of a working farm. There could be anything in there. I was from a small town and I had lived in the country. I was familiar with what could be lurking in the back 40 of a regular acreage. Farmyards were a whole other story. It only made it worse that there could potentially be drug paraphernalia present. I was told before I arrived I'd need a tetanus shot. I was also advised to get vaccinated for hepatitis A and B. If I was poked by a used syringe with HIV, well, too bad. Outside the gates, media and protesters gathered. When we got here, one girl said, they were lined up along the fence. We had to cross that line and look at their faces every day. The families of missing women, the press, the curious, There were even people with cameras at the golf course next door trying to get pictures through the chain link fence, someone else said. They'd broken ground amidst a flurry of cameras, voices, posters of victims, and loads of people. I'd missed all the chaos of the start of the investigation, and I was very, very grateful. We became recognizable in the neighborhood. We'd all be wearing bandanas to cover our hair under the helmets. We each had a lanyard with our ID. Usually, we were dirty. At the grocery store, the cashier told me a story about Robert Pickton and his brother. Every person in the neighborhood had a story and an opinion about the case and about what really happened at the Pickton farm. On a break, our team would meet in the open space between wooden sidewalks and ATCO trailers, sunning ourselves as our supervisor and co-supervisor told us of any changes in safety protocols or procedures. If anyone is approached by journalists or others, let me know immediately. They shouldn't be doing that, our supervisor said. I felt safe and comforted that I was being looked after. But not everything aligned. Sitting at the fireplace at home in Calgary that Christmas, it felt like I'd been let out of jail on a weekend pass. Everything felt foreign and temporary. I'd been removed from regular life, and now I was shoved back into it for a brief time. The carpet was fuzzier. Laughter was happier. My cats were more loving. It seemed years instead of months since I'd seen my family. I rented a car and drove up to Red Deer to meet a couple of high school friends. The car was a sporty little Chrysler that had a bit of kick. I arrived in Red Deer in style. We went to a club. They danced while I sat back and watched the crowd. They came back to the table breathless and happy. A guy stopped by and started chatting them up. He saw me, shook my hand, and squeezed like he was competing with me and showing me that he was the man. Later, I could feel how the squeeze had bruised my hand bones. I sat at that table, looking at my friends having fun, looking at the crowd of people, all of whom appeared to be enjoying themselves. I wasn't. I couldn't. It was like a switch inside me had been flipped. There was nothing to feel happy about. I was a different person now, and there was nothing here with which to engage. Everything went on about me as if everything was normal. I was no longer the person my friends knew. I was different. I wasn't part of the norm. That sense of alienation from my former life followed me back to Vancouver after Christmas. The weather had finally turned. It was cold and wet and gray all the time. As most of us were from the Canadian prairie provinces, we were used to the big blue open sunny skies. We all huddled inside the ATCO trailers, then rushed to and from our shifts at the conveyor belts. The investigators asked for help on some side projects. I signed up for anything, but eventually backed out, citing that I needed to work on my thesis. When the sun broke out from behind the coastal clouds 5 weeks later, we all rushed out of the trailers and stood in the sun. I went outside and sat alone, listening to music. Our co-supervisor tapped me on the shoulder one day. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, why?" "You're sitting out here alone." "I like to be alone, in the quiet." He looked at me as if attempting to discern a lie in my words or my face. "Okay, just wanted to check." Then he left me. "Why don't you join the RCMP?" The BC coroner asked me after the team and various officers just pulled a tarp over a large pile of dirt and placed old tires atop the tarp to keep it in place. "I've watched you work. Did you grow up on a farm?" "No, just the country." "You've got the work ethic of someone who's grown up on a farm. It's a pleasure watching you work. You should consider joining the RCMP." Flattered was an understatement. I felt seen. Were they all saying this to my teammates? Was this a recruitment venue for the RCMP and Vancouver Police Service? I had to wonder who else was being approached. But I also felt that by being in a graduate program, I was getting somewhere. I was 30 years old and too old to start over by becoming a rookie in the federal police force. The military had offered an escape as a teenager in a small town. It had offered a way to be accepted, a constant community, and pathways for advancement and recognition. Being welcomed into a tribal fold used to stir in me feelings of inclusion and acceptance. Those feelings still lingered. But I'd found something else along the way, a purpose. Physical anthropology and my accidental topic in Scattered Remains felt right. It had a resonance to it that I was only just becoming aware of. Besides, I was on the right path to get a PhD and get a tenure-track position somewhere. I had stuff to do. I couldn't walk away from that now. I drove some teammates to a recruiting open house for the RCMP. They were excited. We all listened to the presentation in a theater of about 50 people. My teammates accepted brochures and talked eagerly amongst themselves. I was happy for them. However, I wasn't enticed. Once again, I felt on the outside looking in, like a foreigner constantly in wonder at the strange behavior of those around. I thought I would be happy to finally be around other anthropology and archaeology students. I thought they were a tribe that would welcome me in. A shared discipline would equal a new and awaiting long-life friendship. But the more I was around them, the more I saw how unlike them I was. At some level, it was likely they understood it too. I was not a member of this group, and I began to wonder if I'd ever find my tribe. The work environment started to fray. Cliques formed. Gossip spread. I dated a colleague, broke it off, and watched my teammates drift away. I started taking my monthly sick day just to have a reprieve. Sleeping in, being alone, in the quiet of my own solitude was no longer a luxury. It was a necessity. This job, this way of life, wasn't sustainable. My body confirmed it. First, a strained shoulder, then a debilitating calf cramp that left me breathless and crying. I gave my notice and drove back to Calgary in April 2003. I thought I could slip back into a familiar rhythm, work a job, finish my thesis. But I was changed, unmoored. September was a long way away, so I called up my old supervisor at the University of Calgary. I was back in a parking booth selling parking passes within days. A car drove up to the booth. A tightness gripped my chest. I took the driver's money and gave them a ticket. I could barely utter the usual pleasantries. Hi, good, how are you? Suddenly I couldn't see. I couldn't breathe. My world narrowed to a few inches of space on the parking booth's counter in front of me. The painted metal of the counter. The floor covered in thick rubber mats under my feet. I grasped the counter and fought to regain control of my breathing, my thoughts, my heartbeat, which was racing. What's going on? I thought. I needed to get out. Go home, now. I fought my way to the phone, inches and miles away on the counter. Will, I need to go home. My supervisor roared up in his van within minutes. Maybe he'd heard something in my voice. When Will pulled up, I was already crying. To his credit, he asked only if I was able to make it home. I made it home and sat in my dad's basement for the remainder of the summer, unable to do anything more than watch TV and curl up with my cats. Chapter 9. The Penny Drops. The Starbucks baristas near the Picton farm knew my order. Walking to the cafe on my first break of the day helped me see sunshine again and know that there was life outside the noise of the conveyor belts, the smell of exhaust, and gossip of the team. Back in Edmonton, I was regretting that daily habit. I should have saved more, I told myself when I saw the state of my bank account after tuition had been paid. Instead, I'd focused on paying down my debts. That $5 coffee suddenly had the weight of a 500-ton anvil on my chest and the power to solve all my money problems. If only I'd just denied myself that one thing that brought me a little bit of happiness every day. Everything, every little thing, was now placed upon the scale of happiness versus money. A $3 cookie and coffee while chatting with a colleague was weighed against my ability to pay for groceries. Buying a bus ticket to get across the river was weighed against paying rent at the end of the month. I walked a lot and watched others drink coffee. 4 months ago, I'd been flush with cash, paying down my debts and secure that my next paycheck would arrive. Having a decent, steady paycheck was a way of life that I'd never experienced and had never known. I felt hope. Hope that I could pay for groceries without counting my coins out onto the counter. Hope that I could buy myself little things like that CD Starbucks was playing the other day. And hope that maybe, just maybe, I could pay off my credit card rather than live off it. 4 months ago, I was part of a forensic team in Vancouver. We were part of something bigger than ourselves. I thought I was stepping into my future. Now back in academia, I felt like a ghost haunting the wrong building. Everyone was racing toward a professorship, towards prestige, and I was slipping. Again. I returned to courses, student loans, and a life in which I was always competing, struggling, watching myself fall further and further behind in some unknown race for success. Going for a drink with the anthropology group meant I would be drinking water all evening, just so I could be around the table. Every time I took out my card to pay, the anvil on my chest grew heavier. I had a running total of my bank account and all my credit accounts in my head. Things would be better when I finish and get a good job, I consoled myself. But every time I pulled out my card to pay for something, that hope I'd felt in Vancouver faded a bit more. Every time I paid for something, I felt myself fall further away from every dream I'd ever had. And that's when the rebel kicked in. I got pissed. Pissed that I had to live like this, not being able to even afford a cup of coffee with a colleague or a prof. Pissed that other people got the choice part-time jobs, that they had wealthy parents or a spouse that supported their academic career. Pissed that others got scholarships without even trying, and while on stupid subjects that didn't matter. When that rebel came out, so did my credit card, just to spite. Then I'd wake from the fog and regret the new balance on my credit. I tried to mitigate some of this resentment by resigning myself to the fact that school meant debt, and there was no way out of it. This is what it took. For a while, I surrendered to the experience and forgot about my lack of money, and I found a rhythm that was all my own. Coffee shop writing, twice daily yoga, violin lessons. I could still tap into the parts of me that made me whole. The thesis came together alongside a novel. I thought maybe I could still do this. Maybe I'd make it. The diversity and rhythm of my day and week proved that I could be highly productive in a sustainable way. It became a benchmark that I referred to years afterwards. I was talking to a PhD candidate in the hallway one day. They were starting to look at the job market. What they told me stunned me and set me on a whole new path. Not everyone who was hired into an academic position was hired straight into tenure, that sacred and secure place of freedom within academia. A PhD or postdoctoral fellow was usually hired as an assistant professor, which is a tenure-tracked position. In other words, they're on probation until they prove themselves worthy of tenure. Then, through a tenure and promotion process, they'd become a tenured associate professor. I'd been under the impression that a tenure-tracked assistant professor would be offered a high 5-figure or low 6-figure salary. No, he said. They only make about $45,000 at hire. And they load you down with all the classes no one else wants to teach. You're slave labor, teaching 5 to 6 courses a year while trying to do your research. There were no sabbaticals or sunny afternoon bike rides to campus, just exhaustion and publish or perish stress. My heart sank. I had made more than this as a temporary civilian technician on the Picton investigation. I went back to my desk and stared at my computer monitor. The computer monitor that my dad bought me because I couldn't afford one, as well as the printer and the hard drive. A CD drive sat nearby. The drive cost me nearly $500 and had been necessary because the photo files from my fieldwork were too big for floppy disks. My thesis was open on screen, blinking like it was waiting for me to defend it, then disappear. I sat and tallied these expenses across my desk, a desk which sat in a shared office space with 3 other grad students, with old used furniture and an old unused portion of the department, even where the elevator didn't reach. Was working at the Picton farm as good as it got? Would I ever see that kind of money, security, and recognition again? I'd had a good, steady paycheck. We were acknowledged and talked to as valuable contributions to the investigation. We were provided for. Our equipment, the ACO trailers, security around the site. We were a part of a team doing valuable work. Here in academia, I was just one of hundreds, if not thousands, all doing the same thing with the same goal. And it seemed none of it would pay off in the end. Visions of lazily riding my bike across campus to teach classes to enthusiastic students still taunted me. The reality, however, was that I wouldn't even be able to afford a bike. Not on only $45,000 a year. And I'd be paying off my debt in retirement. No money, fierce competition, years of working under a strenuous workload. It was everything I didn't want. I'd been banking on something completely different. Apparently, something that wasn't real. The medical examiner's office felt like a preview. I'd interned there earlier in the year. It should have been a big deal, working with the dead, doing the work I thought I loved. But I felt invisible, out of place. One day, the ME shouted across the room that I couldn't have pizza unless I paid for it. In that moment, the message was crystal clear. You don't belong here unless you can afford it. Not just the pizza, but the place. That sting stayed with me. So did the silence around my thesis topic. No one was excited about patterns in scattered and scavenged remains. I'd pitched my interest in NGOs in working for Physicians for Human Rights. My supervisor nodded politely. Nothing came of it. Everything that I'd been hoping for was a bust. My dream had been shot down. Again. It was like the Canadian Forces person telling me I wouldn't be a fighter pilot because my eyesight wasn't up to par. I'd had it all worked out again, and again, I'd had the rug pulled out from under me. Nothing I'd done was good enough. I didn't have any publications in a scholarly journal. I didn't have any scholarships or awards. I wasn't working on a big, well-funded project with lots of funding and networking prospects. I'd put myself into debt, got good marks, moved myself to and from Vancouver to work on a high-profile investigation, broadened my network across the country. But none of that mattered. I was just one grad student in a sea of students all looking to land a handful of underpaid professorial positions. There was nothing that made me or my work remarkable, and I certainly didn't have the money to buy the opportunities that would make me unique. There was no way I'd get the dream, and the dream was nothing more than a tarnished bike with squeaky wheels and a rusted chain. When I tried to look past my defense date, there was nothing. A void. A big black box. Journal entry excerpt. January 23rd, 2004. I had a dream I was approached by a man in Penny's Drug Mart, and he wanted to give me something. It was a glass figurine depicting the real and reflected over water. He said the reflected image was not accurate. Each was beautiful, but the reflected image was quite different. The reflection, that what the others see, will always be different, primarily because it was governed by their own beliefs. The dream didn't leave me. I woke with the feeling that I had to follow my own path, even if it meant walking away from everything I thought I wanted. Finishing and defending my thesis became a slog. I knew I wasn't going on to a PhD. I hadn't planned for anything else. I arrived at my defense emotionally and financially broken, clinging to a dream that had long since stopped fitting. And I left, not because I had a new dream lined up. I left because staying would have meant becoming the reflection, and that wasn't me. Chapter 10. Holding Pattern. The thesis defense came and went. I passed. People congratulated me. I smiled, nodded, packed up my books, and walked out of the university like a ghost. I had no job, no next step, and no sense of what I'd built all of this toward. It was a holding pattern I didn't know how to break, burning fuel and waiting. I didn't know what else to do, so I kept grasping for something, anything, that might lead to purpose. I said yes to a short-term research job in pediatrics. I paid off groceries and nothing else. I applied to PhD programs and archaeology jobs and temp agencies. I flailed through assessment tests when typing speed and label formatting were apparently more important than a graduate degree. One email mishap, meant for my dad but sent to a university HR rep, inadvertently became a cry for help. The HR rep offered kindness, but not a solution. When an opportunity to join a field school in Serbia appeared, I convinced myself it might be the pivot I needed. Maybe, I thought, this was the road back to meaning, to fieldwork, to research, to something that mattered. Instead, Serbia was a disaster. I dug out a Bronze Age infant's remains from a tiny urn, whilst living in a small countryside schoolhouse. The schoolhouse had no running water. I had no one to speak to because no one spoke English. I had a copy of The Needful Things, A Hole in the Ground for a Toilet, and a colleague who told me, after I'd maxed out my credit to get there, that the grant funding she'd promised amounted to 10 Canadian dollars. It felt like a test of endurance, or maybe a cosmic joke. All the passion, all the purpose, all the years of education, and this was where I ended up. By the time I came home, I was done. I'd reached for every thread I could find. Every path had frayed or snapped entirely. I was out of hope, out of options. Which is how I ended up in consulting archaeology. The one thing I didn't want to do. Chapter 11. Weather Shift. I landed a job working for the archaeology division of an environmental company in northern BC. It was the only job I'd been offered, so I took it. I packed up my stuff and headed to Fort St. John. It was an intense job. We worked long hours in remote locations and under harsh conditions. I witnessed an accident in which my colleague only sustained minor injuries. There were many hints that the job was unsafe and that my employer was taking advantage of us and the legislated requirement for archaeological assessments. These hints became clearer as time went on until a staff meeting showed me just how my employer felt about safety. Just more paperwork. After that meeting, I needed an escape plan. Now. Thankfully, I now had experience in consulting archaeology I could leverage into another consulting archaeology job. I made use of an Edmonton contact who had a contact at a company in Calgary. I got an interview. I returned to Calgary, and by January 2006, I was working as a consulting archaeologist, living with my dad, and making $45,000 a year. I thought I'd finally found something solid to stand on. Consulting archaeology wasn't what I dreamed of, but it was work. It paid well enough, and I could finally stop clawing for survival. For the first time in years, I had a plan that didn't include hoping someone would pick me. I was starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, I could make my own luck after all. Then my phone lit up with missed calls, and my world shifted again. In the beginning, I was anxious to make a good impression at my new job as a permit-holding consulting archaeologist. I wanted to pull my weight and do a good job. This was my first real job, and it looked like it would be the start of my career. I was itching to climb the corporate ladder and be recognized. I was also itching to start the rest of my life. I wanted a new home, to be debt-free, to have furniture that wasn't second or third or fourth hand. I wanted to be able to save money and provide for myself. I wanted the freedom to choose how I lived. I had my budget all planned out: rent to my dad, student loan payments, lines of credit payments, credit card payments. There was a bit left over, so I booked myself in for violin lessons that I'd abandoned years earlier. Within 2 months of being on the job, a trip to the provincial archives was needed for some historic research. I volunteered, a bit eagerly, and drove up to Edmonton. I took advantage of the visit and arranged a get-together with some friends from my graduate program days before I went to the archives the next day. Between the 3-hour drive to Edmonton, then going to a bar that night, I didn't feel the need to turn on my cell phone. My phone the next day had multiple missed calls and voicemails, all from my sister. I called home. "Dad is in the hospital. He had a heart attack." I don't remember driving home. I remember seeing the detritus of the ambulance visit around the yard and in our living room, a plastic wrapper on the grass, flitting in the breeze, another plastic wrapper in the living room, tracks from the gurney wheels across the carpet. I don't remember much of that initial visit to the hospital. We weren't allowed into his ICU room. I remember paying the exorbitant amount for parking every day. Eventually, we were allowed to see my dad. He'd had heart surgery. They'd put in stents to open up his arteries. His prognosis was good. Gray-colored in pallor, with wires and tubes and machines, he appeared so diminished under the thin dressing gown and knitted blanket. The dad of my youth had been larger than life. 6 feet tall and easily 200 pounds, my dad lifted 4x8 sheets of plywood like they were pieces of thin cardboard. I'd seen him throw a kitchen cabinet, measured and cut wrong, across the shop floor. He walked across house roofs and mountaintops, drove excavators, ATVs, and trucks, and had the scars on his body all from the hard labor he'd performed on a daily basis, for work or for pleasure. Those scars stood out against the ivy in his arm and the whiteness of the sheets. I hadn't noticed before how much muscle he'd lost since taking a desk job as a draftsperson. In reaching out to his hand, I saw that my hand was almost the same size as his. Only a couple months on the job, but work was very supportive and compassionate. Even still, I found it difficult to visit him in the hospital. I resented the parking fees, the time it took out of my day, that it required me to go someplace I hated. Hospitals are noisy, smelly places that boggled my mind and my senses. Getting lost was difficult for me, but hospitals threw my internal compass into a tailspin. And in addition to all of that, I hated myself for hating it all. I should be the compassionate daughter, the dutiful daughter. I had always been the sensible one, the fearless one, the reliable one. Why couldn't I just be a Hallmark movie and demonstrate unconditional compassion for the man who'd given me so much of himself? Why couldn't I be like the nurses who looked after him? Why couldn't I spend hours endlessly sitting in a chair, holding his hand, being there when he needed someone, needed me? Instead, I wallowed in guilt at home in the quiet, with the TV blissfully silent. Several weeks later, Dad came home and laid on the sofa for months. At night, he'd retire to bed. Then at 6 a.m., he'd get up, turn on the TV, and be on the sofa until nightfall. His was a constant presence in the home: the cigarette smoke, the blaring TV, the form on that sofa. I wanted nothing more than for things to get back to normal. I wanted my dad back. I wanted my life to start. I wanted things to be regular and non eventful. But the weather had shifted and I needed to adjust. I hid downstairs. There it was quieter, less smoky, and it was only me. And then my first field season started at work. Chapter 12. Weather Permitting. I write the permit report in my head when I'm in the field, my new colleague said as she stabbed her shovel into the sod. I nodded, trying to keep up, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I was still a baby permit holder, shadowing an experienced archaeologist, so I didn't screw anything up. This was my first permit. I was eligible to hold an archaeological permit in the province so that I could dig and look for archaeological artifacts. But I needed mentorship. We were standing in a wind-blown field south of Calgary, the kind of landscape that looked empty until you tried to read it. Trees like punctuation marks, a few rocky outcrops, and hills that whispered history if you knew how to listen. My head swam. Stratigraphy, photos, survey plans, directions, budgets, timelines, regulatory guidelines, artifact potential. I tried to keep it all in, all at once. Academia hadn't prepared me for this. It had prepared me for inquiry, but consulting archaeology demanded answers, and fast. The field was a crucible. I wanted to do everything right. I wanted to be chosen again for another permit, another project, another step forward. I wanted to show that I was good at this, worth this. I wanted the job to stick. I didn't realize I was also auditioning for a job that would take everything I gave and never once asked how I was doing. My colleague pointed to the bottom of a shovel test. See that? Glacial till. Sterile. You've got to dig down to it or regulators won't accept it. It was like digging to China, she'd said earlier, and I'd laughed, but not out loud. I was already too tired to laugh out loud. Finally, something from school I could use. Digging. I knew how to dig. A tiny victory. After years of scraping by, consulting archaeology felt like a step up. A salary, responsibilities, a chance to climb. Within a few years, I was being sole-sourced by clients, running big projects, managing massive logistics. This was how advancement worked out here. No office with your name on the door, just more hours in the field, more people to manage, more expectations to shoulder. What have you got going on? My supervisor walked up to my desk and asked. In the beginning, I was pleased to be working at the only archaeological company in Alberta with a female majority. I was in the department that focused on smaller projects, the ones with smaller budgets and tighter timelines. However, this meant I had more projects, all at different stages in the Historical Resources Act clearance process. I'm waiting on the permit for those well sites by Duchess. Just sent the report to the client for the pipeline monitoring project. I have to do the photo logs for the Countess well sites, and I'm waiting for site forms for the Canmore water project. Should also be getting clearance for that high-level project soon. Why? What's up? Can you do a quick highway construction outside Grand Prairie? How long? Estimate was for 2 days of field work. I never asked how soon the client wanted Historical Resources Act clearance. It was always yesterday, even in winter. I didn't hesitate. Sure, I can do that, because I always said yes. Saying yes meant I was reliable. Saying yes meant I'd be chosen again. My supervisor turned and left. I scanned the growing pile of files, maps, site forms, and previously published permit reports scattered across my desk. Prep time, flight time, drive time, survey time all flitted through my mind as I did rough calculations. Project management was something else I wasn't taught in school. Yet it was something I was expected to learn and excel at in archaeological consulting. Project management wasn't just good to have. In archaeological consulting, it was essential. I was expected, implied, and sometimes stated that we all needed to be flexible. We needed to get the work done, no matter what it took. That meant putting our personal lives on hold for the summer, working long hours, and finding ways to string together projects to be as time and labor efficient as possible. But deep inside, something twitched. Something small and easily ignored. A growing whisper. Why is it always me? Why am I the one who rearranges my life, delays my vacation, skips dinner, says yes without asking questions? That whisper was easy to ignore at first. The excitement of being needed, the dopamine hit of problem solving on the fly, the illusion that I was indispensable. It carried me through. This wasn't articulated as such, but the weight of the duty and responsibility was there. If someone asked, I'd always say yes, and I'd find a way to do it. I couldn't stand the stagnancy of apathy, of unaccountability. I hated watching people back silently away from either owning their mistakes or from contributing. See litter, pick it up. Don't wait for the city to do it and do something about it. Who's going to tell them the litter is there? Even if the city is informed, how long will it take them? I'm here. I can pick it up. Done. Besides, I live here. I pay taxes. I don't like living in a shitbox. If everyone picked up their own litter or the litter they saw, our city would look better and the city could put our tax money to use elsewhere. What I didn't realize is that I was spending capital I hadn't even earned yet. Not just financial capital, but emotional, physical, and psychological. I trusted that my efforts would be acknowledged, my sacrifices tallied, my professionalism rewarded. Archaeology consulting seemed to take advantage of my need to move things forward. As I trusted municipal leadership to take care of the city in which I lived, I also trusted our archaeology company's management to take care of me. I trusted they would only ask because there was reasoning behind the ask, that the budget and time estimates were reasonable, that the clients were good to work with, and that I would be allowed resources to do the work required. There was no thought about management bidding too low, about the client believing we could just get the job done in 2 days when we really needed 4, that I'd be given assistance or equipment that weren't up to the task. Most of all, I trusted that I'd be respected. I trusted that I'd have vacation time and be able to take care of myself. I trusted that my position as a subject matter expert would be valued, both by the government and my clients. There was no thought to any of this. None of that entered my mind. I trusted that all was in order. I wanted to trust. Trusting made it easier to say yes. Everything moved forward, weather permitting. Personal well-being was never factored into the forecast. I didn't know yet that in consulting, trust often flows in only one direction, and it's rarely upstream. Chapter 13. High Risk. By the summer of 2009, I was laying on the floor of my oil sands camp room, sobbing, because I was exhausted, demoralized, and spiraling into hopelessness. I was sobbing because I'd realized I'd done everything right, and it still wasn't enough. I'd followed the rules. I'd worked hard. I'd said yes and tried to appease all the right people. I'd climbed the ladder and still ended up face down in the dust, empty and erased. I had believed that if I proved myself, if I made myself indispensable, then my company would take care of me. I didn't understand yet that my company, including the infrastructure, the discipline, and the people within it, didn't see me, either as a human or as a whole person. I'd done my best, again and again. Nothing made a difference. Every single thing I trusted and taken for granted was, one by one, blowing up in my face. I wasn't being given enough time or money to do an adequate job. I was being pressured by clients. Management not only didn't have my back, they were throwing me to the wolf like clients. I wanted, no, needed, to take some time off. Health and safety regulations required I take time off. But my regulated time off was spent doing laundry, getting groceries, doing all the things I needed to do before heading back out into the field again. I was also constantly surrounded by others. Like the Picton investigation, I just wanted to sit still in solitude for a length of time. There was no way I could do this. I was forever on call because I was supervising young people who'd never been in the bush or talking to management or clients when I was back within cell reception. Any time I had to myself was spent organizing logistics, writing reports, or doing any of the umpteen tasks that needed doing. My mind was a hamster wheel of what if and what did I forget? Lists were a way of life, and I never had quiet me time. Our archaeological company had been bought out by an environmental company soon after I'd started. More potential, more opportunity, management had said. I desperately wanted to do some professional development, take courses, get some certifications. I asked when. Maybe next year, they said. I asked again. Maybe next year. Then our environmental company was bought by a global engineering company. More potential, more opportunity, management said. This is it. Instead, we had phones that didn't work, too many passwords to remember, and layers of bureaucracy we didn't have before. What used to be our archaeology company was now a profit center, or PC. Each PC was expected to bill at least 80% of their time. I was accountable in 15-minute intervals, and 7 hours of my supposed 8-hour day was required to be billable to a client. This didn't align well with the seasonal nature of archaeology. As well, the nature of doing archaeological work didn't seem to be understood by the engineering company. Our safety forms indicated that we were doing high-risk work, and anything high risk was to be avoided, not for safety reasons, but for the company's risk. Do you need to do it in that location? A question from the safety office. That's where the proposed development area is. I need to go there to dig. There are bears out there? I had indicated the potential for bears and assorted wildlife at where we'd be headed. Likely, but there's only a slim chance we'll be bothered. What equipment are you bringing to avoid the bears? As noted, bear bangers, bear spray, a shovel, satellite phone, a cell phone. We'll also have a call-out system in place. I heard bells are good, too. Add those to your list. Because hauling around 40 pounds of safety gear will make it easier to get away from a bear if it appears. Call in every 2 hours, too. That will wear down the battery of the satellite phone, and the satellite phone is to be used for emergencies. It's protocol. We need to know where you are in case of emergency. How will you know where I am if I have an emergency if I can't tell you? Silence. Well, you have included your map. We'll know where you are. The map indicated a pipeline several kilometers long. My assistant and I could be mauled and lying dead anywhere along there and unable to call for help. But there was no use arguing with health and safety. We either got their approval or we didn't go into the field and no work got done. If no work got done, no money came in. We were health and safety's bitches. It didn't matter that they hadn't the foggiest idea what we did. Discussions around the office had shown a few of us that we were, in fact, project managers. We had developed skills for managing archaeological projects through trial and error and sharing techniques among us. We'd been promised professional development for years, and now we wanted it. At heart, we were all just a bunch of academics, perpetually doing fieldwork and writing master's theses. We stood around in the hallway talking about methods, got excited when someone found something new or unusual, and hypothesized about results. Promising us professional development opportunities was like promising an addict a new hit. Once an academic, always an academic. We needed to learn and grow. Project management was the new growth path for me. However, the engineering company that now owned us had other ideas of what a project manager was, and archaeologists were not that. In the hierarchical structure of the company and within our profit center, permit holders were task managers, not project managers, and therefore we were not justified in learning project management skills. This added insult to injury, an injury that had started when the environmental company started to shed some light on how dysfunctional consulting archaeology in Canada really was. I stared at the cost estimate. It included my time and the biologist's time and our education levels. I couldn't stop staring because the numbers were so bewildering. My time was billed out at $80 an hour. The biologist's time was billed out at $130 an hour. The biologist had an undergrad degree. I had a graduate degree. In other words, the biologist was more valued than the archaeologist. WTF. I was getting used to landowners questioning my presence and role in the process of an oil and gas development. I was getting used to the assumption that I was looking for dinosaur bones. And, oh, have you worked in Drumheller? I was also getting used to being treated as disposable by my own company's management before we were bought out. But now the environmental company also thought we were of low value. This continued with our acquisition by the engineering company. Nobody saw the value of archaeologists and what we did. I was beginning to wonder myself. The systematic devaluation of archaeology was complemented by how archaeologists treated each other. I need some time off, I said, standing in the communal office shared by other managers. Why? My cat's not doing well. The other manager took this as an invitation to interrupt. I've always thought that in archaeology you can't have people, plants, or pets in your life. It just doesn't work. This manager was married and had a child. I kept telling myself this was just a rough season, that if I proved myself one more time, showed up one more time, they'd see me. But the more I showed up, the less of me there was to show. Chapter 14. Insert hysterical laughter here. Then there were the clients. God, why couldn't we all just get along? It had become a constant refrain, with tears in my eyes and pleading to an unknown and, frankly, unbelieved force that I desperately wanted to call to account. More. Sooner, quicker, faster, better. Nothing I did was enough, and everyone seemed to be out for blood. Very soon I found myself nearly on call for my job. Archaeology companies couldn't keep up with the demand by the oil and gas sector. My supervisor was requesting that I work project after project without any downtime between projects. Then I'd be called into the field to do a project while I was in the area. Just tack it on to the work I was already doing, they said. Suddenly, I was getting home on Sunday instead of the Wednesday before, with no time to do laundry, get groceries, or to take care of myself before I had to report into work on Monday. I wore this busyness as a badge of honor. I saw this as being needed and valued, and so was more than willing to neglect or ignore my own needs. This quickly turned into an inability to commit to anything. Friends gave up on asking me to events, even out for dinner. I bought tickets to a concert, but was out in the field and my employer wouldn't switch me out with another colleague. Aside, a colleague kept his concert ticket pinned to his bulletin board as a reminder of the times the company screwed him over. I didn't bring up any of these issues, including the concert ticket, at my annual performance review. Instead, I asked for more work. My work was repetitive, I said. I wanted a challenge. I sincerely thought that it was all just temporary, and I get promoted out of the stress. Insert hysterical laughter here. I defended my job to my friends and family. Some of them supported me to keep going. Some didn't believe me. I'm sure it's not that bad, they'd say. Others have it much worse. My ambition and desire to be recognized backfired. The backfire wasn't clear or quick. It crept up. I was no longer happy. I was critical and grumpy. I dreaded going to work the next day. I had Sunday scaries, except I had them every day. I developed a kind of nightly resentment where I'd stay up late because I didn't want the night to end. If I didn't go to bed, then tomorrow wouldn't happen. Then I'd wake late and have no motivation. Sometimes I wouldn't get to the office until 9:30 or 10 a.m. I was hardly ever praised at work, even during my annual performance review. My colleagues and I remarked on this, noting that we only focused on what could be done better, quicker, or more efficiently. It was commonplace for our clients to complain we hadn't done it quick enough, cheap enough, or that, God forbid, we'd found an archaeological site. Finding a site meant a client had to pay more for us to assess the site and develop a mitigation strategy so that the site wouldn't be damaged during the construction and use of the proposed development. Sometimes, too, clients didn't like any recommendations and complained to the government about me. By 2009, 3 years in, I was popping Advil like it was candy, had reoccurring abdominal cramps, gained weight, and was on my way back to depression. I was angry and stressed and tired all the time. I was not a nice person to work with. I was routinely working more than 40 hours a week after doing field work at over 60 hours a week. I hardly had any downtime, and when I did, I never felt I had any me time. I was practically living in hotels and motels. I was eating restaurant food all the time because I was never home, didn't have any food in my home when I was home, or didn't have energy to make myself a meal. This also quickly evolved into a comfort eating type scenario. I was eating anything I could get my hands on whenever I could. And it wasn't because the number one rule of archaeology is never get separated from your lunch. Sugar and caffeine became staples in my diet. I drank several cups of coffee a day and regularly consumed large amounts of sugar. I didn't smile. I was not a nice person to work with. I didn't give a shit anymore. Feelings of helplessness and hopelessness were a normal part of my existence. I no longer cared that I had a debt load of $60,000 and growing. I no longer cared that I'd gained weight. I no longer cared that I had no joy in my life. Nothing mattered anymore. All these symptoms came on gradually, over about 3 years, but eventually, I started to see them, add them up. The kicker was my sleep. When I'd been diagnosed with clinical depression over 10 years earlier, an irregular sleep pattern was one of the hallmarks. I was seeing this symptom again. Something was seriously wrong. and I was worried about myself. I was in my late 30s and well on my way to hospitalization, or worse. I was a frog in water that was only now boiling. I was dying, literally. I knew deep down inside that if I didn't eject myself from archaeology, it would kill me. Because my family and friends didn't believe what I was going through, I started writing about my experiences in group emails. They were cathartic because I could say, insert hysterical laughter here, and attempt to make light of the situation. My friends and family got a good laugh while also validating my feelings of stress, overwhelm, and increasing helplessness. These emails became the updates and likely saved my sanity. Update Monday, August 9th, 2010. Calgary, office. Yvonne has a headache, and it's a headache no amount of Advil can cure. 3 weeks ago, Yvonne was told she'd be working with a new client. Not new as in new to the company, but Yvonne had never worked with them before. 2.5 weeks ago, the headache started. This client, let's call them the Shilling Oil Company, or SOC for short, is a micromanager. Pour in a little paranoia, and you have Yvonne's headache. SOC called a kickoff meeting 2.5 weeks ago. Yvonne was asked to be present. Okay. 20 minutes into the meeting, she was wondering why she was there. No one addressed her. No one asked her any questions. Her supervisor was all powerful. Scarier still was that SOC hadn't the foggiest idea what the archaeologists would be doing. But the cherry on top was when Yvonne was told that, before she could contact the government regulators, she would have to contact SOC. Suddenly, the meeting was a blur. Yvonne didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. Her world was red. Yvonne, are you listening to me? Her supervisor, Morris, asked when they were down in the marble lobby after the meeting. I don't want to talk about it. Hey, Morris adjusted his bifocals and lowered his voice. They did want to call the government and talk to the regulators themselves. It's not that bad. Imagine this, and you can do the whole Wayne's World flashback thing if you like. SOC employees standing over Yvonne in the bush while she holds a pile of maps, safety forms, and notes, topped with a small clutch of plastic baggies full of artifacts. The SOC employee is on the phone. Hello, Mr. Government Regulator. My name is Mac, and I work for SOC. Yvonne from Archaeology Company is with me, and I need to know if you can add some more area to her permit. Why? SOC employee turns to Yvonne. He wants to know why. Yvonne rubs her eyes with a dirty, leather-gloved hand and sighs. Because I found a concentration of biface reduction flakes and cores at the extent of my permitted area, the site currently appears inside the development footprint and will be impacted. However, if the client wishes to move the development to avoid the site, I need to know how big the site is and to where it extends. I need to dig outside the proposed development footprint. Mac, the SOC employee, stares at Yvonne. Did you get all that? Yeah. But this middleman scenario was only the start of what had now become a fully rooted headache. Yvonne had made a mistake. In filling out the permit application, certain questions needed to be answered by SOC. Yvonne sent out emails. No replies were given. However, Yvonne is expected in the field promptly on Monday, August 16th. Time is running out. So, instead of asking the government, Yvonne asked the regulators. You can see where this is going, right? Can you please confirm that the area that I will be putting in my permit is the area that you requested a permit for? The regulators, in their infinite wisdom, then contacted SOC to verify what Yvonne had been trying to confirm with SOC all week. Needless to say, SOC found out that Yvonne had contacted the regulators without SOC's knowledge. From this, a brief, concise email erupted from the bowels of SOC, asking that SOC be notified of all contact with the regulators. This email was copied to everyone on the project. Yvonne hadn't realized how big the project was until she saw the list of names. Morris was consequently fielding calls for the rest of the day regarding this faux pas. Will Yvonne survive SOC's fieldwork next week? Will Yvonne get fed up with the stretching she must do between each hole dug to satisfy SOC's safety protocols? Will Yvonne find non-synthetic replacements for all her field clothes, including a cotton running bra? Stay tuned for more adventures from Yvonne in the field. Chapter 15. Course Correction. It took me 2.5 years to get out of archaeology. I threw in tons of job applications anywhere I saw a job posting. Eventually, I landed a 1-year contract at the University of Calgary in research administration. I hadn't the foggiest idea what research administration was, but I was willing to learn. I was also willing to take a 1-year contract as a way to get my foot in the door and to get out of archaeology. And I needed to get out of archaeology. I was sick all the time. I had migraines nearly every day. My digestion was bad. I had no physical energy. I was also sick of having no control in my life. I felt I was at the mercy of everyone else, their whims, their misconceived and misinformed decisions. I was sick of following the perceived expectations of society. Go to school and get a job. Be social, pretty, and feminine. Get a spouse, work hard, and speak up to get a promotion. Have kids to be fulfilled as a woman. Obtain all these things and get happiness. None of these things worked for me. None of this resonated for me. I was sick of living paycheck to paycheck and living in scarcity. I had no car, no pets, no hobbies, no partner, and no way to afford any of it. I was sick of seeing everyone else lead happy, abundant, healthy lives, while I had little happiness, devolving health, and little comfort in my own life. I was approaching 40 years old, and I hadn't a damn thing to show for it except 3 degrees, a bunch of debt, and health problems. To make matters worse, I could easily see my future: alone, poor, and sick. My drive to make my own luck, as my dad said, was pretty intense. In the past, I'd used my will to power through my physical and emotional limits to please or attempt to please others, thinking this would get me happiness, recognition, and abundance. This instead led to burnout because I was going against my core values and who I was. Now I was choosing to use my will to discover myself and go with what I needed and wanted. After I left archaeology, I was committed to regaining my health, mental, physical, and emotional health. Archaeology hadn't allowed me to reduce my financial debts. In fact, because of the emotional strain, I'd maintained my debt load. I'd engaged in a lot of retail therapy and was no further ahead in obtaining financial health. If part of regaining health is removing what doesn't serve you, what did I have to remove to regain my financial health? It was time to do a course correction. Transitioning to research administration from archaeology was a bit of culture shock. I had to wear nice clothes. I couldn't swear, and I had to be in the office during certain hours. The most striking difference I've found between consulting archaeology and working a regular desk job is that a regular office turns into a ghost town at lunch and at 4:30 p.m. No one worked through lunch, and no one worked late. There were boundaries imposed by the union, and I was encouraged to follow them. I felt protected, safe, and comforted. It was like I'd hit gold. But this new career did have its drawbacks. The girls with whom I shared an office used to bug me about my clothing. I shopped at Mark's Work Wearhouse because that's where I'd grown used to. I had a lot of project management experience, and I worked with academics who not only didn't have any project management experience, but they didn't know what it was or cared to know, even though they held millions of dollars in grant money and led multiple projects. I also took a serious pay cut to get this job because I was starting from ground level all over again. I needed to accumulate experience and work my way up the seniority ladder. I had no problem learning my way around. Because of my background and experience, I had a work ethic like no one else in the office. I worked circles around everyone. I found overlooked things, gaps in processes, and questioned the way things were done. Part of this was because of who I am. As an anthropologist, I was encouraged to use my big picture thinking and look at the higher cultural level view and analyze everything critically. Part of it, too, was that I was used to doing things in the most efficient way possible. Efficiency had been essential to my way of life in archaeology because I needed to manage a high workload. There had been no room for slacking in my previous life, and I was carrying that forward into my research administration life. I think sometimes I scared a few people. At the end of my 1 year contract, my supervisor asked me to stay on. She said she'd found something for me to do. However, I declined. A friend had approached me about coming back to archaeology. It was a job at an unknown company, but my friend was already working there and promised it would be good. It was horrible. My supervisor was an alcoholic who verbally abused me. He was known throughout the archaeological community and wasn't trusted. Yet, even with this knowledge, I'd given the job, and him, a try. It was a disaster. I stood my ground against his abuse. I was called into the CFO's office to account for my insubordination. At the end of my 3 month probation, I was let go. I called up my former supervisor at the University of Calgary, and she immediately got me work. I worked as a casual employee for 2.5 years over several different units. I learned about the inner workings of research administration and gained some very valuable experience. When I returned to the University of Calgary, I also started my own archaeology consulting company. I intended to go out on my own and be my own boss and do archaeological contracts. The alcoholic supervisor who just fired me had, in the past, had his own archaeology consulting business. To this day, I still say to myself, if he could do it, why can't I? I hired someone to create a website for me, made a client list, and did a lot of cold calling potential clients. I didn't get any business, but the mindset I developed would stick. Chapter 16. Excavating the Past. I got to the cafe early and sat at my favorite table. It was against the wall, with a window at the side, so I could see the side yard and the bird bath. It was September, and evening was falling early. It felt odd to be at the cafe in the evening. It felt odd to be meeting someone at my cafe, where I came to write in silence and solitude. It felt odd to be meeting somebody to talk about bankruptcy. Thoughts about bankruptcy had been coming on for some time. Real thoughts. Not just daydreams or the looming great fear, because that's what it was. I was afraid of being in a place I couldn't get out of. I was afraid of admitting I was in over my head. I was afraid of being wrong. I was afraid of how people would look at me, judge me, treat me. I was afraid of starting over. And I was afraid of losing my own self-respect because I couldn't pay off my own debts. Shame held territory in the deep waters of my heart where bankruptcy was concerned. Not being able to pay off debts was as grievous as not keeping your promises. Paying debt was fundamental and was part of being a decent human being. To admit I couldn't pay my debts would be admitting to myself that I was less than. At some point on that journey to the table in the cafe, I found myself reading You on a Diet. About halfway through the book, I found myself inserting debt everywhere fat was written, and debt problem everywhere fat problem was written. Yes, my mind does crazy things sometimes. But this time, was it so crazy the substitution was happening? Maybe my subconscious was trying to tell me something. The book outlined that not losing weight could further entrench any underlying self esteem issues that may have contributed to the weight gain. It's a vicious cycle. Could my own self esteem be causing and perpetuating my debt? I tried everything to get out of debt and nothing worked. Much like someone on a diet trying to lose weight, I cut out bad spending and tried to pay down my debts by cashing in lieu time. I said yes to more projects, more difficult projects, all in an effort to pay down my debt. Yet something always happened to make it bounce back. The latest bounce was leaving archaeology. My physical and mental health had trumped financial health. Yet the question remained, was something about me perpetuating my debt? Maybe I was still in debt because deep down I didn't feel I deserved to be solvent. The link between self-esteem and debt didn't really resonate. However, that weird word substitution thing my subconscious had done got me thinking. Somewhere deep inside me had rung a chord of truth. Here is something to look into. So I started to excavate. 1996. It was the second summer I'd moved back home between academic years. The year before was the first time I'd spent the summer in my hometown since leaving 3 years previous. It had taken a lot of prompting and begging from my dad for me to return. My mind had been firmly set that I was only returning via personal helicopter and landing in the high school parking lot. Since that first homecoming, my dad had given up his apartment and he and my sister were living with a friend of his, George. George was a retiree and a hunter, too. He had an entire bungalow to himself and it seemed he wanted some company, so invited my dad and sister to live with him. The reality of the situation, however, was that family courts had garnished my dad's wages for back child support. Back child support he hadn't paid to my mother for my sister. Back child support that was meant to support my sister, who was currently living with my dad. Back child support that was going to my mother and her new husband while my dad and my sister were counting pennies. Literally. My dad had next to no income left, so he gave up his apartment and lived with a friend just so he could provide for himself and my sister. By the time I moved back that second summer, my dad and sister had moved yet again. George had found a girlfriend who didn't appreciate my dad and sister living with her new boyfriend. This time, however, their living arrangements weren't a pleasant surprise. As I pulled up with my U-Haul van, my heart sank. It was another mobile home, rented, just like when I was 12. Inside, there was no red shag carpet, but the kitchen cabinets were still of dark plywood. The entire home would shake if you ran down the hallway, and Dad's snoring still echoed throughout the home. There was a wooden porch, too, and it was just large enough to fit my twin bed and a box to use as a nightstand. It seemed we really hadn't progressed. It had been over 10 years, and we were right back where we started, living in a rented mobile home, living hand to mouth. Barely. Time and moving away had done nothing to distance me from the meagerness of my roots. I was right back in it, with my past staring me in the face. On one side, I was getting my shit together. My grades had improved enough after being on probation in engineering that I was able to transfer to general studies. After a year of that, I was now in the Faculty of Arts and had found anthropology. I had also managed to wean myself off antidepressants. The change in coursework, therapy, and being drug-free had given me a new perspective and motivation. I was in love with anthropology, and my grades were on the rise. I had purpose now and goals. I was on my path. This was it. My dad, on the other side, had been hit hard. He was fighting and waiting for long-term disability from his previous job. He needed that before surgery on his wrists could be scheduled. Until then, he was out of work and needed an income. He got a job picking up newspapers and bringing them into town for the daily deliveries to homes and businesses. He would wake up at 3 a.m., drive an hour to pick up the newspapers, then drive back and drop them off to where others would pick them up to do their deliveries for 6 a.m. or earlier. My larger-than-life, cabinet-toting, house-building, moose-hunting dad had been reduced to a paperboy. He'd arrive back home about 5 a.m. and would watch wildlife shows to help him fall back to sleep. The TV was never loud, but the theme music to Untamed World would wake me. I'd lie in bed, pissed that the TV was on, keeping me from falling back to sleep. I grew more pissed and resentful every day. Why can't he be quiet? Why doesn't he just go back to bed? Why can't he get a regular job? Why are we living in a trailer again? Why do things have to be this way? Why can't we change the way things are? Why does everyone else get the luck and we get nothing? Why can't we, for once, catch a break and have everything work out? I oscillated between hating my mother as heading the charge against my father and hating the universe for seemingly stacking the deck against us. It was a no-win situation when the house bets against you. Life had dealt a hard blow, and I couldn't reason why we'd ended up here. I was surrounded by friends who still had their family homes, some whose parents paid for their education, some whose parents were still married. They were successful. We were not. I couldn't see how they did it, and we didn't. The only difference I saw was sheer luck. And I'd hated that we'd been left out. To this day, when I hear the theme music of Untamed World, a well of resentment blooms inside me, and I cringe. The next summer, my dad moved to Calgary. Good jobs in my hometown required labor or an education. My dad had worked with his hands most of his life, building houses, making furniture, and cabinets. There was no longer a place for him in our small oil and gas town. Long-term disability from his previous job allowed him a limited amount to retrain. He decided to go to school to train as a computer draftsman. Surgery on his hands, one at a time, had begun. Life, I thought, was looking up. Family courts, however, didn't let up. To them, my father was a deadbeat dad, and my mother was the victim. They continued to send him legal notices of child support payments that were missed. My sister had stayed in our hometown and was rooming with a friend of hers. She had finally come of age, but the legal system only saw that my dad hadn't fulfilled his obligations. He was trying to live, to survive, and the legal system, led by my mother, wouldn't let him. My father was unable to work, was just about to start school, and could barely pay for a roof over his head. He was over 50 years old and trying to start his life again while still being a father. The legal system saw this as a cop-out. I saw it as blind-sighted and deeply unfair. So he filed for bankruptcy a second time, twice in 13 years. The second time, I heard the relief in my dad's voice. "I know what I'm getting into this time," he said. His relief was palpable. "It'll be longer this time, but now I know what to do." Paperwork was filled out. Credit cards were surrendered. The minivan was towed away. When Norm, our hometown's sheriff, came with a tow truck to take our car when I was 10, I was mortified. Our front yard was visible from the highway, and anyone driving by could see Norm taking our car. The whole town would know in a matter of days, if not hours, that we were bankrupt. When the tow truck came to take the minivan for the second bankruptcy, I was glad no one could see from the street what was happening in our alley parking spot. There was mortification left from 13 years ago, but it was hidden behind the trees of our backyard. That done, Dad filled out student loan forms and started his life over. Life after that second bankruptcy wasn't that bad. In a lot of ways, it was kind of good. There was a mad dash for us to purchase a vehicle on a cash-only basis. My dad was a veteran of the American graffiti days. I grew up on stories of how he used to raid the Midnight Auto for parts, jack up his car, then cruise Jasper Ave in Edmonton. Finding a suitable vehicle and place that took only cash was easy for my dad. He spoke the language of mechanics and the blue-collar types that knew what cash only meant. We ended up with a 1980 Olds Cutlass for $500 cash. It was a vehicle without computer. Everything about it was old school. My dad could work on it himself and leverage all those memories from his teenage years. By filing for bankruptcy, my dad had reverted his life into one he knew intimately, a world without plastic. He'd not only given himself a blank financial slate, he'd given himself back himself, that person that he hadn't been since before marriage. Dad lived upstairs in our rented duplex in Calgary, and I lived downstairs. We did our respective coursework by day and gathered upstairs for supper and to socialize in the evening. Supper in front of the TV, talking about the news and our day, was much like my childhood. No topic was taboo. I could question the content of the headline stories, and my dad, being the news and history junkie, would often give me additional information to help me understand. Or we could discuss and brainstorm and come to the conclusion that we didn't know enough. It was a quiet and meaningful existence. 2 adult students, both living off student loans and attempting to get our lives sorted out. I had my dad all to myself. In hindsight, it was a sacred time to have this kind, generous, and wise man in my daily life, unrestricted. I could ask him anything. He was my sounding board. He'd been through hell and back with my mother, with clinical depression, and after it all, he was still a sensitive and big-hearted soul. Until living alone with him, I really hadn't had a chance to know my father. My mother was always controlling the narrative in our household, and my sister was a demanding distraction. My father's seeming distance in my childhood was likely a defense mechanism against my mother's manipulation. To pull away and protect himself from her, he inadvertently pulled away from me and my sister. After my parents divorced, my father permed his hair and got his ears pierced. I saw him walking down the street one day, and he glowed. I'd never seen my father glow. It was a joy and surprise all at once. Soon after, he came out as a crossdresser. My sister and I arrived to his place one night to find him fully dressed as a woman, wig, heels, and all. He was nervous, but here, too, was a deep sense of "this is who I am" about him. It was no surprise to see my dad dressed. Halloween was his favorite time of year just so he could be dressed and feel normal. When he opened the door that night and announced he was a crossdresser, I didn't know what to think. He sat us down and asked if we had any questions. My sister asked hundreds. I was quiet, thinking. He was still my dad. This revelation about his need to wear women's clothing was something adjacent or not directly important. It didn't change who he was. In fact, it seemed to make him more him. I couldn't deny that. I could only see how he was more himself than I'd ever seen and felt before. And that was a beautiful thing. Living with my dad during his second bankruptcy, I got to see him have a greater sense of self. It was an evolution and privilege to witness a person relieve themselves of what isn't working and to gift themselves a new path that is a better fit for who they truly are. While living through his first bankruptcy taught me the restrictions of scarcity, living through his second taught me it could also be freedom. Growing up and at university, I saw how the lack of money set me apart from my school peers. The lack of money prevented deserving students from accessing opportunities that would allow them to be competitive. Those that had money could go to conferences, do field schools, get international experiences, all opportunities that would set them apart for graduate school selection and maybe even jobs. Money was what allowed my peers to either make their luck or to take advantage of opportunities when they arose. One of those opportunities was studying abroad. I desperately wanted to do international courses in field schools. They were the most interesting, and I instinctively knew that international experience would open me up to a world of opportunities, networks, and potential perspectives. I clipped and photocopied notices for anthropology and archaeology opportunities in Italy, the Middle East, Europe. I drooled and pined. I calculated, fiddled with my budget, and pined some more. The two anthropological and archaeological field schools I have on my transcripts were only possible because one was local to Calgary and the other was cheap. The cheap one was international, and I went over the student loan limit to do it. I inherited a small amount of money from my grandmother after undergrad. Did I pay down my student loans? Nope. Other than buying a used copy of Krogman and Iskan, 1986, The Human Body in Forensic Medicine, the first thing I did was book myself into a field course with Dr. Bill Bass in New Orleans. Did I regret this decision? As I sat in the cafe waiting for the bankruptcy trustee to arrive, it was hard not to reflect on my mistakes and berate myself for all the shoulda, woulda, coulda moments. I should have paid down my student loans. I should have skipped the Antigua Field School during which I dug up my first human remains. I should have stayed in Canada and worked instead of skipping off to Ireland to work in a pub and recover from going to university for 7 years straight. I shouldn't have gone to Serbia to participate in an archaeological school and get a taste of a Bronze Age site. The divide between the haves and the have-nots continued in graduate school. I saw how students who didn't have jobs had the time to volunteer in labs and go for drinks with peers and instructors. I saw how those with money attended more conferences and completed international courses and developed their skills and networks. I saw these students being offered PhD positions, funding, and jobs. In essence, I saw how students could buy experiences that would strengthen their resumes and broaden their networks. How does someone compete with that? This was part of the reason I fought to submit a resume for the Picton investigation in Vancouver. I knew this experience, or lack thereof, would set me apart from other students in anthropology and archaeology, especially if I wanted to pursue a career that included forensic investigations. Had I misused the funds I was given through loans and inheritance? Could things have taken a different path if I'd done something else? By the time I'd left academia in 2004, I had over $60,000 in debt. I'd tried for 10 years to pay it down. After 10 years, I was still $60,000 in debt. Archaeology had a lot to do with it. In consulting, we used our own credit cards and were reimbursed for expenses. Sometimes it took weeks to be reimbursed. I was also using retail therapy and food to cope with stress. I was in a cycle I couldn't break. Could that have gone differently? I had done what I was supposed to do. Gone to school, got a job. I couldn't afford a house and had no time or energy to look for a partner. Even my friends had given up on me. In 10 years, I hadn't made a dent in my debt load. I tried to console myself. Hey, I'm young. I have time to pay this off. Year after year, I told myself, next year, things will be different. Year after year, I told myself, there's still time. I had reduced my living expenses so I could pay off my debts. I had cut out my beloved violin lessons, didn't eat out, sold and lived without a vehicle for 4 years. I also didn't get another cat when my old one died. Pets cost money. I had cut out everything that I deemed unnecessary for survival. I'd done it before in childhood during bankruptcy and recession times, then again when I was a starving undergrad student. I was used to scarcity. I could do this. I could cut away everything and pull myself out of this. What I didn't understand at the time was that I was cutting out everything that was me. Socializing, music, pets, writing classes, every single little luxury item in my life was something that made me me. I had gone from being an exhausted, sick person in archaeology to being a dried up husk of a person in research administration. I had no life because I had no means of outwardly expressing who I was. And if I couldn't be me, what was the point? I was 36 years old. I was chronically underemployed. And over 10 years, I hadn't made a dent in my debt load. I had no life and no sense of me. When my dad turned 65, he was thrilled to finally get a discount, even though it was a senior's discount. Canada Pension Plan, or CPP, was thought of as the saving grace of old age. CPP will take care of you. You didn't need to worry about saving for retirement. CPP would be enough. CPP was part of the Canadian Social Security safety net that we each paid into throughout our lives and then cashed in during times of need. This was the baby boomer blue-collar narrative I heard throughout my lifetime. When my dad turned 65 and started collecting CPP, I found out that this narrative was incorrect. Grossly incorrect. Nobody could live off of CPP. Nobody. When I was a grad student, I had been making more from teaching or research assistantships, and those had barely allowed me to live. It was tragic. How could anyone live off it? My dad was still working at 65, so CPP was an additional bit of income. Some idiot advised him to open a registered retirement savings plan, or RRSP, so he could get the income tax deduction. In the short term, I guess it seemed like a good idea, because whoever truly believes that life will take a drastic turn and then they'll not be able to work next year. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happened. The surgery on my dad's wrists apparently had a bit of a warranty of about 10 years. Eventually, he had to go in for a cortisol shot to ease the pain. Then he started to have heart flickers. An electrical problem, he said. If the heart has plumbing and electricity, mine has an electrical glitch. He was having blackouts, fainting spells. Suddenly driving to work was not possible. A simple surgery got the electrical glitch sorted out, but then he was diagnosed with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD, from a lifetime of cigarette smoking. A quick succession of one thing after another forced my dad out of the workplace and into retirement. He had to cash in an RRSP, which was considered income, while attempting to live on CPP. Paying tax on the RRSP savings was really an insult when he desperately needed the money to live. My dad's turn of circumstances was a shock for both of us. I could see he was trying to keep positive, trying to find another job, maybe a remote one, trying to find a sense of purpose, trying to keep his head above water when everything else was collapsing. Everything he'd done seemed for naught. He was a good person who'd been given the shaft. He'd had the job, the house, the wife and kids, and it wasn't enough. He'd gone back to school, retrained, had a second career. He'd fought the system against my mother and even bucked the system and been an entrepreneur. There was no success here. There was only pain, disappointment, and hopelessness. What the fuck was all this for? Booking a meeting with a bankruptcy trustee was my last-ditch effort at some sort of life. As much as I didn't want my life to mirror my dad's, I needed to do something. Nothing I'd done had worked. Hadn't even made a dent. In fact, maybe some of what I'd done had caused myself some harm. Had I perpetuated my own debt? Had my dad perpetuated his own circumstances? I only had one shot at life. No one rescued my dad. He tried to rescue himself several times, and it hadn't worked. Maybe he hadn't tried the right thing, or in the right way. All I knew was that something needed to change. I'd changed everything outside of me except this one thing. This one thing, bankruptcy, was the one thing I was afraid of. I wanted to be better than my dad. I wanted to learn from his mistakes, because bankruptcy was a mistake. It didn't matter what led to the bankruptcy. Bankruptcy was always a mistake. It was always preventable and always unjustifiable. I didn't want to file for bankruptcy. I didn't want to fall again. I didn't want to admit defeat. But something needed to change, and it had to change now. My dad's past would be my future. I could see it all laid out in front of me. That would be me in 25 to 30 years, but I'd be paying student loans from my CPP instead of trying to live. The cold truth stared at me. There was no way out of this. I had to try. The bankruptcy trustee arrived, flustered and harried. "Sorry I'm late," he said. "I got tied up at the office." He was different than I'd imagined, likely in his late 30s or early 40s, brown hair, lean, and with an affable disposition. He put me at ease. He answered all of my questions and assured me that bankruptcy was actually a relief for many people. Many people struggled for years, beating themselves up, and it was a relief for them to finally let go, let themselves go. Many people, too, he said, aren't in debt for millions. Circumstances changed, and they just can't pay their modest debts. It's not their fault. It just happens. Circumstances. It's not their fault. They're not bad people. It just happens. I spent a lot of time and effort beating myself up for not being able to pay off my debts, for not getting a better paying job, for not being born in a better life. I spent some unconscious time, too, saying to myself that I'd do better than my dad, that I'd not make the mistakes of a previous generation. But I wasn't living for me. Hadn't for a while. I was living to pay my debts. I was a slave to debt. I had no life, no sense of self, but I had a whole whopping bucket load of shame, guilt, and trauma from financial scarcity. Was I perpetuating my own debt? It was time to end this cycle. 4 months later, I visited the trustee's office and signed the bankruptcy paperwork. Chapter 17, Making Luck, Part 2. Bankruptcy helped me see that I'd done the very best I could with my financial background. I'd done what I could with credit to get me through school. Then I tried my best to get a good job, cut expenses, and pay it all down. Like engineering, I'd worked my ass off for 10 years. For naught. Bankruptcy wasn't just financial. It was personal. Sitting across from the trustee, I felt exposed, not just financially, but morally, as if this were proof of some defect. I should have known better. I should have managed better. I should have chosen better. That internal voice was relentless. But something unexpected happened in the quiet that followed. Once the papers were signed, once the shame had crested and broken, there was space. Not exactly relief, but space. The weight of debt lifted from my shoulders, and I could breathe again. And the freedom to breathe allowed me to consider a possibility I had resisted for years. What if this wasn't entirely my fault? And with that realization, I began to forgive myself. Forgive myself for not being better, not doing better, not being someone else. It wasn't just engineering. It was being from a small town, born into a low-income family, wanting too much, dreaming too much, believing academia could save me, trusting employers who didn't reciprocate, for believing that if I just worked harder at everything, it would all work out. In forgiving myself, I accepted myself. my past, my patterns, my limitations, my strengths. I stopped measuring myself against an impossible standard. They often say that when you forgive someone, you don't do it for them. You do it for yourself. You let go of anger, of resentment, of pride, of expectations, of disappointment, of the belief that it should have gone differently. Forgiveness didn't feel noble. It felt practical, like setting down a backpack I'd been hauling uphill long after I'd forgotten why I picked it up. I realized something then. Making luck wasn't about forcing outcomes. It wasn't about positive thinking or grit or pushing harder. It was about removing drag. Too much drag is what keeps an aircraft from lifting and flying. Too much drag, and a flying aircraft stalls and falls from the sky. Shame was drag. Comparison was drag. Trying to meet standards that didn't fit was drag. Even my own mindset was drag. All of these things were keeping me from flying and thriving in my own life. Once I'd shifted my perspective on bankruptcy, I began reevaluating other so-called failures, like engineering. It turns out leaving engineering wasn't a failure either. It was truth. Engineering and I weren't compatible. That path wasn't for me. The problem wasn't that I quit. The problem was that I thought quitting meant failure. In addition, if I hadn't quit engineering, I wouldn't have discovered anthropology, something that made me feel alive and purposeful. Filing for bankruptcy and leaving engineering were both moments where I stopped trying to meet a standard that wasn't built for me. These moments didn't represent failure. They were clarity. They were signposts saying, "You don't belong here." And that's okay. You belong somewhere else. You were made to play a different game. I didn't know yet what that looked like, but I knew enough to see that my way of playing was different than everyone else's. The standard life path and the way to walk a life path was different for me. It took me years to understand that, but in forgiving myself, I was able to let go of the emotional baggage I'd been dragging behind me. Baggage that was keeping me from moving forward, from thriving, from becoming. Forgiveness wasn't surrender, it was release. Quitting was the doorway to becoming myself. I stopped asking, "Why didn't this work?" and instead started asking, "What would work for me?" That shift didn't give me answers. It gave me a new mindset. And mindset, I was beginning to see, was the first real ingredient in making luck. Not because it guarantees success, but because it stops you from fighting yourself. Chapter 18. Ground Effect. In the 6 months after filing bankruptcy, I bought myself a car, acquired a kitten, stood up to a bully at work, and then became unemployed. The last 2 points are unrelated. Being unemployed and financially bankrupt is not a good place to be. While I prepared myself for filing bankruptcy, I stopped using my credit cards for 4 months before filing, I wasn't prepared to be unemployed. The trustee had taken all of my investments, a measly $3,000, and left my savings, about $300. I only had what was coming in through income. It was a good thing I'd bought my little used Honda Civic when I had the chance. It was the only way I could get to job interviews. It also allowed me to be in contact with a friend who contracted me for some desktop archaeological work. I suddenly had my first archaeological job as a business owner. But nearly all of that income went to the trustee. I couldn't save anything, and I didn't know if and when more work would be coming down the pipe. This was a false liftoff. But working on my own, for myself, was a freeing experience. I could finally sleep in, and adhere to my natural circadian rhythms. If I wanted to stand in my kitchen thinking, I could, without guilt. I had no one watching over my shoulder. No one was asking me for a status update. Like grad school, I was getting stuff done, and all on my schedule. Things got pretty scary for a while. By February 2014, I was sure I'd be packing up my apartment and living off my dad's sofa. No job interviews. I was applying for at least 10 a week. It was much like when I was just out of grad school. I was omitting experiences from my resume so I'd be more attractive to potential employers. I lamented to my neighbor one day, and he got me an interview with a friend of his. That job at an engineering and survey company kept me from living off my dad's sofa. It filled the gap and helped me start my next step, research facilitation. I was hired back at the University of Calgary in July 2015, but into a faculty rather than a central administrative office. It was another desk job with unionized set hours. And it had a Cadillac-type benefits package. All of this was great, sure, but the bonus was that I once again had access to post-secondary resources and facilities. Oh yeah. Update. Tuesday, December 22nd, 2015. Solstice Retrospective. It's been too long since Yvonne wrote an update. It seems out of character, yet completely in character. If the updates were a catharsis, then, it seems, there is little to purge. The new job is still new. Research facilitation is biased towards research, and Yvonne has seen little facilitation. But the hours are good, the benefits are great. Among those benefits are the working company she now keeps. Much of the day is spent laughing, joking, pondering philosophical and theoretical perspectives in research and academia, and it makes the necessary work easier, quicker, and smoother. It's been a long time since Yvonne has had the pleasure of such a pleasurable work environment. And upon the shortest day of the year, at the symbolic and perhaps natural end of the year, Yvonne has begun to nod at the year that was. At the start of 2015, Yvonne was unemployed and terrified that she'd have to pack up her apartment and sleep on her dad's sofa. During this time, her friends demonstrated extraordinary kindness and support. Without them and her family, it is possible that things would have turned out very differently for Yvonne. She was able to keep her apartment and even managed to get a full-time job. This full-time job taught Yvonne new skills and showed her that, yes, she really did know what she was doing, and in just about any context. It also further confirmed her self-worth. Then, on the eve of finally being a volunteer at the Calgary Folk Music Festival and paying forward some of that gratitude, Yvonne was offered the paradise of her current job. The outlook went from dismal to luxurious within 6 months. Another few months later, Yvonne was formally discharged from bankruptcy, and the healing began. Forgiving herself for getting into that financial, emotional, mental mess now seems the easier part of the process, like scrubbing the gravel and dirt out of road burn. The wounds are now clean, but it'll take time and tenderness to heal and heal properly. So, on the eve of another year, Yvonne looks back on how much things have changed in so short a time. She is grateful to have experienced it all, from the abundant to desperate ends of the spectrum, because one makes the other more visible. It has also shown Yvonne the value of healthy relationships with people, with money, with ourselves, and that these relationships are what make the world go round. It is with heart-filled wishes that Yvonne hopes you, dear reader, begin and end your next year with abundance, and that you measure your happiness by the fullness of your heart, rather than the fullness of your wallet. Warm wishes and happy dreams for you all. Chapter 19. Skeleton Keys. Along with notions of fairy tales, we are taught that we all have a purpose or calling. We spend our lives looking, searching, and exploring, forever seeking this elusive soul calling that will make everything clearer and make sense. It seemed like I was on a roller coaster of disappointment. I was forever hopeful that, like Cinderella, the next shoe would fit and I'd be rescued from a life of drudgery and listlessness. I was trying to rescue myself, make my own luck. Results, however, weren't spectacular, and I was still searching for that elusive key that would unlock the mystery of making my own luck. I shifted my view from all of this when some wise person once said, "Your purpose in life is to be you. There is only one of you. You need to be that." Another piece of wisdom I was given was, who were you as a child? Who were you before the world got to you and twisted you into who you are now? I looked back at who I was before I started school, before peer pressure had begun to shape me into someone I wasn't, and saw someone quite different to who I was as an adult. As a kid, I stood my ground. I knew what I wanted and wasn't afraid to say so. I was confident. I wasn't afraid to go against the grain and do my own thing. I loved living in my imagination, creating stories and running around outside. I also had a very distinct and strong internal compass. As an adult, I was much more willing to keep quiet and defer to other louder voices, if only to keep the peace. I was more hesitant because I didn't want to make others angry or encounter backlash. I also lived my life indoors, doing repetitive, operational tasks that involved nearly no creativity, curiosity, or imagination. In fact, I'd been reprimanded or received negative feedback for being innovative or creative. I'd been denying my identity for nearly my entire life. No wonder I'd been burnt out so many times. I tuned into who this inner Yvonne was, and I used that as my gauge. To hell with Buffy Summers. What would 6-year-old Yvonne do? That kid knew herself and wasn't afraid to tell it like it was. When I turned an ear toward the internal instead of the external, suddenly I started to see who I was and should be. Suddenly my purpose became clearer. Chapter 20. Distant Thunder. Imagine you're swimming along in a lake. Things are pretty good for a while. You are confident in your ability to swim, and the lake is a familiar place. After a while, it gets cold. The current changes. There's a whisper of thunder in the distance, and you grow tired. This change comes on suddenly. You need to find a shore or somewhere to rest, but there's nothing. No buoy, no raft. You call out for help, and your voice echoes across the water. Nothing. No one hears you. You are alone. The water grows colder, and you know if you don't get out of the water soon, things will become drastic. Catastrophic, even. Finally, calling out for help again, someone answers. "Wait there," they call back. "I'll get help." But know that with each passing minute, things are growing exponentially worse. You can feel your warmth and life ebbing away. Your limbs are floundering in the water. Your body is numb. You know the waving of your arms and the kicking of your legs won't be enough to keep your head above water. At any minute, you know you will sink, and there won't be a damn thing you can do about it. If you stay here, you will die. I felt like this during my last year of archaeology. It felt like this in my research administration job. I should have exited when I heard the thunder. It started with migraines. Nausea, vertigo, dizzy spells so intense I couldn't walk, drive, or look at a screen. All I could do was lay on the sofa with my eyes closed and think. Sleep was a luxury. And there was nothing I could take for the migraines. Pain meds don't work on dizziness. The migraines weren't new, but now they were constant, unrelenting, debilitating. I was doing all the right things. After years of archaeology, I was translating my research experience into something more applicable to the real world: project management, research impact, knowledge mobilization. I took courses, earned credentials, and connected the dots between what I cared about and where I could make a difference. I thought it was going well. On paper, I was growing, thriving even. Then, everything changed. The environment was becoming increasingly hostile. And my supervisor, she was the match dropped into dry grass. It began with snide comments and micromanagement. Then, denial of sick days. Then the email, "You can't know that you'll be sick tomorrow." Migraines weren't a one-day thing. They were multiple days of torture. Another email, "You need permission before leaving work sick." "You need a note from a doctor," an HR representative told me. Great. I can't walk or see, but I need to go to a doctor to get a note that says I can't walk or see. How did human beings become so prolific when this is their logic? Needless to say, a trip to the doctor further aggravated my migraine and set me back a couple of days. The clincher was when my supervisor demanded that I ask permission before leaving work sick. "No," I said in an email. "That's unacceptable. It's inhumane to deny or attempt to deny someone sick time when they're sick." And finally, when I reminded her of pre-approved vacation days, she rescinded them. "You've missed too much work," she said. I was being punished for being ill. The logic was maddening. The intent was clear. This wasn't about policy. It was control. "Why couldn't we all just get along?" I found myself saying again and again to myself. That perpetual need to get along with everyone, appease, ensure the harmony of the whole, reared up and baffled me. But, as confused as I was, I could no longer sacrifice my needs to get some peace. It had taken a while, but the migraines and denial of vacation days was enough for me to realize I was now in a dire battle. I was in the middle of the lake, limbs flailing, the thunder no longer distant. I needed to call to shore. I needed to call in the cavalry. The Union was slow to take concrete action. I was logging incidents and keeping records, which was helping them understand the situation. But meanwhile, I was sinking, growing numb. I was constantly on high alert for extreme aggressive behavior. Flashbacks of my mother whilst at the office didn't make a happy day. I'd freeze up in my office chair every time I heard my supervisor's door slam. "Shit, here she comes," I'd think. "What's she gonna do or say now?" My neck and shoulders would tense and I would feel her presence in the doorway without turning to see her. Every time she leaned in the doorway and said, "Can I talk to you?" my body braced for impact. I'm non-confrontational by nature. I hate pain. I hate loud voices. Confrontation is like sandpaper on my soul. However, I've also learned it's like rubbing salt on a wound. Confrontation hurts like hell, but it disinfects the wound to allow it to heal. Inside my supervisor's office, she read my performance evaluation and exploded. Update. More degrees than Fahrenheit 451. It was happening again. If Yvonne's mind hadn't been hijacked by her amygdala, she'd likely have stood agape anyway. How was this happening again? Her supervisor continued aggressively. "You can't say that." Spittle flew from her mouth. "It's discrimination. It's like saying Harold does things differently because he's from India." Huh? And if Yvonne's mind hadn't been engaged in, "if I don't move, nobody can hurt me" mode, she might have wondered what the hell this woman had been smoking. What was wrong with being aware of differences and making space to engage with those differences? This was the entire basis of Yvonne's post-secondary education in anthropology, exploring and reveling in the variations of the human species. "Remember when you said it was important that your manager have your back?" her manager said, leering. Yvonne nodded, slowly and numbly. "Well, just remember that." And suddenly the room felt hot, about 451 degrees Fahrenheit hot. It was a pattern in Yvonne's life, to be taken advantage of by the ones she trusted. She trusted too much. She trusted all the wrong people, and she didn't trust the right people enough. Yvonne was the victim, plain and simple, and she was getting really freaking sick of it. Bullying wasn't something she'd encountered in grade school. The one and only time Yvonne was almost bullied as a kid went something like this. "Hey, Yvonne." "Yeah?" "Steph wants to fight you." "Oh, okay. Now?" "No, after school, behind the school." "Oh, okay." And Yvonne resumed what she was doing, not giving the incident a moment's thought more. But in the past few years of her adult life, bullying, censorship, coercion, and emotional blackmail, all via authority figures, were forming a very disturbing pattern. Did it have anything to do with the organizations she'd been working for? How about academic disciplines she'd been working with? Despite everything else, Yvonne could only identify one constant in the pattern: herself. And it was the one thing she could do something about. "Fuck this shit," she mumbled some hours later over her second glass of red wine and the bottom of a bag of potato chips. If she'd been putting herself into these situations, it was high time she got herself out. The problem was, what the hell was she doing to put or get herself into these situations? It's not like someone goes out looking to be victimized. Or did they? So Yvonne did something she was very good at. She did some research. What will Yvonne uncover about victimology? Will she read Fahrenheit 451 again, just for kicks? How many bottles of wine will it take for her to figure this out? Stay tuned. In addition to cramming for my project management certification exam, I was training in conflict mediation at the time, hoping to navigate these encounters with some semblance of grace. But learning how to de-escalate conflict while in conflict is like performing surgery on yourself while you bleed out. The migraines worsened. My mental health deteriorated. Eventually, it was the beginning of the end. I knew I was reacting to more than just one bad boss. I was drowning because something was pulling me under. I passed the project management professional exam and promptly crashed. I was so depleted, I had to take short-term sick leave. At the same time, I started noticing my reactions to stress were off, overblown, disproportionate. I was having massive, mountainous, all out of whack reactions to something someone else did. It was so massive, I can't even remember what it was that set me off. It set me into a state of complete primal reaction, panic mode. While most of my brain was doing its panic dance and making mountains out of molehills, a part of me took a step back and said, "What's going on here? What the hell am I doing and why am I reacting like this?" But I was lucid enough to see it, like a part of me stepped out and said, "Whoa, that was a lot. What just happened?" So I called the insurance provider through work. Within 15 minutes of the intake session, I had a preliminary diagnosis: post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. I was stunned. I hadn't been in a war. I hadn't been attacked. Heck, I hadn't even broken a bone. How could I possibly have PTSD? But I also couldn't deny something was seriously wrong. I found a therapist in Calgary who specialized in PTSD. I was in his office inside of 2 weeks. It turns out I didn't have your run-of-the-mill PTSD. I had the chronic kind, complex PTSD, The kind that shows up when your entire nervous system has been running on high alert for decades. I sat dumbfounded in the chair as my new therapist explained this to me. But I wasn't abused, I responded. There's more than one way to abuse someone, he replied. The more tests I did, the more we talked, the more I saw a mountain of evidence pile up in front of my eyes. Childhood trauma, emotional neglect, ACE scores. The series of adverse childhood events, or ACEs, I had experienced were just a facet of being Gen X, I thought, who didn't come from a broken home. My nervous system had been locked in survival mode for most of my life. And now, under sustained stress, I was breaking open. My body was done waiting. The migraines, the panic, the shutdowns, they weren't inconveniences. They were signals, warnings, stop signs. This wasn't burnout. This was a collapse. I was scaring myself by my reactions to everyday events. Things were mounting, and I needed to regain some semblance of control. My therapist's office became a place of safety and learning that I visited every week for a few months. PTSD symptoms started appearing because I was under stress. Hordes of it. My trauma was real, and my body wasn't going to let me ignore it any longer. By December, I was having constant migraines and sought medical advice. Filing a formal grievance against my employer was both terrifying and clarifying. It gave me direction to the chaos. The union became a lifeline. They saw what I saw. They validated what I felt. They were the buoy as I attempted to regain feeling in my limbs. I still hated confrontation. It still scraped my soul raw. But I was no longer pretending I was okay. And that, perhaps, was the first real sign of healing. Chapter 21. I'll call you next week. For months, I'd been trying to arrange home care for my dad. I was hearing reports from my sister, who lived with him, of how things weren't as rosy as my dad was making them out to be. His driving was scary, and my sister was afraid he'd get in an accident or drive off the road. He was barely eating and wouldn't eat anything that wasn't junk. He didn't really talk to anyone except immediate family. He had no money, no motivation, and no community network. My dad was opposed to setting up residence in an assisted living establishment. I'm not there yet, he kept saying. I didn't want to push him, even though I desperately knew he needed a supportive environment. So I suggested home care. It's free, Dad, I said. They'll come around and help you as much or as little as you want. He was leery and wanted to see what was involved. I drove the hour and a half to my dad's home to participate in the home care interview. What my dad needed, what his home offered or didn't, what a home care provider could provide for him. They could help him bathe and would look in on him. Cooking and housework would be the next step up after establishing a quality care routine. It took months to arrange this initial interview and 3 hours to complete. It was a fully subsidized service, and we'd been on a waiting list for weeks. My dad was fully on board with the idea. My sister and I sat in on the interview, listening and contributing what we could to the discussion between the home care assessor and my dad. That done, we could expect the home care to start the week after. My dad was the kind of guy who could talk to anyone. Back home, he'd sit and BS with the old-timers at the local coffee shop or with anyone who walked into his wood shop. I envisioned the home care provider and my dad becoming fast friends. It was a Hallmark movie waiting to happen. At the end of the week, I did my usual phone call to my dad. How was the home care person? Dunno. I sent them away. I questioned him further, and for the first time in recent memory, he raised his voice to me. He didn't want any of it. We ended the call abruptly, and with me feeling very confused. I cannot explain how out of character it was for my dad to raise his voice at me. I'd seen him do it to others in the past, his employees, idiot drivers, but never to me. He had also done an about-face regarding the home care. First he wanted it, now he didn't. Why hadn't he just said he didn't want it? 20 minutes later, he called back. "I'm sorry, I don't remember the home care interview and agreeing to the visits," he said. It seemed my sister had overheard our previous conversation on his end and tore into him for speaking to me that way. She also informed him that he had, in fact, agreed to the visits. At that point, I believe that we were all quite scared. He couldn't care for himself, and now he was forgetting. He was also still opposed to getting a place in an assisted living home. This recent turn took us all off guard. The year before, he'd bought an RV and intended to sell everything and drive out to Vancouver Island and sit on the beach. He talked about this often, or of driving down south to Arizona or New Mexico, someplace warm, someplace cheap, just to live out the rest of his days. In the past year, however, he'd had trouble seeing the road. He also had experienced blackouts. Driving was an essential part of who he was and essential to his sense of freedom and independence. But now, he couldn't risk it. Infirmity had snuck up on him and us, and he was refusing help. In a heart-to-heart while visiting him one weekend, I asked about his opposition to living in an assisted home. "If all you're doing is watching TV and working on the computer, what difference does it make whether you do it there or here?" I asked. He understood my argument and agreed. Finally, I was so relieved. I immediately began looking into an assisted living placement for my dad. The clock was not on our side. I was warned that a fully subsidized placement had at least a 2-year waiting list. I prayed we had time. My weekends were spent either touring fully subsidized assisted living establishments or cleaning up my dad's place to post it on the market. During my downtime at work and in the evenings, I scoured the internet for governmental programs. I enlisted the help of friends and coworkers to help me find resources for my dad. I called numerous places asking for help, being referred elsewhere, coming to a dead end, then starting over again. In July 2018, I drove up to Red Deer every weekend to clean up and declutter my dad's place. At the end of the month, we'd accomplished much, and I really needed a weekend to myself. "I won't see you for a couple of weeks," I said, as I gave him a hug and kissed his head as he sat at his desk. "You going to be okay with that?" He mumbled a bit of assent. "I'll call you next week." That phone call was the last time I talked to him, and that weekend in July was the last time I saw him. Chapter 22. Field of Bones. My dad died on August 17th, 2018. I was the executrix of his estate, or what was left of it. He died with debt, not assets. No savings, maxed out credit cards, and a high-interest loan. No lawyer wanted the case. No help was available. It was up to me. I knew what that meant. I'd watched my dad act as executor for his own mother's estate. He didn't have time to grieve. He was too busy managing forms, family drama, and bureaucracy. A human life boils down to paperwork, filing it, capturing it, and ensuring the right organizations have it. I had known for years that one day this responsibility would fall to me, but knowing and doing are very different things. For the next 18 months, I lived off lists. Cancel this, mail that, file here, clean, sort, sell. Vehicle, scrapyard. Find someone to come and pick it up. First, remove license plates and turn them into a registry office. Rifles. Sell or surrender to local law enforcement for destruction. File end-of-life taxes. Call my accountant. The list went on and on. I was surrounded by my dad. His bills were spread out in my office with insurance papers, income tax files, gun registration forms, pictures of our house from 1982. His tools were on my balcony. His email inbox sat open on my computer. His ashes sat in my entryway. There is a dearth of written and accessible knowledge on executor duties. What to do, how to do it, why to do it, when. Sure, the internet is full of lists of who to contact, but not what these organizations need or who exactly within that organization to talk to. Do they need a funeral director's certificate, a medical examiner certificate, the provincial government's death certificate, or merely a copy of the registration of death? Then there's the inevitable follow-up from said organization addressed to the deceased, ensuring that the deceased has terminated their policy and please sign here to confirm. I waited for Blue Cross Health Insurance to call me back to sort out whether or not my dead father wanted to terminate his coverage. I brought home piles of files from my dad's desk. In sorting through them, I discovered he was more in debt than I'd originally thought, and had been for much longer. Every now and again, he would email me and ask for $100. I'd send him $200. I didn't think much of it. I had confidence in my dad. He was my dad. He would let me know if something was wrong. He would let me know if he needed help. Things had been bad for some time. He'd needed help and hadn't said anything, except for the occasional, "Can you swing me some money?" I had no idea, not a clue. I honestly thought things were okay. Meanwhile, he hadn't been able to afford gas or food. He'd make the minimum payment on a credit card to then use the credit card to buy groceries. Or he'd skip groceries and send my sister to Tim Hortons for a muffin and coffee. The charges on his credit card and debit card showed me a pattern, and it was pretty dismal. It reminded me of when I was a student and couldn't afford to feed myself. I'd ask my dad for money then, just like he'd been asking me. The guilt hit me hard. Why hadn't I seen any symptoms of his financial strain? Why hadn't I figured this out sooner, or at all? Why hadn't I sent him more money? What kind of daughter was I? A lousy one, apparently. My dad had been treading water, barely, and hadn't been asking for help. I'd been so caught up in seeing my dad as he'd been, the dad I'd wanted him to be, that I hadn't seen the real version. He was broke, poor, likely starving, and socially isolated. His arms and legs had been tired from treading water for so long, and then he'd sunk beneath the surface. It broke my heart. Every time a piece of mail was delivered, every time I dumped another load of stuff at the secondhand store, every time I drove to Red Deer, the guilt weighed heavier and heavier. I'd let my dad down. I didn't save him. I should have been there. I should have seen it. I'd seen what I wanted to see. The dad I remembered. The one I trusted to ask for help if he needed it. But he hadn't, and I hadn't pushed. Now he was gone, and all I could do was hold the pieces. I buried my guilt, pushed away my grief and my own needs, and I stuck to the list. I had shit to do. I pushed it all back, away, down. Then when I finally crossed the last creditor off the list, 18 months later, I broke down crying. It was over. I'd scattered my dad's life to the winds and reduced it all to a single file box. And only then did I have the space to begin grieving. Chapter 23. The Perfect Storm. Update. Wednesday, January 23rd, 2019. The long dark tea time of the ovaries. There are days when Yvonne rages. She actively seeks out reasons to violently ram her cheap but quickly moving vehicle into a slower moving vehicle. She imagines the rush of finally breaking free of societal restrictions, of finally letting her emotions burst forth from the corset of the anal retentive bourgeoisie, and of teaching that stupid, brake-happy, distractedly driven performance vehicle driver a well-earned lesson. Roar! After the veil of red disappears, Yvonne then sinks into despair, the depths of which she's never known, and Yvonne has seen some depths. Why can't we all just get along? She'd whimper from a fetal position on her sofa. The human race won't survive anyway, so why bother? And she'd begin to set her affairs in order. Then Yvonne will pick up a romance novel and become so lust-driven that she'll ponder opening a Tinder account or to ask who for advice on how to approach someone about becoming a friend with benefits. This is a typical day. Hell, sometimes it's a typical hour. It's PMS to the 10th power, but without the bloating and cramping caused by ovaries proclaiming their love of life. No, this is a very clear statement that Yvonne's ovaries are packing it in. Yvonne has been bitch-slapped by perimenopause. Either she wants to beat the shit out of someone or fuck them senseless. She has a whole new appreciation for the plight of teenage boys. Yvonne is still young. She's only 45. However, she's been fairly certain this condition has been growing over the past couple of years. She didn't have the more common and visible symptoms, hot flashes, weight gain, hair loss. Her symptoms are more subtle: night sweats, fatigue, changes in her migraines. The symptoms could also be easily attributed to other causes, like detoxing and stress. When she broached the subject to her doctor, he said, "Anecdotally, I've noticed that those who begin perimenopause younger have more issues with neuroses." "Great! I'm going crazy!" Yvonne exclaimed. Famous last words. Now Yvonne fears that her hormones, or lack thereof, may indeed be driving her to acts of craziness. She has witnessed herself behaving in strange ways. Seeing the raging Yvonne, seeing the lust rise up and make her reach out a hand to the unfamiliar man next to her, seeing the despair and wondering, what the hell is going on? These acts are not Yvonne. They are out of character. Perhaps Yvonne is a witch and she has been possessed of the devil. Perimenopause may be the true root of the witch hunts of old. These hormonal twitches are overriding her character. A character, she might add, she's finally coming to appreciate and love. Yvonne is quite perfectly Yvonne, except when her hormones twitch out. Of course, none of this is optimal timing. The stress of her dad's death in August 2018 and the subsequent stress of being an executrix have only increased the likelihood that she would tear off someone's head or attempt to inhabit her electric blanket on a permanent basis. This is what her doctor has cited as a perfect storm. And like any perfect storm, there is no control over it. You batten down the hatches, ride it out, and know there will be a certain amount of damage to clean up afterwards. Yvonne isn't looking forward to the damage. It could be very ugly. So, as of today, Yvonne is considering signing up for some damage control, hormone replacement therapy, or HRT, or at least hormone let-me-down-easy therapy. She is fully aware and will happily beat on someone's head to demonstrate that perimenopause and the resulting menopause isn't a medical condition. It's a life change that every woman will go through. How one goes through it, however, can be a choice. Yvonne admits that she needs some help. Likely her supervisor, if her supervisor really knew what was going on, would also admit that Yvonne needs some help. Yvonne would like her fertility to go gently into that long, dark night, rather than lingering over tea whilst inflicting as much damage as possible. And if HRT can lend a degree of grace, Yvonne wants in. Upon reflection, Yvonne now wonders why there is no HRT for teenage boys. Will Yvonne make it unscathed to her doctor's appointment in February? Will Yvonne's body adjust well to HRT? Will she have side effects? Will those side effects land her jail time or in an STD clinic? Or will Yvonne decide to ride out this storm and again sign up for online dating? Stay tuned. I found myself raging at stupid things, little things, inconsequential things. Then I would eat chocolate or drink gin and cry because my cats loved me unconditionally, and God, the world needed more unconditional love. But then the anger would rise again, and why, oh, why can't people sign their name on an email or signal whilst driving? And holy shit, my lower back hurt. I was burning from all sides, and my hormones decided to join the party. This was a perfect storm. I was perimenopausal, grieving my dad, and detoxing from being his executrix, and dealing with an increasingly abusive supervisor. I wasn't sleeping much. I also experienced weird, out-of-character mood swings. One minute I'd be enraged at the world and be itching for a physical fight. Then I'd twitch out and find myself drifting magnet-like to a man who'd only ever been a colleague and friend. There were no in-betweens. I was fiercely angry, sobbing buckets, or randy as a teenage boy, and I could swing from one mood to another in a blink. I didn't recognize myself. Everything felt raw and too loud. My brain was foggy. My body didn't feel like mine. It was as though my internal control panel had been hijacked by an angry, horny, depressed gremlin with a short fuse and no sense of timing. I joked about it because humor was the only thing keeping me upright. But the truth was, I felt like I was losing my mind. My emotional landscape had become unpredictable terrain. Anger, despair, obsession, apathy, desire, rage, repeat. I didn't have hot flashes. I had existential tsunamis. My body was demanding a reckoning, with a past, with my grief, and with my very identity. And for the first time in my life, I couldn't override or outwork my way through it. No productivity hack was going to get me out of this. I was on sick leave from work. I had begged and pleaded with my doctor to give me the time. Frankly, if he hadn't also been my dad's doctor, I'm not sure he would have complied. He insisted on writing a prescription for antidepressants, just to show we were trying. I didn't take them. I knew deep down that I just needed time. Time to grieve. Time to deal with the fallout from my dad's estate. Time away from my abusive supervisor. I needed time to deal with the external stuff in my life, but to do that, I also needed to figure out some internal stuff. I needed time to figure out who I was and what I needed. So I did what I could. I researched. I journaled. I stocked up on Kleenex and stretchy pants. I tried to ride it out without destroying everything in my path. I battened down the hatches to wait out this perfect storm. And that's when everything I'd been through hit hard. Chapter 24. Sifting through debris. Standing in my small galley kitchen, I argued with my dad. Why did you do this to me? Why didn't you sort out your shit? Why didn't you tell me it was bad? Why didn't you ask for help? Tears streamed down my face and fell to the floor. The floor was getting slippery. Fuck you for doing this to me. I hate that you stuck me with all of this shit. I started coughing so hard I nearly vomited. I spat snot into the kitchen sink and rested my forehead against the counter. It was cool and felt nice against my heated face. The sobbing paused. My head hurt. Every part of my body ached. Then it started all over again. Why didn't you tell me? Why? The perfect storm of grieving, workplace bullying, and perimenopause had passed. It had left a mess of debris in its wake, and it was a shit ton of debris. Starting a new job is always filled with quiet time as you learn the way things work, the people, and the organization. This quiet time was compounded as the world shifted to an online environment during the first pandemic lockdown. I had left my old job with the abusive supervisor and had started a new job. I was new to the organization and my position was also new. Nobody knew me or really knew what I did. I was in an extended time of invisibility and learning. At home, I oscillated between trying to make a mark at my new job and being overcome with harsh, acute emotion. Sometimes I just slept. Often I walked. I allowed myself to experience the deep grief I felt at losing my best friend and the person who taught me unconditional love. I didn't need to put a smile on my face at work. I didn't need to wear nice clothes or even shower. I was in the privacy of my own home, and I could let myself fall apart. I could let myself feel every ounce of the grief that I denied myself. And dear God, it was good. I went through all the stages of grief, from anger and denial to bargaining, sometimes all at once, sometimes in reverse order. This gentle man who'd taught me so much about life, who'd been a larger-than-life Renaissance man and taught himself woodworking and how to build, wire, and plumb a house, who'd spent time working on a ranch in the Australian outback when he was young and had dreams of doing an African safari and seeing the big three, who'd given me what little he'd had so I could move to Calgary and go to school, who'd come out to me and my sister as a cross-dresser after the divorce, and who was so very worried that we wouldn't love him anymore, who'd always be on the other end of the phone when I needed to talk. My father had been my best friend. I'd let him down, and now he was gone. The pain of his loss was so great that all I wanted to do was erase everything about him from my life. I burned pictures from my childhood. I gave away his tools. I washed his clothes and donated them. I couldn't bear to see, smell him, or remember him. Throughout his life, my dad had made pieces of furniture, either for me or that I'd somehow acquired. An end table that he'd made in high school, an entertainment center I'd designed and he'd built from my high school's reclaimed birch gym floor, a sewing box that he'd used as a raffle ticket box at the local trade show. The furniture he'd built became touchstones, where memories of him were like projections on a movie screen. One by one, I got rid of each piece. At some level, I knew what I was doing and questioned it, but the need to purge was too great. The pain was just too acute. I needed it all to stop. After a while, the crying and arguing in the kitchen with my dad turned into crying and regret in the kitchen with my dad. He'd wanted to do so much with his life. He didn't get a chance to go to Africa. He didn't get to drive his RV down to Arizona. He'd had to move a few years before his death, and his new place didn't have room for his beloved model railroad trains. There was so much he wanted to do, but didn't get to do. I regretted these things for him: the paths not walked, the risks not taken, the opportunities not chosen. For a long time, I wrestled with this contradiction. How could the man who told me to make my own luck end his life bankrupt, isolated, and completely drained? I knew he believed the advice he'd given me. He'd followed it for most of his life. So what happened? My dad and I were a lot alike. Both of us were very aware of our surroundings and the needs of others. It's very easy for us to give of ourselves to make others happy. After the divorce, he did something quiet and deep. He sacrificed himself to ensure my sister and I had support and love. He showed up. He listened. He drove me to therapy. He moved to Calgary and provided shelter. He cared for my cats when I went to grad school and then to work on the Picton investigation in Vancouver. He believed in me. He stood between me and the harshness of the world. While he didn't make financial luck, he made relational luck. He shifted the gravity of my upbringing and childhood so that I could rise. And that's what undoes me, because I often wonder what his life might have looked like had he made his own luck instead of cushioning ours. My dad wasn't trapped because he lacked the wisdom or desire to escape. He chose containment. He chose to spend his leverage on us. I felt I'd let my dad down because somewhere deep inside, I knew intuitively that he'd spent so much that my sister and I could have the leverage we needed. He'd given his life for us, and I hadn't achieved any sort of happiness or stability or fulfillment. Was that why I was hell-bent on destroying the past? Maybe I didn't want to be reminded of the gift I'd squandered. I wanted to live my life differently. I didn't want to die having left so much undone, so many dreams unlived. I no longer saw my dad as a man who failed to make luck. I saw a man who spent his. The question now wasn't whether he'd lived his dreams. It was whether I would use what he gave me. Not out of guilt, not as repayment, but because it would be a greater tragedy to waste it. Chapter 25. Shifting Strata. My dreams, however, weren't as clear as I'd like them to be. Hell, I didn't even know what they were anymore. I knew more about what I didn't want than what I did want. I didn't want to be bullied or taken advantage of anymore. I no longer wanted to have to sacrifice myself for my job or my career. And I didn't want to be exhausted. I was sick and tired of bending over backwards to make others happy and to keep the peace, whatever that may look like. And I was tired of being poor and living in scarcity. If this was everything I didn't want, then what did I want? I was going through a process of elimination. Academia wasn't for me. Archaeology wasn't for me. What was for me? To answer this, I had to go through a process of stripping away what wasn't me or didn't work for me. It was trial and error because nobody could tell me what I needed, who I was, and what I wanted out of life. I was writing the owner's manual of me. This process was disconcerting because I'd never not known what I wanted to do. Everything had an easy trajectory. Go to school, get a job, live life. Within school, the trajectory was also easy and linear. Go to class, study, get good marks, get a degree. The cause and effect was clear. The cause and effect of getting a job and living a life that suited me wasn't clear. I submitted resumes to job postings, but didn't get interviews. When I got jobs, they either bored me or led to burnout. I submitted PhD applications, but wasn't accepted. Twice. How the hell did this work? I felt I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't know where I fit or what I was supposed to do. The ground beneath me had shifted, and I didn't know what to do about it. I was without mission or purpose. My goals weren't working out. I was rudderless, tribeless, and selfless. Way back in junior high school, I took one of those skill assessment tests. It was meant to provide some career directions based on whatever skills a person naturally possessed. Unfortunately, it didn't do me any good. I was good at everything. There was no skill or aptitude that stood out, and therefore, none shone a neon sign that said, "This way," regarding a career path. The follow-up interests survey, however, did show I had an interest in psychology and criminology. Fascinating stuff, that. Even now, I am interested in what makes people tick. I remembered this and thought about my interests in forensics and my graduate work. Maybe I could make this work for me. I started in earnest to seek and apply for criminal analyst jobs in municipal and federal law enforcement agencies. I didn't want to incur debt by going back to school, yet I wanted to get as close to my research topic, scattered remains, as I could. I reached out to some contacts I had and got in touch with a few people who worked as criminal analysts. They loved their jobs. There was diversity, challenge. You generally worked independently, and there was always a puzzle. I was sold. I believed I had chosen my new path correctly and now worked toward that new path. As I applied to criminal analyst jobs, I saw that each one seemed completely different. This was something that the criminal analysts had alluded to. A person I'd worked with on the Picton investigation was now a criminal analyst. She advised I learn some of the skills and software used by CAs. I visited the university library and took out a couple of books about crime analysis and worked my way through them. By the time I got a request from the RCMP to visit Surrey and take their assessment exam, I thought I was in a good position. I was floored by the assessment exam. It wasn't assessing my personality or my capabilities. It was assessing skills. Skills I didn't have. Skills that seemed to me only experienced CAs would have. It was very disappointing. I found the entire experience very misleading and wondered that an organization would hire based on skills rather than personality, especially a federal law enforcement organization. Soon after that, I was contacted by a retired fire marshal in Ontario who had been a fan of my research. He'd returned to school to do a master's in anthropology, to start a second career consulting to law enforcement. He was in Calgary for a few days and asked to meet. When I met Greg, he was having dinner with a table full of municipal law enforcement officers. They were curious about who I was and why Greg knew me. In enlightening them, I also told them about my journey to try to become a CA. They heard the same plight from many, those who have tried to get a CA job from inside or outside of law enforcement. The assessment tests and hiring process didn't reflect the job and are focused on things they felt didn't matter. The hiring process was inconsistent at best and woefully inaccurate for the potential job at worst. The path to criminal analyst was a bust. I started to look at other options to get back to my research. If there's a will, there's a way. I crafted a proposal that outlined a research plan to illustrate the need for scattered remains research, doing experiments to elucidate patterns in the way remains were scattered, and then train people in how to search for remains scattered due to scavenger activity. It was a 5 to 10-year plan. I broke off the first part, illustrating the need for research, with an outline to do a search of case files, which includes scattered remains. The clincher was that I'd need to gain access to case files. First, I needed to figure out who held the applicable information from the case files. Then I needed to get access to that information. I pursued this for a couple of years, bouncing between different units within the RCMP and then bouncing to the medical examiner's office. After a couple years, it all came to a crashing halt. There was no way that I, as a civilian, would get access to the case files. Period. Full stop. So I shifted gears yet again. I would go back to school. As a student with a supervisor who was called in to do casework with law enforcement, I'd have experiential evidence showing why scattered remains research was needed while also performing the required research. I searched for a supervisor. I couldn't afford to leave the country and pay for out-of-state or out-of-country tuition fees, so I was stuck in Canada. There were very few people who fulfilled my requirements and fewer institutions who would be able to support my research. I once again flew to Vancouver. I talked to a potential supervisor who told me directly that he was not able or willing to go through the logistics that my research required. One down. Then I drove across the city to an RCMP office where they'd been doing some great work on devising new search methods for discovering scattered remains. Again, it was a fruitless visit. I was told they couldn't tell me any of their results from using the new search methods and couldn't even tell me anything about the methods of searching. I returned home from Vancouver, sat in my apartment, and felt the crushing blow of finally seeing the end of my research. It was tragic because I had, and still have, a deep sense of knowing that this research was important. I needed to do this research because it was important to society. My research gave me a great sense of purpose because it was my contribution to society. And apparently I was the only person who saw the significance of this research. I mourned the loss of this significant trajectory of humanity. I know it sounds grandiose, but to me, it has always seemed that humanity has a great capacity to savor the status quo and reject all that could propel its path forward. Much like the journey of the electric car that was squashed and hidden in the 1990s and the rejection of climate change, I saw society reject something that epitomized the greater good being killed by the desire to sit in the comfortable now. I didn't want to wait for a need to develop for my research. I didn't want to wait for people to figure out that finding patterns in the way remains were dispersed could help increase the recovery rate of skeletal remains, close cases, and increase the amount of remains returned to families. That could take longer than I had in my lifetime. I needed to figure this out, now, for me. Then it suddenly hit me. I didn't know who I was without my research. My research was part of my identity. Who was I without it? My research had held a sense of purpose that helped me fulfill and drive me. So much of my life had been driven by attaining a goal, a degree, an experience, publishing a book, a job. But my research didn't really fit any of that. It wasn't a goal. It was an ongoing part of who I was. I was my research. If I couldn't do my research, then who was I? I sat in a foggy stew of loss and rudderlessness for months. Who was I? Who was I without my research? Was I anyone without my research? Who was I at my core? For a while, it felt like digging through to some sort of bottom. I was digging through to my bedrock, to what was essentially me. Chapter 26. Ground Truth. The cost of renting a car was going to break me, I thought as I looked at the invoice the attendant slid to me. It had taken me nearly an hour of standing in line at the Albuquerque airport to get said rental car. This is standard, the woman in line told me. There's no airport in Santa Fe, so everyone rents a car here and commutes. Stuff only locals know. As an anthropologist, I appreciated that. I had jumped at the chance for a free trip. The Associate Dean Teaching and Learning was interested in adding coaching to their repertoire and had heard about a coaching and mentoring conference at the University of New Mexico. I want you to go check it out, she'd said. It was 2 months after my dad's death, 2 weeks after my last deadline at work. Numbness had already become a way of life, a way of existing and surviving. Nothing mattered anymore. Nothing registered on my emotional scale. I was drifting, and the desert felt as good a place as any to be lost. As usual, I'd done some research before booking my trip. Academic tourism was something I'd recently learned of. Academics would book their flights and arrive or stay a couple of days longer than the conference which they were attending and take in the sights. Habits and perspectives from consulting archaeology seemed to have been programmed into me, and I had a difficult time relaxing while traveling. I was always anxious about getting to the destination, getting things done, staying on a budget. New Mexico was a far cry from my days of backpacking across Europe and living in Ireland. I'd spotted Roswell, New Mexico on Google Maps, and the very large array. Visions of X-Files danced in my head. Curiosity and wonder sparked in me through the dank numbness. I booked a rental car and hoped that this would be something worthy of the price. The day after my arrival in Albuquerque, I pushed and urged myself out of bed. Sleep, the poor quality and therefore the need for, had become an obsession. It's all I wanted to do. I wanted to inhabit sleep. But the deep, dreamless, and peaceful kind of slumber had been eluding me for months. I awoke tired and cranky, wanting nothing more than to try and pull the warm, fuzzy blanket of sleep back over me. Outside in the New Mexico sunshine, I piled my road trip groceries and sundries into the car. The license plate was colorful and pulled a smile to my lips. The land of enchantment. I needed some enchantment, I thought, and wondered if there would be magic waiting for me. The drive was an exercise. Like getting to the yoga mat and then doing yoga, it felt like I was practicing being in the moment. I willed myself to look at the Rio Grande, to take in the surroundings, to see the differences in the vehicles, the 3 different kinds of license plates in New Mexico. I forced myself to slow down and pay attention to the landscape, the clouds in the sky, how the road felt different under the tires. I will get there eventually, I kept reminding myself. Until then, just be here. I passed ramshackle houses that looked like they grew out of the desolate land. Sage and sparse brush dotted the environs, and I actually saw a few tumbleweeds. At one point, I desperately wanted to touch the land. I needed to feel the ground beneath my feet and know that I was solid. I found a bit of a pullout off the road, actually just a path that a tractor or a ranch truck had made to access private land, and parked. I got out and stepped over a low-lying wire fence. The ground was rocky and hard. The engine ticked behind me. I wanted to walk out into the middle of the wide open land and sit down and just be, with no one around me, no one watching me, and no one trying to contact me. I wanted to not think, not act, but most of all, not be the me I was at the moment. I wanted everything external to slip away so I could just be that other, truer version of me float to the surface. I was desperate to feel a sense of connectedness, and I was sure that if I could just sit in the land of enchantment for a spell, I would feel it. So I sat. Cars drove by on the road behind me. I prayed no one would stop to ask if I was all right. I also prayed no scorpions or rattlesnakes came close. My sit upon the New Mexico soil didn't last long. Anxieties about an intruding external world made me stand back up. I patted the ground and said, "Thank you," then walked back to the car to continue my journey. "I gotta be getting close," I mumbled. I had started talking to myself in the car. The radio was too loud. No music brought me pleasure. Instead, I listened to the sounds of the air rushing by the windows, the rumble of the tires on the asphalt. Finally, in the distance, I saw something. The very large array. "That's it?" I said, feeling much the same way as when I was introduced to the Colosseum in Rome. It felt so small, dinky even. I was used to things on a grand scale. The Rocky Mountains, the Saddle Dome, the big blue prairie skies. Walking for hours and still not getting anywhere. I continued driving, and driving, and driving. That little speck on the floor of the New Mexico plains was something far, far away. My hopes peaked. I wonder. And I felt excitement spark deep inside. Deer greeted me at the entrance to the VLA. They were grazing, so I stopped and took some pictures. I completed my drive to the VLA visitors parking. I'm in the movie, Contact, I thought, looking out at the series of white dishes pointed to the sky. This is it. This is where it happened. I wandered about, taking pictures, letting my eyes and feet pull me hither and thither. What would it look like over here? What if I looked at it from this angle? I pulled out the iPad on loan from work and started snapping photos. I climbed the stairs on a dish and gazed at the cables and steelwork, attempting to make out what it was attached to. I walked along the rail tracks that allowed the dishes to creep along and change their location. I tracked the bearing of dishes and wondered to where they were pointed, what information they were seeking or gathering. I wondered if it really was just a great big waste of space out there. An area of concrete with plaques of scientists surrounded a sundial. I silently thanked each of those scientists for their contributions and marveled at their tenacity, especially the women. Inside the visitor center, I was in 10-year-old Yvonne heaven. There was a time when I would have killed to have a NASA sticker, a shoulder flash, anything, and here was the next best thing, stocking shelves like candy at Christmas. I could almost smell Cape Canaveral. Eventually, I stopped by something I couldn't refuse. It wasn't anything space-related. It was something infinitely better. It embodied a thought experiment regarding how the mere act of observing something may influence that which is observed. It wasn't just a thought experiment in quantum physics. I'd seen this while studying primatology. A gorilla at the Calgary Zoo had developed an anxiety disorder because of being watched and stared at day after day her entire life. She'd pull out her own hair, spit into her hand, and lick it up. The act of being observed had changed her behavior. Quantum mechanics meets anthropology. It was kismet. I immediately bought a fridge magnet/finger puppet cat that represented Schrodinger's thought experiment. Soon I started to talk to him instead of myself, and Schrody became my traveling companion. That day, traveling to and visiting the VLA had reminded me of my love of travel, of the adventure, of what curiosity is, and the fresh excitement of not knowing. It reminded me of why I traveled to Europe and Ireland in the first place, why I went alone. It was okay to wander and wonder. It was safe to take my time. I was under no time constraints, and I was accountable to no one. I wasn't healed. I wasn't even okay. But I remembered there was a version of me who used to go looking, not to be found, but to find. Having Schrody by my side reminded me of that. He reminded me to be me. Chapter 27, Making Luck, Part 3. I hate fate. I deplore the concept that I am controlled by some unseen force or entity and that I have no say, no option, no choice in how I live my life. In A Knight's Tale, John Thatcher tells William to change his stars. William does. He does what he wants to do. Against all odds and all obstacles, he becomes a knight. He makes his own luck, despite any concept of fate. I stood in my kitchen during the Christmas COVID lockdown and found myself flipping back through my calendar for the past couple of years, those torturous, foggy years of grieving, shifting hormones, and bullying. Every second or third week on my calendar, sick was written. Migraine was common, and so was tired. There was an obvious pattern, and it wasn't confined to just the last couple of years, which were so horrible. The functioning days between sick days were further apart, but they were still there. During the pandemic lockdown, however, the sick and tired and migraine days almost disappeared. The beauty of collecting data is sometimes that they can reveal patterns. The COVID lockdown had removed a bunch of things that I thought were immovable: waking before dawn, commuting, open offices, fluorescent lights, constant surveillance, constant proximity, constant interruption. At home, I wasn't braced. I didn't feel watched or judged. The effort of constantly scanning my environment for boundary violations, like a ringing phone or a knock at my door, was gone. I wasn't constantly on guard for people managing the way I did things, changing lanes without notice, invading my personal space, wanting something from me. In my home, I was simply functioning. It allowed me to be me. COVID was the break I'd been yearning for all those years, because for all those years, I had assumed I was weak, fragile, prone to burnout, prone to illness. But what if I wasn't weak? What if I was misaligned? I had spent so much of my life either running away from something or focused on academia, I had never really spent any time asking myself what I really wanted and why. Why did I want to go to university versus college or vocational school? University was an escape plan. It took me a long time to realize I'd been trying to escape socioeconomic expectation, of academic hierarchy, of corporate structure, of other people's definition of success. But pilots don't escape gravity. They use it. Lift is created because gravity exists. Air moves over wings at different speeds and causes lift. Flight is physics, predictable science, not fantasy, not mysterious. Maybe changing your stars wasn't about defying the universe, defying fate. Maybe it was about understanding it, using it. After exiting academia, the game had changed. The linear hierarchical model of success was no longer applicable. My criteria for success, however, hadn't changed. I needed a new definition of success that spoke to my needs as an individual, while also attending to life, rather than school, goals. The lockdown showed me something simple and devastating. The 21st century way I had structured my work life was making me sick. Not metaphorically, physically. The game I had been playing rewarded endurance, visibility, availability, and self-sacrifice. The environment I needed required autonomy, quiet, depth, and control over input. I had been measuring myself against standards that didn't account for my wiring. No wonder I was exhausted. Making luck, I began to understand, wasn't forcing outcomes or chasing approval. It was studying the forces acting upon me. I started asking, where does my energy drain? Where does it restore? Which environments constrict? Which ones allow me lift? It was redefining success, not as degrees, titles, promotions, or recognition, but as alignment. Alignment between temperament and task, between structure and autonomy, between gravity and wing. Socioeconomic reality meant I needed a full-time income. That wasn't negotiable. But maybe the form it took was. If pilots relied on physics rather than hope, then I needed to understand my own operating conditions, not escape gravity, work with it. I didn't yet know the science of how I worked. Not like any of us are given an owner's manual, but I was beginning to understand that luck wasn't random. It wasn't bestowed, and it wasn't rebellion. Luck was leverage. And if I was going to create luck, I needed to understand how I worked. Chapter 28. Clear Skies Ahead. Throughout and after the COVID-19 pandemic, I heard how tough it was on people, being cut off from others, being isolated. It was too quiet, too confining, too lonely. The COVID pandemic storm was stirring up people's lives, and some were coming to some difficult conclusions. People renovated their houses. Virtual meetings became common. Divorces occurred. Babies were made. Many people got a bit of clarity on how they were living or not living their lives. They were weathering a storm and shifting their own debris. My storm was already winding down. I had begun the arduous task of sifting through my wreckage. By the time the world shut down, my skies were beginning to clear. I had space, and I had a quiet, stubborn desire to make my own luck. I'm not Christian. I don't believe in a god or a bunch of gods, although sometimes I feel that blaming a god or gods for events might help me cope with shit. But during the pandemic, 3 things happened that felt miraculous. Not because they arrived from nowhere, but because I was finally ready for them. Miracle number 1, reviving the dead. The first miracle happened just days before the first COVID lockdown in Canada. I was reveling in my new job. Schrody had his photo taken in front of the nameplate of my office. My first office. I had 4 walls all to myself, and a new institution to explore. I had escaped my previous job and started a new one in January. I was also deep into my coach training. All that energy I had dedicated to sorting out my dad's estate and defending myself daily to my supervisor had been freed up. I now had the space to do the things I wanted to do. Chop, chop. I had people to see and things to do. In March 2020, I got an email from a colleague. Actually, I'd had several, but hadn't checked my email in a while. They were emails I didn't want to miss. By the 3rd email, sent a few days after the first, my colleague was either impatient or concerned. "Hello! Are you interested in participating?" the 3rd email read. Short but to the point, the emails were an invitation. I was being invited to attend an RCMP strategic advisory group in Edmonton regarding a cold case. I stopped dead in my tracks. Holy shit. It was finally happening. I was being consulted for my expertise on scattered and scavenged remains. I was being recognized. I did a happy dance, literally, in my new office at my new job. It felt like I had been screaming into the void about scattered and scavenged remains my entire life. It'd only been 20 years. I'd come to believe no one was listening, that my research didn't matter, that I was the only one who thought it was important. But here it was, a space at the table, an invitation, not to prove myself, but to bring what I knew. "Yes," I replied, and meant it. I arrived at the meeting the following week, an unmarked government building, layers of security, and a very large boardroom with a very long table. There were maybe 16 men, all tall, suited, white, RCMP from BC to Ottawa. I was scared shitless. 5'4" me did what I always do in rooms like that. Tried not to look like a lost puppy and scanned the perimeter for an ally. And there she was. Pam Mankaraya, my longtime friend and former faculty mentor, entered just before me. I followed her in, grateful for her orbit. She was one of the few physical anthropologists in a department dominated by social and cultural anthropologists. We'd been the them and had alienated ourselves even more by taking an interest in forensic applications. We'd been on the fringes and dealt with research topics directly related to real-life situations, and other anthropologists didn't resonate with that. Pam's support was always loud and proud. Pam had always backed us, always backed me. In fact, it was Pam who was the colleague who had emailed me several times and referred me to this meeting. When the coordinator, a kind-eyed, bespectacled man I'd texted with the night before, greeted us, he shook Pam's hand and then mine. "Are you Yvonne?" he asked. I nodded. "That's me." He smiled and offered me a coffee. I accepted, trying not to spill, trying not to shake. We sat, and I waited for the moment someone would realize I didn't belong there. During introductions, my voice faltered. "I'm Yvonne Charlin. I haven't been at the University of Alberta for over 15 years, but I did work with Pam on scattered remains. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here." People smiled politely. No one laughed. Pam leaned toward me and whispered, "You gotta assert your authority. You are an expert." Right, of course, I was here for a reason. After a short break, the meeting reconvened. More people filtered in, and suddenly the room wasn't just full, it was brimming. A gallery of women now lined the back wall, but at the table itself, there were still only 3 of us. Pam, me, and the Crown prosecutor. The rest? 16 RCMP officers, inspectors, directors, investigators, most of them tall, quiet, white men in dark suits. Imposter syndrome rolled in like a wave. I hadn't received the case summary couriered to everyone else. I was walking in cold, running on caffeine. I had Pam's encouragement and a vague hope I wouldn't embarrass myself. Sensing this, the coordinator slid a copy of the case summary across the table. "He won't mind," he said, borrowing it from the detective who was now up getting a coffee. A 6-year-old cold case. No body recovered. A confession, but no remains. During the original search, Pam had seen a couple complete deer skeletons. Those skeletons were still articulated, limbs and skulls and vertebrae attached, with only the flesh and muscles gone. This demonstrated that little to no scavenging had taken place. This then suggested to both Pam and me that the deceased remains wouldn't have been scavenged. Her entire body would have been easily found by the search team if the deceased remains had been deposited as described by the suspect. However, no human remains, articulated skeletons or otherwise, had been discovered. The prosecution had no body and only a confession. Hence, the advisory group. The RCMP needed opinions and ideas to strengthen the case. I sat back and let that sink in. All those years, all those talks, all those dead ends. And here I was, invited to say the one thing I'd always known. Scavenging leaves evidence. The absence of remains meant something. When the meeting resumed and new introductions were called, I cleared my throat and got it right. "I'm Yvonne Charlin. I worked with Pam at the University of Alberta. My mentor was Dr. Owen Beatty. My research focused on the scattering of human remains due to scavenger activity, and I spent over 15 years in consulting archaeology, much of it in the area relevant to this case." There was a quiet shift in the room. No one interrupted. No one looked surprised. They just nodded. I took a breath. Maybe I did belong here. At one point, the table had bounced around the idea that the body had become buried, and that's why they couldn't find it. They figured that in 6 years, it had been buried by forest debris to the point it was now underground. The inspector from BC looked at me. "How deep would the deceased be?" he asked. "They wouldn't," I said without hesitation. The inspector looked at me, puzzled. "When I worked in forested locations, we only dug up to 30 centimeters below the surface. Deposition in the forest is shallow and slow. Archaeological sites thousands of years old in the Alberta boreal forest can be as little as 25 centimeters below the surface. 6 years would only put the deceased under leaf litter." As a consulting archaeologist, I'd had to retrace either my steps or those of other archaeologists numerous times in trying to identify previously recorded archaeological or historic sites. Even with maps, notes, and pictures, it could be very difficult to find a location that had no visible markers. One bunch of trees looked the same as the next. One gravel road that turned to the right looked the same as dozens of others. Was it this hill or the next? Maybe that one. Vegetation grows and changes. Development, like new roads, houses, changes in drainage, can alter a landscape in just a couple of years to make using permanent markers ineffective. And just when you think GPS would solve everything, GPS only started to be used by archaeologists in the 21st century, about 2000. And even then, accuracy was no better than 7 meters. 7 meters in a heavily wooded area is a lot, especially when looking for a depression in heavy leaf litter. I told all of this to the room brimming with people. My comments landed hard. Eyes widened. Notes were scribbled. And something cracked open inside me. This wasn't performance. This wasn't pleading to be heard. This was me, sitting at a table of professionals, speaking plainly, and being listened to. From that meeting forward, something shifted. I stopped waiting to be chosen. I stopped doubting what I knew. I stopped trying to squeeze my work into someone else's institution. I started building something of my own. The drive from Edmonton to Calgary was 3 hours. I drove home right after the meeting. I oscillated between stunned numbness, an irrational but bone-rooted fear of being acknowledged, and brimming with joy at finally being heard. It was a 3-hour emotional roller coaster. I kept replaying the moments in my head, the questions, the nods, the way the room paused when I spoke. Not because I was loud, but because what I said mattered. I didn't need a degree on the wall to prove it. I didn't need a university email. I didn't need anyone's stamp of approval. I already had the knowledge. I already had the experience. And now, finally, I had the permission to stop waiting. That meeting didn't just reignite my passion for research. It gave me permission to do the work on my own terms. So, I started. I was never invited to do a follow-up search on this cold case. To date, I haven't been invited to another advisory group meeting. However, this meeting shifted my perspective and gave me a lot of food for thought. At this group meeting, I saw how much knowledge I have that I take for granted. Things that I learned in school and as a consulting archaeologist are not widely known. Listening to those investigators talk about this cold case showed me that my knowledge was valuable and valued. The desire to get back to my research was reignited. There was a need. I saw this as clear as day at the RCMP group meeting in Edmonton. I'd always thought real research required lab coats, institutional funding, and a university approval stamp. My research, the experiments I did in grad school, involved using dead pigs. During my navigation of a PhD application, for the second time, I discovered I didn't need any sort of research ethics or biohazard approval to conduct or publish the results of research using dead pigs. This simplified things a lot. Suddenly, the bounds of academia were lifted. I didn't need to be under the umbrella of a post secondary institution to conduct my research. I could do it on my own. And this meant I could do it because I would find a way. And just like that, a door opened. All I needed was land and pigs. So I went hunting for both. Not metaphorically, literally. Schrody sat on my desk as I cold called farmers and emailed landowners. I said awkwardly and earnestly, I do research on how remains are scattered due to scavenger activity so that we can recover more evidence when people's remains are found. Would you be willing to let me decompose some dead pigs on your property? For science? Yeah, it took a few tries. A pig grower agreed to donate unmarketable, disease-free pigs. A landowner gave me permission to use part of their property to conduct research. Along the way, I heard stories of people straying away from their vehicle in the middle of winter to later be found dead of exposure. These stories were an affirmation that people understood what I was trying to do. And just like that, I had what I needed. No PhD committee, no grant proposal, and no gatekeepers. Just me, a few pigs, and a calling I'd carried for 20 years. That meeting with the RCMP also showed me that knowledge about scattered remains and taphonomy needed to be disseminated and accessible. I decided to start documenting my research journey. One of the major issues with disseminating research information is getting that information into the hands of the people who need it. Law enforcement and civilian searchers may not know about research on scattered remains and how it can help them because most of the research is locked behind publishing paywalls. Even if they did know about it, they'd have to pay for access. So, I decided to start making information accessible. The idea for a podcast hit me like a bolt of lightning. If people couldn't afford to take a course, or didn't even know this kind of research existed, what if they could just listen? So I launched Scattered, one person's search for the story behind human remains. It wasn't polished, it wasn't fancy, but it was mine. I began sharing what I was learning on the podcast, in blog posts, in interviews. I reached out to people who knew the terrain: wildlife biologists, forensic archaeologists, search and rescue volunteers. Working from home during the pandemic allowed me to research, contact, and record interviews of people who are in some way connected to the ways in which human remains are scattered. I built a network of knowledge in plain sight. I wasn't just studying scattered remains. I was pulling the work out of the ivory tower and into the world. Was it awkward? Oh, God, yes. Expensive? Also, yes. Did I think it would explode overnight and reach every cop in North America? Yeah. But it didn't. By Christmas, I wasn't sure it would last more than 4 episodes, but I kept going because this was no longer about being heard. It was about making the work accessible, practical, and alive. It was about making luck for myself, for the people searching, and for the families waiting for answers. Miracle number 2. Field School for the Soul. Writing was a drug I could not get enough of. I'd sit, move my fingers along, and out would pop the most marvelous stuff. All I had to do was let go. Just stop thinking, and the words would come through me. As a reward, I floated in a state of bliss, and time slipped by. I was filled with a sense of purpose and wonder. Creative writing was everything I needed. I was safe, and I was as me could be. Writing wasn't just a hobby, it was home. It was how I heard myself. It was how I was myself. But then it dried up. Completely. Not blocked, empty. It's not as if I had ideas and I couldn't sit down to write them or couldn't access them. No. There was no writer's block because there was nothing to block. There were no ideas, no characters, no plot lines, no motivation, no wonder, no voices, and no curiosity. Just silence. I'd pushed and prodded the depths of my mind, of where I thought the muse had disappeared to no avail. Writing courses, classes, prompts, writing partners, silent writing time alone and in groups, writing conferences and nonprofit associations. Nothing worked. The muse was gone, and all I could feel was grief. Not being able to write didn't just feel like losing a passion. It felt like losing a limb, and I didn't know who I was without it. Prior to the pandemic, I'd registered for a creativity conference in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I was excited about revisiting New Mexico. I'd fallen in love with Albuquerque and was looking for a chance to return. Schrody had appeared on my first New Mexico visit, exactly when I needed him, and his presence now reminded me to disregard the external and focus on the moment. I was hoping something similar would happen if I visited the Land of Enchantment again. However, the pandemic forced the conference coordinators to cancel the in-person conference and turn it, instead, into an online offering in December. This, it turned out, was the best course for me. I had given up on writing classes. They only reminded me of what I couldn't do. So, when I registered for the online creativity conference, I skipped every writing session. I couldn't bear the heartbreak. Instead, I picked up something I hadn't touched since I was 14. Paint. The reason I'd abandoned it was because I sucked at it. I tried watercolor painting for a bit, and it was a dismal failure. I didn't draw for pleasure because I sucked at it. I drew maps for archaeology, but that was it. Now, however, this conference resonated with me, and I wanted to do everything except write. I bought paints and brushes. I bought paint pens. Who knew there was such a thing? I was indulging, just a little bit, in another childhood dream. I was buying art supplies. Standing in the art store, I felt a jolt of joy I hadn't felt in years. The color, the possibility, the sheer sensory play of it. There was nothing quite as exhilarating as standing in a store and staring at the array of colors and mediums lining the aisles. Oh, the potential and the beauty! I wanted to be that artist that could pour beauty from their brush onto the canvas. I wanted to lose myself in the process, paint and charcoal flying, the act of creation, a frenzy from which I'd emerge breathless, but exultant at having engaged with the muse of creation and produced something magnificent. As a former writer, I reveled in the smell of stationery, the feel of quality paper. I explored the feel of a new pen and how the ink traced across the texture of the page. Now I had color. Acrylic paints in a rainbow of colors lined the small space in my office. But what to do with them all? And when the instructors said, "Just play," I froze. Play was wasteful. I didn't want to waste these precious paints. They were like gold and needed to only be spent on great beauty. And I couldn't produce anything beautiful. Play didn't produce anything. Why bother doing anything if it can't be demonstrably commodified? And something could only be commodified if it was perfect. And I definitely wasn't that. Play was seriously risky business. Yet, here I was. Just play. Tense and anxious, I drew squiggles, circles, and lines. I attempted to put that inner critic in a closet and ignore it. Just play. I turned my back on the belief that I had only to produce something perfect, something sellable, something worthy on the first try. Just play. They didn't ask me to draw an elephant or horse, a person or a building. They didn't ask me to draw anything other than some shapes. A square here, a circle there, maybe some spirals, a simple 4-leaf clover, and color. Oh, the color. The color was like magic, splashing brightness and glory over a blank canvas. Just play. And something happened. Something loosened. Something shifted. Not in my hands, but in me. Suddenly, it didn't matter that the thing on the paper wasn't perfect or sellable or beautiful. It was no longer about the thing. Instead, it became about the feeling. I was painting by feeling. If I felt like playing with red, I painted and played with red. Then I switched because I felt like playing with purple. Oh, look what happened when red mixed with purple. What happens when I add orange? I was in a sandbox learning colorology, mixing colors, layering them, seeing what happened when I paired them, contrasted them, left space between them. It was all a big adventure, and I didn't know what would happen next. I wasn't in New Mexico, but I had found another Schroeder, something that encouraged me to keep looking, keep searching, keep being me, but above all else, just to play. I continued to play and experiment for months after that online conference. I was a kid again, wild with discovery. Color wasn't just color anymore. It was emotion. It was memory. It was magic. I didn't need it to be good. I just needed it to be mine. I wasn't painting anything specific or recognizable. It was about the act of creation and creating without limits. I looked at my finished creations with a sense of wonder. I saw feelings there, and I felt them all over again. Colors and their combinations evoke such emotions in me, and there wasn't just a sense of the fantastic or mystical there, but a sense of pride, too. I created an emotion upon this piece of paper or canvas. Sometimes I couldn't articulate that emotion, but God damn it, it felt good to paint it and then revisit it afterwards. I made this, I said to myself again and again, looking at the magical pieces of color that were now scattered about my home. I ran a hand over a piece, feeling how the paint was thick and rose up in some places, and how the blank, rough canvas shone through in others. A finger traced the outline of a heart, a star, a circle. My eyes marveled at how orange and purple brought out the best in each other, how white sparkled like the moon in a glowing sunset. And somewhere between one brushstroke and the next, a quiet voice returned. Not the voice of a painter, the voice of a writer. Painting gave me back my curiosity. It gave me back risk, joy, exploration, and that opened the door to written language again, not as a tool of achievement, but as a path to wonder. I picked up a pen and was no longer consumed by creating perfection or beauty. I wrote because curiosity returned as a driving force. I wonder what will happen next. I started writing again just to explore. It was all an adventure that I'd forgotten always began with the desire to learn about characters, places, situations, about me. The instructors at the online conference weren't just artists, they were entrepreneurs. They painted bold swirls on canvas and ran their own shops. They taught courses, built communities, sold prints. They weren't waiting to be discovered. They were building the lives they wanted, one messy, beautiful brushstroke at a time. And they did it with joy, with audacity, with zero apology. I devoured everything they offered: books, videos, newsletters, Facebook groups. Not only did I soak up their art and their teachings, I soaked up their business sense too. I admired their art, but I admired their agency more. They weren't just brave, they were fucking fearless. And not in the loud, aggressive way the world often demands, but in the way they showed up as themselves, again and again, without asking for permission. And for the first time in a long time, I saw a version of myself reflected back. Maybe I could do that too. Maybe I didn't have to wait for a publisher or a supervisor or gatekeeper to tap me on the head and say, "You're allowed now." Maybe I could just make something and share it. It was then, with painting, I stopped waiting to be good enough. I shared what I was doing, my non-perfect, very abstract, very amateur paintings, because if I was going through this, maybe someone else was too. If these art instructors could inspire me, maybe my own journey could inspire someone else. And if it didn't inspire anyone, well, who cares? I was spreading some of the joy that was welling up inside me, and during the lockdown, joy was seriously needed. And slowly, steadily, I began to write again. Not for acclaim, not for approval, but because I had something to say, and because I finally believed I was allowed to say it. Not for a market, for me. Because painting and playing had reminded me expression is a right, not a reward. Painting gave me the courage to play, and play gave me the courage to write, and writing gave me back my voice. This is what creation looks like when it's no longer performative. This is what making luck feels like. This is what coming back to myself looked like. Miracle number 3, rebirth. During one of our sessions, my therapist recommended a book to me. The INFJ Writer, he said. It was a book by Lawrence Sapala, who I'd never heard of. I blinked. What the hell is an INFJ? I'd done my share of personal growth. Dealing with clinical depression at 19, it kinda went with the territory. In nearly every city I'd lived, through every stage of life, I'd sought out someone who could help me sort through my thoughts, my feelings, and my weird reactions. But personality types? I'd never had an interest, had never even heard of Myers-Briggs Type Indicator or MBTI. Personality types were just another test, another label that didn't fit. All those self-assessment aptitude tests in secondary school had left a bad taste in my mouth. They hadn't worked for me. I was interested in everything, proficient in many skills, and was a natural quick study. Aptitudes just showed me that I didn't fit the standard bell curve. If you didn't fit the bell curve, you weren't normal. Then what help was there for figuring out life? Even the silly, simple surveys in popular magazines didn't work with me. That wasn't normal. For fuck's sakes, I was weird. Had always been so. There was no way I could make myself fit into the way the world wanted me to be. Fitting in made me physically, mentally, and emotionally ill, as the space provided by COVID had shown me. I wanted a roadmap, an owner's manual, some guidelines about life, but those were only available for people who fit the bell curve. I had long ago succumbed to feeling like an alien, isolated on a planet filled with people who looked mostly like me, but didn't act or think or feel like me. I was an outlier on an overpopulated world. But my therapist recommended this book. He got me through the grievance with my former supervisor, helped me reprogram my nervous system so that I wouldn't freeze in stressful situations. I was more aware of my triggers now, knew how to handle them, and didn't feel so out of control and overwhelmed. This man had earned my respect, so I decided to listen. I didn't expect much from this book. Like any other book, I picked it up with equal parts hope and resignation. Instead, this book changed my life. From the first page, I felt something click. If you are a deeply feeling, intuitive writer who struggles to stay visible in a loud world, I stared at the sentence, read it again. It felt like someone had peeled open my chest and shined a light into a room I didn't know had furniture in it. By the second chapter, I was crying. By the third, I was shaking. It wasn't just that the book made sense, it was that I finally made sense. I felt truly recognized and deeply understood for the first time in my life. Reading the INFJ writer was as if my future self had written the book, then traveled back in time, and published it for me to pick up and read at just the right time. The voice, the insights, the challenges, everything about the book, everything in the book, resonated deeply with me. It was me, and it was uncanny. All the struggles I'd had as a writer, all the times I'd felt so freaking weird, which is pretty much my entire life, it was all here in the pages of this book. All these years I'd spent wondering why things felt so loud, so sharp, so personal, why I craved meaning like oxygen, why I could feel the room's tension before the door even opened. It was all right there. Then I took an MBTI test. I was an INFJ. Introverted, intuitive, feeling, judging. The INFJ type is estimated to make up about 1 to 3% of the population. INFJs are introverts, requiring regular periods of alone time to recharge and connect with themselves. They are known to be intuitive to the point of being viewed as psychic. They move through life via their emotions rather than their heads, feeling every pain, every joy deeply. However, they are prone to overanalysis and can be highly anxious. They usually have unhealthy boundaries and can be people pleasers and overly self-sacrificing. INFJs in general tend to be highly sensitive persons, or HSPs, and can be gifted, rainforest-minded, multi-potentialites. Take your pick of the terms. The attributes of gifted and sensitivity place INFJs on the neurodiverse spectrum. All of this combines to indicate that INFJs are the unicorns of the human species in terms of temperament. If I had discovered I was an INFJ without also discovering Lauren and her book, I likely wouldn't have fully appreciated what being an INFJ meant. She wasn't a psychologist who gave clinical definitions. She provided lived experience of a writer and sensitive INFJ, as well as the experience of working with many INFs who sought her help while trying to write. She didn't just describe how INFJs write. She described how we exist. The way we feel everything and see everything but struggle to express any of it until it's fully formed. The way we carry guilt for things that aren't ours. The way we burn out in a world not built for depth, for nuance, for soul. It was this intimacy with the multifaceted nature of high sensitivity and being an INF that rang the gong of resonance in my soul. Reading her book, I realized something I hadn't dared articulate. I wasn't broken. I was built differently. I didn't care that the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator personality framework was pseudoscience or had been discredited. It gave me language for what I'd been feeling my entire life. It showed me that I wasn't alone. It showed me that, contrary to what society had tried to teach me, I wasn't fucked up. I was just different. And for the first time in my life, I began to appreciate my differences. This label was another page in an owner's manual I was compiling for myself. I started taking Lauren's courses. I joined groups. And suddenly, I wasn't alone anymore. These people, they got it. They didn't need explanations for why I couldn't stand small talk, or why I'd cry at music, or why certain rooms made me feel like I was shrinking. They just knew. I had a tribe. I belonged somewhere. There were others like me. I had normalized being an alien, but it hadn't served me. It's like being a left-handed person living in a world of right-handed people. If you're the only one, you adapt and figure out some way to make it work. I'd been hiding my true self or pretending to be something I wasn't. In discovering I'm an INFJ, I finally felt validated for being, feeling, and acting the way I do. I was weird, and that was okay. There can be liberation through labels. I felt safe, acknowledged, not in fragments, but all at once. For the first time in my life, I didn't have to edit, censor, or partition myself to fit. The more I learned about INFJs and highly sensitive persons, the more I saw the cost of how I'd been living. Being diagnosed with clinical depression at 19 was only the tip of the iceberg. There were other things. Things like feeling pressured by society to love and accept my mother, like getting married and having kids. Things that my peers had a much easier time doing and therefore helped them integrate into society. It was all those things that signaled success in others that didn't resonate with me and, in fact, had me feeling confined and restricted. These things always seemed exceptionally difficult for me. I didn't make friends easily. I was always weighed down by financial stress and struggled between what the external world wanted me to do and what my internal compass told me. I saw the faults and beauty of the world so brightly and obviously, and grew frustrated while the rest of the world didn't seem to see or care. Everything was so big inside me. I'd see an animal being hurt in a movie, and I'd experience physical pain and would cry buckets. I couldn't stand shouting or loud noises. Sunlight shining through a break in the clouds or trees would produce a sense of euphoria, and a handful of words overheard in a hallway would send me into extreme despair. It was all so much. Sometimes I thought I'd break open with everything that went on inside me. Surely I was abnormal. This could not be normal. How could people function while dealing with all this? I'd been trying to follow someone else's recipe for success: school, job, marriage, mortgage, and I'd been punishing myself every time I failed to adhere to that recipe. But I wasn't failing. I was unconsciously rejecting a life that was never designed for me. Success for me wasn't an external recipe. Success wasn't about titles or tenure or money or even marriage. Success was about alignment. It was about crafting a life that matched my emotional architecture. And until encountering the INFJ writer and Lawrence Apala, I hadn't a clue what my emotional architecture was or that it needed to be taken into account. The resonance regarding this hardwired architecture was so deep and hard, the weight of recognition so warm and embracing, that I couldn't deny it. For the first time in my life, I was acknowledging myself, and it was so much better than being validated by others. Others were unpredictable. They could turn or withdraw without notice or reason. Chasing their approval was an exhausting and unrewarding game. It meant placing more value on their perceptions than on my own. Recognizing myself was the ultimate reframe. I had been taught that approval must come from outside, that worth was something reflected back to me. I wasn't taught that I could grant that recognition to myself, or that I should. Western society doesn't encourage us to turn inward with authority. Identifying as an INFJ didn't just describe me, it gave me language. It gave me permission. I didn't need others to confirm who I was. That was a double relief because seeking external validation had never worked for me. When I relied on others to define me, I twisted myself to meet their criteria. When I relied on myself, the standard finally fit. Every decision I made required me to turn inward to seek my own internal guidance about what I was seeing, what I was feeling, what I was thinking. This was a new experience and a new process for me. I was constantly asking myself, what do I want here? What do I think about this? How do I feel right now? This shift from craving to be seen from an external source to being seen on demand from an internal source was revolutionary. For most of my life, my body, my gut, and my mind had been making a list of everything I didn't like or want: loud sounds, crowds, small talk, group work. And now I was learning what I did like and what I did want. I needed solitude, meaning, and purpose. I needed space to feel, to create, to rest. I needed to protect the quiet that helped me hear myself. That wasn't failure. That was design. After that, the question changed. It wasn't, what should I do next? Or, how do I fix myself? Instead, it was, what does success look like for someone built like me? And once I asked that, I couldn't pretend I didn't know the answer. Breaking the surface. The 3 miracles of COVID allowed me to craft a definition of success based on my identity. My definition of success would be different from others, and it took until the pandemic lockdown for me to understand and accept this. Success to me wasn't about money, prestige, or acquisitions. It wasn't about having a career, a family, and a house. It wasn't about having a bunch of degrees and a tenured position at a reputable post-secondary institution. My idea of success was rooted in making a difference in the world that aligned with my desire for self-expression. And I needed to express myself, or not, in very distinct ways that differed from those of Western society. Success to me was something very individualistic, very unique to me. I needed to address my highly sensitive nervous system, porous boundaries, and insatiable need to learn. I needed to have a purpose while balancing unmitigated creativity. It was a big, tough ask. Not only was my definition not included in the way the Western world was structured, it was actively shunned. But so were so many others like me. We were outcasts, pursuing our own versions of success, much like the pilots I'd encountered in Air Cadets. We were striving to harness what used to confine us. We were searching for ways to leverage gravity so that we may finally break free from the Earth's surface and do things our own way, to fly and thrive. But unlike the goals to learn and to get a job of my youth, I now had some criteria to apply to move forward. I used to think I was an alien, an outlier trying to decode a planet I couldn't quite breathe on. But now I see I wasn't foreign. I was uncommon. I was a rainforest in a city of sidewalks. And the more I understood myself, the more I realized I wasn't the problem. I was a pattern I hadn't been taught to see. Chapter 29. Revised Flight Path. Storms kick up shit. They stir up the ground, blow down leaves and branches, leave water or snow or hail sitting all over the place. They are dramatic and chaotic, and you always know there will be a mess to clean up after the storm has passed. But storms and other natural and dramatic events are evidence of the rhythm of life on our planet. In the wake of these events, trees and plants regrow, animals and humans return, buildings are rebuilt. Often these events teach us how we might better adapt to a changing environment. My perfect storm had passed. 3 miracle seeds had been given to me during the pandemic lockdown. How would I grow those seeds and revise my flight path? I saw the patterns in my life: chronic underemployment, relationships with people who displayed narcissistic behavior, feeling unseen and unworthy, disregarded and alone, working in environments that had me in a constant state of overwhelm and depletion. Fuck it. I wanted to change it all. I was back to the old question of, what did I want? I knew plenty of what I didn't want, but I knew next to nothing of what I did want. There were people in the world who had figured out a way to use what they had and thrive. Lawrence Sapala and the artists at the online conference were but some examples. I wanted this. I wanted to thrive. But how? What did my state of thriving look like? Finding out my capabilities and needs as an INFJ, sensitive, and neurodivergent helped me envision a lifestyle that I could begin building now. I worked best in pandemic-like conditions, at home, working at my own pace and in my own way. What could I do to earn an income that had a lifestyle like that? The pandemic showed us that remote working was not only possible, but entirely doable in normal life. Therapy helped me sort out my past shit so I wasn't always in survival mode. Coaching, however, helped me figure out my future so I could avoid more shit. In one of our coaching sessions, the coach asked me to envision my ideal life 10 years in the future. What would I be doing if there was no financial restriction? What did a day in my life look like? What was I doing at the moment? Where was I sitting or standing? What did the air smell like? What was I feeling? I saw myself standing on the back deck of a small house overlooking a fenced garden. The sky was that startling crystal prairie blue. It was a summer day. Bees were buzzing. Cats were roaming among the plants. A garage sat to the side. It didn't contain my car, but it was for all the creative projects I dabbled in. I had a headset on and was talking on the phone, providing a consultation. I had stepped outside to take a break from my computer. My days were a balance of consulting to academics, my creative writing, and consulting to people about searching for human remains. It was a balance of working from home and in-person consultation, working alone and working with collaborators, working on creative projects, and working on technical projects. In this envisioned moment, I felt safe, recognized, balanced, grounded, respected, and centered. I also felt like I was truly myself in the moment. I had everything I'd ever wanted, and I was living in a way that acknowledged who I was at my deepest level. I was engaging my passion for helping people and doing it in a way that satisfied my temperament. This vision became my bearing on a revised flight path. It wasn't a map of goals, stops, or layovers. It was just a direction of feeling by which I would start to measure out my decisions. Strange things started to happen when I shifted my focus from what I didn't want to what I did want. And I wanted that vision, that feeling. The first thing was that I changed jobs. I left the overly narcissistic environment and the narcissistic supervisor for a smaller environment that focused on community. I was now aware of this pattern of narcissists showing up in my life. I could identify them and could work to avoid them. Just after Christmas, 2 years after starting my new job, I felt like I was on trial. Someone with narcissistic tendencies showed up and attempted to undermine me in my new position. He'd complained to my supervisor and leadership, and everyone met to discuss, me included. I won't lie, I was triggered. My body was rigid. I had an emergency escape route staked out, and I was prepared to collect my possessions and walk out forever. Instead, I stayed in the room. I stayed in my body. I used my words and stated my position. This experience ranks within the 10 most difficult things I have ever done. But it was so very worth it. I proved to myself that I could stand my ground and keep from descending into a fight, flight, or freeze response. For anyone who's working with CPTSD, staying present while triggered is a major milestone in recovery. I also discovered that my new employer had my back. This shook something deep in me, not because I thought I deserved to be abandoned, but because I had come to expect it. Their support wasn't just procedural, it was personal. They believed in me. They saw through the manipulation, and they didn't flinch. That moment became a cornerstone in my recovery. It was proof that I could show up as my full, triggered, imperfect self and still be respected, still be safe, still be backed. Their support allowed me to hold space while I came back into my body. But even more than that, it offered a kind of trust I didn't know I needed. Trust in them. Trust in me. Trust that maybe, just maybe, the world had a place for people like me. That moment didn't erase the past, but it cracked open the door to a new future. One where I'm not alone. One where I'm worth backing. I discovered that luck wasn't about finding a perfect workplace, eliminating narcissists, never being triggered. Luck was about being in an environment that would provide support and letting it occur. After the COVID lockdown, my new employer embraced hybrid office work. Some days I worked in the office, some days I worked from home. I had 2 offices, the one at work and one at home, that had natural light, defined boundaries, and limited proximity to others. The migraines decreased. The sick days thinned. I slept better. I even thought more clearly. The data confirmed what the lockdown had suggested. My environment mattered. I still commuted. Interruptions still existed. But now I was adjusting variables instead of enduring them. The vision I'd seen in coaching, the small house, a garden, a balance between solitude and service, creativity and consulting, was no longer just a dream. it became operational, a health strategy. It was a roadmap to design my own thriving. So I began building toward it. I began experimenting. I continued to paint. My paintings got bigger, more symbolic, more vivid. I signed up for a figure drawing class. I became a vendor at a small local community market. The first year, I earned $20. It was humbling, but I treated it as data. What drained me? What energized me? How long could I sustain exposure? What kind of interactions felt aligned? The second year at the markets, I saw familiar faces. My sales increased, and so did my confidence. This year, I plan to be an artist at Calgary Expo. Each iteration wasn't about proving myself. It was calibration. It wasn't about chasing validation anymore. I was testing fit. Building something of my own wasn't rebellion. It was leverage. I structured my work around my nervous system instead of against it. I chose environments that allowed lift. I built community that reinforced growth instead of triggering defense. Building something of my own became not just a strategy, it became the most radical form of self-care I could imagine. Not as an escape route, but as a homecoming. For the first time, I wasn't trying to escape gravity. I was designing within it. Perhaps the most earth-shattering event was my return to writing and self-publishing. I dusted off a manuscript 20 years old. I'd rewritten it 3 times. I knew in my gut it was the story I was meant to write. It was mine down to the last letter, and I was letting it down by not setting it free into the world. However, it was also the novel through which I'd learned to write. Character arcs, story structure, theme. It held years of my growth as both a writer and a person. And that was the problem. As long as it remained unpublished, it remained potential. It protected me from judgment, from indifference, from proof. Fuck it, I finally said to myself. I want to move forward. I need to let this book go to do that. This was my chance to revise my flight path my way. So I sat down, gritted my teeth, and finished it off. I drew a picture, made a cover, and pushed Submit for Publication on the Kindle Direct Publishing website. It wasn't pretty. It definitely wasn't perfect. And it wasn't market ready in the traditional sense, but it was mine. Done and released. Publishing my books independently was a radical act. It wasn't rebellion, it was responsibility. I was upholding my side of the deal to write the stories that were given to me. But marketing them? That was the real revolution. That meant standing in the light, unapologetically, and saying, "This is mine." It came from who I am. No institutional endorsement, no publisher, no supervisor, no academic title. Just my name. For most of my life, I had waited to be chosen. Self-publishing removed that waiting. In 2023, I went to a massive independent author conference in Las Vegas. It was intimidating. I was surrounded by those doing what I thought was impossible, writing hundreds of books and earning 6 and 7 figures a year. Instead of shrinking and hiding, I observed. I asked questions. A couple of emerging authors invited me to join the writing accountability crew and Knights of something or other. The wackos, as they were called, are the writing community I've rarely experienced in professional life. They provide informed opinions, support without competition, and a space where I can vent because they all just get the writer's brain. Stepping into indie authorship forced a deeper reckoning. My worth could not depend on gatekeepers, publishers, supervisors, reviewers, the academy, the industry, the market. If I wanted my work in the world, I had to place it there. That wasn't bravado, it was leverage. I stopped waiting for permission, and I started acting as though my work already had value. I'm still learning, I still stumble, but I no longer confuse visibility with arrogance or marketing with betrayal. It's simply more data to help me calibrate my path to that vision of balance. Then something interesting happened. A year after that pivotal RCMP advisory meeting, where I finally allowed myself to stand in my expertise, I was contacted by Dr. Shari Forbes. Shari is a chemist specializing in decompositional odors and taphonomic processes. She collaborates with cadaver dog teams to understand the scent signatures of human decomposition and how scavengers affect remains. It's vital work. While dogs follow the scent, their handlers need guidance on where to search and how far remains might travel. These were questions I had been quietly wrestling with for years. She had launched a nationwide scavenging study and needed a physical anthropologist in each province. I was recommended for Alberta. When the email arrived, I didn't question whether I was worthy. I didn't hesitate or wonder if I belonged. I knew exactly what I could contribute. That lack of hesitation was the real shift. This wasn't luck descending from the sky. It was years of excavation surfacing all at once. Every permit report, every field season, every advisory meeting, every time I had stayed in the room instead of retreating. I had made myself visible. I had clarified my voice, and I had refined my experience. So when the opportunity arose, I could seize it with confidence. The scavenging study felt less like a door opening and more like strata aligning. My academic training, my consulting experience, my frustration with search methodology, all of it converged into work that mattered. The podcast Scattered grew naturally from this work. Rather than a revenue stream, it was an extension of purpose I was discovering to serve, to educate, and to give back. The study doesn't generate income either, but both nourish something even more vital, my sense of purpose and alignment. And for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't chasing worth. I was living it. I used to think transformation required something dramatic, a breakthrough, a miracle, a rescue, all from outside of me. What I've learned instead is that change compounds quietly, internally. A boundary held, a room stayed in, an experiment run, a manuscript released, an opportunity accepted without apology. The pandemic didn't save me. It gave me time and space to figure out who I truly am and what I need to be me. What I did with that space changed everything. I stopped asking whether I was worthy of the life I wanted. I stopped waiting for things to happen. I stopped waiting for luck. Instead, I started designing my life and living it. Not perfectly, not all at once, but deliberately. I still have hard days. I still recalibrate. I'm still gathering data on myself. I excavate every day. But the difference now is structural. I don't abandon myself at the first sign of turbulence. I adjust. For the first time in my life, I'm not chasing survival. I'm building alignment with who I am. And that, more than any miracle, is what making luck looks like. Chapter 30. Conclusion. All those years ago, being a pilot tapped into my need, my craving for autonomy, to rebel against the external, to rise above and beyond it, to be free from it. Pilots defy gravity by using it to their advantage. For the majority of us, gravity keeps us locked to the ground. It keeps us from floating away, uncontrolled and uncontrollable. Pilots, however, use gravity to their advantage. Gravity ensures there is tension to facilitate the flow of air over the wings of an aircraft. Gravity ensures flight. It's counterintuitive, but it works. Pilots take advantage of something that the rest of us present. They thrive with gravity while the rest of us are grounded mortals shuffling in the dirt, struggling under the weight of living. Flying is the singular experience of not just escaping, but of freedom through empowerment. Flying is trusting physics and a deep knowing that everything is better up there. It's a knowledge of physics and trusting that knowledge allows freedom. It's a quantum leap of faith that science works every time a pilot attempts to take off. It's the kind of trust I lacked in myself, so I couldn't see it anywhere else. I was without the ground beneath my feet, without the wisdom of how to live life, and I had a deep distrust of everything and everyone. Instead of an act of bliss, living life was terrifying. I could fall at any moment, and no one would help me. I was completely ungrounded. I quit school because of socioeconomic reasons. It was a business decision that continues to pay dividends to this day. Since quitting school, I've been learning to fly by turning what society thinks of as a weakness into strength that I can leverage into sustained flight. I am a gosling learning to fly. Some days I fly for days. Some days it's only minutes. But through repetition, I'm learning to trust myself and my own science and owner's manual. I am better able to turn those leaps of faith into leaps of trust, so I can find those moments of bliss as I fly about the chaos that used to keep me grounded and confined and terrified. Will I ever earn my pilot's license for real? I don't know. It's unlikely with the expense of it, but I am learning to pilot my own life and experience my own brand of freedom, expression, and autonomy. And for now, that's enough. Epilogue. I may have lied at the beginning of this book. The original plan wasn't to become a fighter pilot. The original plan was to become an astronaut. I saw Star Wars when it first came out in 1977. Like every other person on the planet, I was blown away by the graphics and the scope of it. But there was something else, something deeper that struck a resonant chord within me. I saw a young man leave a small, dry planet, acquire new friends, purpose, and become something more. I saw him fly. I saw him matter. Hence, a plan and a dream was born. If I could get off this planet, I thought, maybe I could do big things too. But all along, Luke wanted to be a pilot like his father. It took me a long time to understand my own father. He was not the hero I imagined. He was human, constrained, flawed, loving, quietly strong. I once wanted to follow in my father's footsteps, to be a pilot, make my own luck. Now I understand that adulthood is not about imitating others. It's about choosing what's right for me. I carry forward my father's encouragement, his belief in making luck, his willingness to love without condition. I leave behind the gravity that held him down. The something bigger I imagined as a child turned out not to be space. It wasn't escape. It wasn't rebellion. It was authorship. I didn't leave my small town to save the galaxy. I left to learn how to pilot my own life. And now, instead of chasing the stars, I choose what I inherit from them. This is Yvonne Shorlin. Thank you for listening to Making Luck, a true story about quitting school and getting a life. Copyright 2026, all rights reserved. This was a work of memoir. The events and experiences described are true to the best of my recollection. Some names and identifying details have been changed to protect the privacy of individuals. Music was by Sono. Please leave a rating or review at Goodreads, BookBub, or wherever you purchase this book. Please also check out my other works, the Elise Marquette Adventures, which now include 2 books, The Reluctant Archaeologist and The Main Gate. Check out also the Fate series, which will soon also have another book added. Got questions about what you heard in this book? Reach out via my website, YvonneShorlin.com.